try and live inside of the subway. And if we had laws that got dangerous people off the streets, we wouldn't have folks living on them who are a danger to themselves and others without even knowing it. And the other problem is we need systems that intervene in people's lives to a greater degree, because minor interventions, these are just enabling people to continue a destructive lifestyle that's no good for them.
New Yorkers here tell us they don't need stats to know that it's gotten bad out here, and say the city doesn't have to create new laws in order to clean 8th Avenue up.
I don't want to say anything that enforce no rules, but, you know, they need to be stricter out here.
While certain signs seem...
He's 100% right. Things need to be stricter, but they need to be stricter both above ground and below ground at the exact same time. You can't have a crackdown in one part of town like we did 6 months ago that leaves other areas of town wide open for people to just go to, where they can continue doing whatever it was that brought the crackdown to location number 1 in the first place. But sadly, that's exactly what's happening. That's why we've got 5,300 people who are unaccounted for in our subway system. They could be anywhere. And these are people who are oftentimes in a very bad state, yet they're refusing the help that is out there, and we don't have a way to bring them out of the mess they're in that they don't even know about. It's very sad. What do you think New York City should do about its homelessness humanitarian crisis? Thank you so much for watching. I'll see you in the next video. Thank you to Morgan & Morgan for sponsoring this video.
The latest poverty report from Robin Hood and its partner Columbia University shows 1 in 4 living in New York City are experiencing poverty. That's nearly double the national rate. And the prices at the grocery store, well, they're...
1 in every 4 New Yorkers, that's over 2 million people doomed, trapped in a downward financial spiral that may never end. In spite of the fact that New York only elects self-proclaimed progressives and socialists who've been promising to fix our problems for years, while the cost of living here just seems to climb higher and higher. And that can only mean that 25% of this city's population lives in poverty on purpose.
Food carts are chained to a fence to hold the patrons' places at a pop-up food pantry, a sign of the times.
Costs in New York City have increased 131%, while median earnings went up just 71%. Now half of all New Yorkers are struggling.
I lost my job, and HRA wasn't giving me enough food stamps, so sometimes at the end of the month I wouldn't have enough.
We used to service roughly around 200 families. We're now servicing on one single day. We're serving close to 400, if not above 400 families.
We have been wasting taxpayers' money for far too long.
$6.4 billion is how much New York City has spent on the migrant crisis in the past 2 years. And Mayor Eric Adams says he is furious.
We could have spent $600 million on 2,000 guiding counselors and social workers in schools.
Half of New Yorkers told us that they are having to go into debt in order to purchase food for their families. This is not just impacting financial health, but physical and mental health.
So as New York City falls apart, its apartment prices keep climbing as people fight over the few available homes that are left. And what nobody running this place wants to admit is that this proves progressive policies are nothing but a disaster for middle-class residents who can't find homes during a housing crisis caused by our leaders refusing to pass laws that allow modern buildings higher than 4 stories in rich neighborhoods, forcing people to part with eye-watering amounts of rent for very little in return, which just makes it harder for people to shop in our grocery stores, not because Key Foods is greedy, but because their prices reflect the reality of doing business in a place that's gone full progressive. Don't ever go full progressive. It fails every single time it's tried because progressive policies result in the opposite of progress. Taxing businesses to the brink while allowing crime to run rampant in our stores, forcing prices to rise faster than inflation, which results in people experiencing the opposite of financial independence, with many consumers now going into debt just to pay their rent and put food on the table, turning what should be the American dream into a never-ending cycle of wage slavery that leads to misery and spells financial doom for people who in many cases are tough overachievers, yet have their lives robbed from underneath their feet by backwards policies. Which brings us to the real reason 2 million New Yorkers now live in poverty. Nobody can out-earn a system that's deliberately designed to steal as much of their money as possible and spend it on things that don't benefit them or their families. Like the billions funneled to companies who make bank off New York City's self-sustaining asylum crisis, supplying everything from hotel rooms to clothing and medical care for an unlimited number of travelers from all across the globe, creating a tough situation for many New Yorkers who need help but feel they aren't getting it. And as you're about to see, the way many New Yorkers live with this expensive new reality just wouldn't make sense anywhere else in America.
RP for D&J calling back, requesting an ETA. Dumbfuck.
There's a light in here, but I don't know if we need it. This place is sunny and it's quiet, and I like it. It's just $4,400 a month for a one-bedroom, which, believe it or not, is really affordable for lower Manhattan where we are. In fact, I think this is the cheapest one-bedroom you can get, which also has a full-size washer and dryer. But although this might save you money, most New Yorkers are losing money on a weekly basis when they do things like buy food at the grocery store. And part of the reason for that is that they're already paying too much in rent.
People are actually going into debt and suffering real physical and mental health effects because of the monetary strain. 86% of us see and feel it. The cost of buying food and feeding our families going up, and it's rising faster than our wages.
So last month, average rents in Manhattan hit a new record at $4,500 per month, which is $100 higher than the previous average rent record year, which was set back in 2023. And if rents are rising and grocery prices are rising, something's gonna break. And with household budgets imploding, it's no wonder that 53% of people have reported taking on more debt just to feed themselves. And the problem here is that even though rents might be expensive, they only change on a 1 or 2 year basis. But if the prices of the stuff that you put in your medicine cabinet or put in your refrigerator, if that stuff suddenly goes through the roof, people, they're going to have a decision to make. Do they keep themselves fed, or do they take on credit card debt, hopefully only on a short-term basis to get through the next couple of weeks, the next couple of months? Hopefully it's not longer than that, but it has been for many families. And for that reason, many families just can't take it. They're choosing to call it quits. And both New York State and New York City are losing more residents than they're gaining on an annual basis. And the people who haven't left yet are wondering why more of the city's money isn't going to things that would actually help New Yorkers, like food assistance programs or grants to companies that would build new buildings, increasing the supply of apartments, which would lower rents and help people do things like buy groceries at the grocery store. So that's got many people asking, where does all of New York City's money go?
We have been wasting taxpayers' money for far too long.
$6.4 billion is how much New York City has spent on the migrant crisis in the past 2 years. And Mayor Eric Adams says he is furious.
We could have spent $600 million on 2,000 guidance counselors and social workers in schools. They are the future of New York City.
Okay, that's a lot of money, and it's hard to argue that had it not been used for other purposes, like grants to developers who could build new buildings, that New Yorkers today wouldn't be facing a very different situation when they look inside their refrigerators. And when you consider that housing costs are the biggest cost anybody has who doesn't already have a free place to stay, lower rents would solve most of the problems New Yorkers are facing. Because with rents being the largest fixed expense most people have, everything else a household spends has to revolve around that number. But with the asylum crisis, New York City found itself in a no-win situation because our laws mandate that anybody who needs a temporary place to stay get one. And since our laws also mandate that we are a sanctuary city, those laws apply to anyone who finds themselves here, creating a legal catch-22 where no matter who the mayor of New York City was at the time, they would be forced to oversee these policies. But even though there are many people who have serious issues with that viewpoint and say that the mayor could have stepped in and changed how things were handled here, you've got to agree with one thing, which is that the way New York City went about handling the asylum crisis probably caused a little bit of extra inflation. Because if you remember, New York City had programs like their debit card program, which gave families who were in the asylum shelters $1,400 a month to buy groceries. And even though this program apparently saved New York City a whole bunch of money, the issue with it is that if you've got people who live near a grocery store and they can't afford the groceries, but then new people come into that area and they can automatically afford the groceries, the store doesn't have to lower prices or get more efficient in order to keep serving its customers. It can just let its prices rise because people are still paying and the store is still making money. They've still got customers. And with most asylum shelters being placed in New York's least affluent areas, this was certainly not a rich person's problem. And even though not every single family in New York was able to get a prepaid debit card, if you've got folks who don't have to pay $4,000 a month rent, they've automatically got more disposable income, which they can then put back into local businesses like a grocery store.
Food carts are chained to a fence to hold the patrons' places at a pop-up food pantry, a sign of the times. At one of the New York Common Pantry locations, manager Omar Alvarez gives out many basic food items, including produce and shelf-stable milk, because some of the people have no refrigerators. He tells us that
So you've got people living in apartments in this city who pay thousands of dollars a month, but they don't even have refrigerators to keep their food cold. And between their rent and the high prices at the grocery stores, many people find themselves at food pantries for the very first time in their entire lives. And whether you agree with the asylum crisis, how it's been handled or not, one thing's for sure, appropriate steps have not been taken to make sure more of New Yorkers' money stays in their pockets. And while the solutions to the money problems faced by many residents are so simple and so obvious, the most ridiculous aspect of all of this is that even though we're in a progressive city where everyone elected claims to be fighting for the little guy, nobody running this place actually wants to see the little guy get ahead by himself, being able to pay his own rent, put food on his own table without government assistance. Because as you're about to see, this city is rigged in favor of rich progressives, and they're doing everything they can to keep it that way. Most people don't know this, but if you're seriously hurt, that accident could be worth millions of dollars. And if you're injured in any way, you need to know how to protect your rights. Which is why you might want to know about today's video sponsor, Morgan & Morgan, America's largest personal injury law firm, who doesn't just settle for lowball offers. In fact, over the last few months, they've seen record judgments, like a $12 million judgment in the state of Florida that was 34 times higher than whatever insurance was offering. Add to that $26 million judgments and $6.8 million judgments in Philly and New York, and it should be pretty clear that Morgan & Morgan is not your typical law firm because they win a lot. Plus, it takes just minutes to see if you've got a case, and you can do it all from your phone. Step 1, submit your claim online. Step 2, Morgan & Morgan's experts get to work investigating. And step number 3, Morgan & Morgan only gets paid if you win, which is what you want. And they can do this because they've got over 100 nationwide offices and over 1,000 local lawyers who are ready to fight to get you the best results possible. You can start your claim with Morgan & Morgan by following this link right here, which will also be in the description of this video. And remember, there's no fee unless they win. Once again, thank you to Morgan & Morgan for sponsoring this video. So here we are in a very nice, very charming, very affluent neighborhood in Lower Manhattan. And even though it's very quaint, it is a perfect example of why New York City has a housing crisis and why that's never gonna change.
Controversial development is moving forward in Windsor Terrace. The move will bring affordable housing, but will also bring high-rises that many longtime residents say they just don't want.
So there's your problem. New housing developments in neighborhoods like this are controversial because what they threaten to do is to lower the value of all the property you see around here that is stuck in the past. And for that reason, residents who live in old buildings like this want to force all new construction to look exactly like what you see here. This modern building right here is actually a fantastic example of how zoning works. As you can see, it is the same size and height as the old historic buildings that flank it on either side. And what forcing buildings to conform like this does is it restricts the number of people who could live somewhere. You'll always have a certain number of units in this space and no more ever. And that's how neighbors that live around here in places like this, super rich people, want things to stay. But it gets even worse because you see this tiny little garden right here. Well, this place, which looks like a storage unit for Burning Man-style artwork, it was gonna be turned into housing for the homeless. Until the people who live around here came out in force against that plan. They would rather have lattes in this little park right here than have their fellow New Yorkers with roofs over their heads.
It raises median rents in the neighborhood considerably, and that will lead to renter displacement.
The way that those affordability rates are currently calculated, when you're talking about 60% AMI, that's unaffordable to 50% of New Yorkers.
So, we got two arguments here, both of which are used to disguise the true reason nobody wants new apartments, which is that they are bad for the retirement plans of people who've already spent millions to live in an exclusive part of town. And the first argument is that new apartments will raise median rents, but that's not an argument at all, because median rents aren't the rents anybody pays. They're just the middle value between the most expensive apartments in a neighborhood and the cheapest apartments in a neighborhood. And this proposed development in Windsor Terrace that is supposed to go on an unused plot of land, kind of like this garden, it's going to contain 40% affordable apartments. However, in order for the owners of that building to make money on it, they're going to have some really expensive apartments there to offset the lower discounted rents they're offering, which might raise a median rent number nobody pays, but it'll do it while adding tons of affordable apartments to that neighborhood, which is going to bring down the rents of all of the other places that are nearby. But what about the second argument, which is that these apartments, they're not really affordable at all because half the people that live in New York City couldn't afford to live there, so why build anything?
When you're talking about 60% AMI, that's unaffordable to 50% of New Yorkers.
Critics of the...
So this term, area median income, it means that families who make 60% of the area's median income have to be able to afford these apartments, the ones that would go in an empty, unused plot of land like this garden behind me. And even though the person on the news might be correct, perhaps these apartments will be too expensive for 50% of New Yorkers to live in. But the people living there will still have to be 40% poorer than he is. And this would do a great deal towards lowering the overall cost of living in that very neighborhood, while being a good business decision for the property developer.
Higher food prices, rising rents, and lower wages is forcing many Bronx residents to stand on lines to get donated food for the first time in their lives.
You know, it's so backwards that we've got people in wealthy neighborhoods protesting the creation of apartments that would get people out of those food pantries. And this is in a city that claims to be progressive and compassionate. So we're doing everything we can to keep people standing in line at a food pantry instead of letting them benefit their own lives by keeping more money in their pockets. And right now we're watching the wealthy cling to the sanctity of their exclusive neighborhoods, even when giving that up would really benefit their fellow man. And what that means is that as nice and charming as a neighborhood with tiny little buildings might look, it is the reason many New Yorkers are living in poverty. What do you think about that? Should New York build homes for New Yorkers who don't have them? Or is the status quo we have worth maintaining to a point where we've got lines of people chaining up their carts at food pantries before they open? Let me know. Thank you so much for watching. I'll see you in the next video. Thank you to Morgan & Morgan for sponsoring this video.
NYPD wants your help catching a criminal crew they've nicknamed the Bentley Bandits. And as you may have guessed, these guys are targeting luxury vehicles by threatening the owners.
So gangs are now roaming the streets, stealing every luxury car they see, even if it's occupied. But although vehicles worth over $100,000 are a favorite of these criminals, there aren't enough luxury sedans on our streets to satisfy their appetite for crime. Which is why these depraved criminals are shockingly going after other targets of opportunity as well. And those targets would be me and you.
On your screen, circled in white, is a $200,000 Bentley. Watch as one guy approaches this high-end ride. He walks up to the driver's side.
Tell him to get out of the vehicle.
The driver follows orders. Police dubbing this group of robbers the Bentley Bandits.
The non-intrusive inspection clearly shows two junk vehicles here, but if you look in the back, you can see the perfectly intact Mercedes.
Intact and bound to be sold overseas. Investigators say the market's currently paying the most thousands of miles away in West Africa. Sellers posting online don't even bother to remove the American license plates.
Honda CR-V Police say they are investigating at least 150 cases of stolen cars being advertised and sold online to unsuspecting buyers. In some cases, the buyers were out thousands of dollars.
10 minutes later, they spot this 2024 Mercedes-Benz on East 40th Street. You can see the driver and passenger forced out.
8707, repeating 877. 8707. I have one more.
Is your patient in a wheelchair? Yeah, he's in a walker. Received. Received a call for a man in a wheelchair and red shirt. The Family Dollar in Ayers, Arlington. Oh, you're the same guy?
He says he managed to escape.
We'll clear this before.
Learning new
No, we got a man with a black shirt. Yeah.
Police say.
If you got another call and it looked like there was a man in a red shirt at Port and Ayers, you're going to need some. Received. I'll turn around the range. I'm sorry, it's going to be Port and Ayers.
The next call I got is 4209 Shaw. 4209 Shaw. It's going to be reference a dog at the location. The RTA already called animal control. It's reference a black husky with a white on his chin. The caller Daniel, phone number is 529-9689. 621 units tonight.
He just said there's a black dog.
As they patted him down and tried to make sense of a depraved story they'd heard from another man who claimed he'd
I think I want to receive. We're not seeing, or we're not able to locate blue passenger cars this time. I'm able to locate this time. Receive.
28-year-old man from Italy approached a traffic and said he'd escaped captivity at 38 Prince Street.
In service 743. Sign later.
Quickly moved in.
Medical 11 received.
4955, 10-4.
And then shortly after that,
Verse 34, 2 minutes of the pack of verse 54.
The guy comes out in a white bathrobe, barefoot, hands cuffed behind his back, got into a police car. He didn't look concerned, you know. He didn't look worried or anything like that.
The man in the bathrobe was, according to cops,
Okay, from the side of your town, I haven't located anything.
who rents the home. Police say he'd had a business dispute with the victim.
Yeah,
But he returned May 6th, and that's when police
yeah, can you get me on an individual?
and another person effectively took the victim hostage and tortured him,
Where's he? Stand by for the call back.
beating him, even throwing him through furniture. Police say the victim has traumatic injuries consistent with having been beaten. Inside the house, they say showed pictures of him being tied up and tortured, along with multiple torture items. They also found a gun. The house, all 8 bedrooms and 10 bathrooms, sits set back from the sidewalk on this busy block in Soho. It was rented just a couple of months ago. Its most recent listing price, $75,000 per month. Sidewalk vendor
1014 individual.
watching that house for months.
Yeah, can you get me on an individual?
He just never.
97.
Charlie 368. All the time and never really ever saw the same person twice. So we were wondering like what was going on in there.
Well, something apparently was. We are blurring the suspect's picture in that video because police have not formally charged him or named him publicly, but he's being questioned right now at the NYPD's 5th Precinct. They're also seeking at least one other person they say was involved in this depravity. As for the
Communication to Officer 31, be live. United was notified.
Because his tormentors told him they would kill him today. Right now, he's being treated at Bellevue Hospital. We're live in Soho tonight. Josh Hannigan, Channel 7, Eyewitness News.
Dispatch to Supervisor 75. Yeah. Transit base to 75.
Yeah.
Communication to Officer 1, be live.
4646. 10-4.
Dispatch to Supervisor 75.
Engine 91 is arriving on scene. We do have one truck in the ditch.
Sorry, 345 female, fine, conscious breathing, just having an anxiety attack.
What's our contact? Dispatch from your section. You can place us back on the call. 75 and 1003.
Yeah, can you go ahead?
Engine 91 is arriving on scene. We do have one truck in the ditch.
North 0 Tom 6383. North 0 Tom 6383. 361 yes sir.
What's our contact? 1041 76 to send the high school graduate.
You can place us back on the call.
91 is on scene. We'll be in service in the air for customer service. 673.
Charlie, this one you don't know the text.
On Charlie.
91 is on scene. Be 1042 from our clear. 1041 76 to send the high school stadium for graduation. Engine 91. All units other than Engine 91 and Medic 91 can cancel. We can handle. Stroke 4.
Today, going to be out at the high school for graduation.
For customer service.
Well, Doc 14.
Well, about 14.
Language on duty, Hayes off duty at 1800.
1042 from our clear. 1041 76 to send the high school stadium for graduation.
Ready.
912 on schedule, Staples Street Station.
Serrano off duty, Miguel off duty at 1800.
Brush 42 on scene.
Brush 42, pull up right over here and we'll back up in there. We'll have your wheel line to bring it over from here.
Yeah, if you good.
Take a 42 on scene. Receive.
Out of service for a few minutes.
Angel Herrera is going to be negative 29.
Yeah, boy, thank you.
Last name Bonito.
Dispatch from Medic 91.
So as car theft rages, the people stealing the cars remain free, plotting their next move. And what nobody running New York wants to admit is that if there's no jail time, our criminals won't think what they're doing is a crime. And to make matters worse, New York City's progressive district attorneys and judges see these professional thugs as victims of an unfair world who will eventually see the error of their ways as long as we give them unlimited second chances. Instead of jail time, which critics say just just gives our thieves enough practice stealing cars and robbing people that they get really good at it. Because every time we arrest a criminal and release them, they essentially get a do-over, just like in video games, turning our streets into a real-life version of Grand Theft Auto where gang members and thugs lurk around every corner, looking for high-end cars they can steal and speed off with. Which brings us to the real reason expensive vehicles are vanishing from our streets and nobody seems to be doing anything about it. Nobody running this place cares if New Yorkers get robbed or injured, because the way progressive justice works is that it stops punishing criminals to make up for alleged past wrongful arrests and wrongful prosecutions, all to even some mythical score as New Yorkers suffer from a crime epidemic that's sweeping our streets with no end in sight. And as you're about to see, when these criminals steal a $200,000 luxury car, they don't even care if somebody's inside when they do it. You know, from a car thief's perspective, the streets of Manhattan are lined with gold. There are luxury vehicles parked all over the place out here. But since our city has decided to stop putting people in jail when they do things that are wrong, the owners of these vehicles are exposed to rising levels of danger every time they leave their house and try to drive to work. And these criminals only need seconds to separate you from what might have been your dream car at one point.
On your screen, circled in white, is a $200,000 Bentley. The driver inside, unaware of what is about to unfold. Watch as one guy approaches this high-end ride. He walks up to the driver's side. Tell him to get out of the vehicle. The driver follows orders.
That is just ridiculous, and our city has reached a point where things are so lawless that anything of value, if it's out in public, could easily become the property of criminals. And this personally bothers me because the lease is almost up on our family car. And although I'm too smart to buy something like this Range Rover, which is just going to be an endless money pit, the idea that I or my wife could be driving around in something that make us a target for criminals is terrifying. I wouldn't buy something this expensive either, nor would I park it on the street, but just the idea of me or her struggling with two little kids being totally distracted while criminals are looking out for these things, that's awful. But that's the new reality, and it means that owning anything special or unique or sought after and parking it on the street is a bad idea, because logos like this get criminals really excited, especially if the car's on and running, which means the best way drivers can protect themselves is to get their hands on something nobody else wants, which doesn't cost a whole lot of money. Because if your car is so poorly made you wish you didn't own it, no thief is gonna steal it from you. But apparently if these criminals do want your vehicle, they'll just walk up to the driver's side window and tap on it with a weapon.
A second guy jumps in to help, but the Bentley bandits still can't figure out how to drive the car.
They couldn't move the vehicle because they didn't know how to place the vehicle and drive.
The guys take off in a white BMW. 10 minutes later, they spot this 2024 Mercedes-Benz. You can see the driver and passenger forced out. This time, the robbers were able to drive away.
So they weren't able to steal the Bentley, but then 10 minutes later, they steal a Mercedes of similar value. And what's fascinating is that the same type of vehicle they're stealing matches their getaway vehicle, which I believe is the same type of white BMW SUV we see right here. Making you wonder where they got the money to buy that vehicle, if they even paid for it. It might have been stolen too. And although it's pretty obvious these are opportunistic thieves, they're going after vehicles where the driver's inside, the vehicle's running, the key is present. A different investigation reveals that sometimes when a car is stolen, the car itself isn't everything the thieves are after. Apparently this group of thieves would use Zillow to find rich neighborhoods, and they'd steal everything inside the car, wallets, credit cards, everything. And although these criminals apparently weren't selling the cars that they were stealing, they were just using them as getaway vehicles to spend the loot they found inside, a significant number of these vehicles are being resold to buyers on the other side of the world.
The non-intrusive inspection clearly shows two junk vehicles here, but if you look in the back, you can see nice, not crashed up Mercedes-Benz.
In another container, a Chevy Silverado, stolen right off a dealer lot. Investigators say the market's currently paying the most, thousands of miles away in West Africa.
This is like the movie Gone in 60 Seconds. These cars are stolen in just minutes, and then they're brought to a nearby port and shipped out of the country, where they're then resold. And since our city's apparently got a huge problem catching the people that go about doing this, and finds it almost impossible to put them in jail so that they stop doing it, there's essentially an unlimited money-making opportunity for criminals who want to pursue this style of crime. Look at this. Under the New York Penal Code, stealing a vehicle is considered grand larceny. And because of recent criminal justice reforms, you can't get sent to jail for it. And don't you see what we've done here? We've created a crime where the potential payoff is tens of thousands of dollars, and the consequences are what? A slap on the wrist? Yet we're surprised criminals keep doing this over and over again.
This video shared on social media shows a luxury SUV rolling out of a shipping container ready to be sold in Nigeria. Other sellers posting online don't even bother to remove the American license plates.
You can usually drive around.
So these gangsters, they're just unloading vehicles from containers. They've still got New York or New Jersey plates right on them. They don't care. And when you've got constant demand for these automobiles overseas and criminals constantly stealing them here, there will always be a flow of vehicles from this part of the world to that part of the world. But I guess that's what happens when you decriminalize car theft. You get grand theft auto everywhere, all at once. And with so much car theft going on our streets, our short-staffed police really have their work cut out for them, if they're even allowed on the streets to begin with. And the reason I say that is because the other half of this equation, which is fueling this epidemic of street crime, is that our cops have been pulled off the streets and sent elsewhere to stop a crime wave in a place that some would say is arguably even more dangerous than the streets of this crime-ridden city. Most people don't know this, but if you're seriously hurt, that accident could be worth millions of dollars. And if you're injured in any way, you need to know how to protect your rights. Which is why you might want to know about today's video sponsor, Morgan & Morgan, America's largest personal injury law firm, who doesn't just settle for lowball offers. In fact, over the last few months, they've seen record judgments, like a $12 million judgment in the state of Florida that was 34 times higher than whatever insurance was offering. Add to that $26 million judgments and $6.8 million judgments in Philly and New York, and it should be pretty clear that Morgan & Morgan is not your typical law firm, because they win a lot. Plus, it takes just minutes to see if you've got a case, and you can do it all from your phone. Step 1, submit your claim online. Step 2, Morgan & Morgan's experts get to work investigating. And step number 3, Morgan & Morgan only gets paid if you win, which is what you want. And they can do this because they've got over 100 nationwide offices and over 1,000 local lawyers who are ready to fight to get you the best results possible. You can start your claim with Morgan & Morgan by following this link right here, which will also be in the description of this video. And remember, there's no fee unless they win. Once again, thank you to Morgan & Morgan for sponsoring this video. So here we are in the New York City subway, a place that many would say is the most dangerous place you can possibly spend your morning. But because we've dumped all of our police down here to try and stamp out crime in this part of town, our streets are wide open for people like the Bentley Bandits to walk up to drivers, force them out of their vehicles, and make off with hundreds of thousands of dollars in automobile. But the worst part about all of this is that the public safety improvements that have taken place down here in this subway might not even be worth it. And these improvements are so minute that some say they're not even real to begin with.
The Eyewitness News was along for the ride as Jano Lieber tore the system after 9 tonight. That's the time an army of cops fans out into the system. All those extra cops in the system yielded a staggering 71% increase in arrests just since this time last week.
So at night, when people with weapons are stealing luxury cars above ground, all of the police that used to be up there are now down here. And although our local leaders are now taking credit for a drop in crime in the subway, all we're talking about is a 15% reduction in overall subway crime, which means if there were 100 crimes taking place on a nightly basis a year ago, that number's down to 85 this year, revealing that there's still a huge problem down here, with more crime taking place in our transit network than most people are comfortable with. And since the increased police presence down here isn't backed up by laws that put people in jail when they do things that are wrong, all that police presence can do is force crime that would have occurred down here to occur somewhere else. Like up on our streets, where people are stealing cars with weapons. But that 15% decrease in crime, riders, they've got some problems with that number.
Same. I feel like nothing's changed. Like, if you gotta be street smart.
Cops have faced a persistent perception problem, fueled by the small number of random crimes in the system, the stuff of urban...
Riders, they know the truth. They're down here every single day, and they know whether or not it feels safe, and a lot of people, frankly, don't. And what this reveals is that all our public safety initiatives down here are doing is rearranging the deck chairs on the Titanic, so to speak. More law enforcement down here just means less law enforcement everywhere else. And it's not on our leaders' minds whatsoever to hire enough police to keep everybody in our city safe at once. Well, maybe it is on our leaders' minds. It's just proving almost impossible because officers are demoralized. They're leaving the force in droves. Think about it. You become a police officer to make the city a better, safer place. Yet you keep arresting the same car thieves over and over again. People jump the subway turnstiles right in front of you, and the guy you know who just assaulted someone last week just so happens to be roaming the subway as usual this week. And according to this article, we now have the fewest detectives we've had since 2001. These are the guys who'd be out there tracking down these vehicular maniacs stealing luxury cars while the drivers are inside. Those interviewed in this piece say the reason police are leaving is
they're going to be over here on the side of the
all of this is that by only having enough police to stop crime in one area of the improvements there are immediately offset by crime occurring elsewhere, which means none of this police activity is actually making our city any safer.
What available quarters?
Some station, not every station. Like 42nd, yeah. In the Bronx, none. Harlem, 1 or 2, that's it.
So now the truth comes out. Writers are rightly pointing out that if you want to see all of this increased police activity, there's only a small handful of stations where you can witness it firsthand, like this one. Down the hall here, you've got the MTA police with the dogs. There's a very heavy presence at this terminal, but if you go to other terminals or even other entrances to this very same terminal, things are desolate. There's no cops. There's people jumping those turnstiles. And literally here, you've got great lighting, you've got security guards helping people, you've got an attended station booth, but then right around the corner, things change, and not for the better. And this second entrance looks like it's in a totally different part of the city, but it's not. We haven't even left the building, yet there aren't any police in sight, which must mean they've already policed and cared for this station. But it gets even worse, because even though there is apparently a 15% drop in subway crime, which has gone unnoticed by the vast majority of subway riders, as you're about to see, those gains are probably going to vanish by the end of the year, because this just so happens to be a year when politicians have to remind us that they are capable of doing their jobs.
I think one of the things that's happening is the political class is waking up to what the city wants, and they're running for office, so they're getting out of the way of the police department, and people who in the past might have been critical of police are now embracing the police.
Let's talk about the subways.
Can you believe this? Crime has been allowed to surge for the last 3 years, and now that's an election year, something's finally being done about it so that people can say, hey, I brought crime down, things are improving, that's why I need another term. And the same people who've made careers out of defunding our police now all of a sudden want to fund them and stand behind them? We're supposed to believe that? Apparently we are, even though we're all just rats walking through a maze with no safety in it whatsoever, and potential predators lurking around every single corner, not just in our subways, but also up on the streets now when we're driving our vehicles trying to go about our daily lives. Yet now every single person running for mayor says they're ready to get tough on crime, even if it was by their signature that crime in this state got worse. But are more police even the answer? Because we've got laws that invalidate all of the work they do, because people who steal cars and commit other crime don't even end up behind bars where they should be. What do you think about that? How would you fix our street crime and our subway crime? Would you pass laws that put people in jail, or do we need more second chances than the ones our criminals already get? Thank you for watching. I will see you in the next video.
It's absolutely outrageous. The Democrats, again, are doing everything they can to harbor and protect illegal immigrants who are committing crimes. They have released thousands of people who have committed crimes back onto our streets.
So, over the last 2 years, as crime here's been exploding, New York's been fueling the fire by releasing dangerous felons back out onto our streets, some of whom have gone on to cause irreparable harm to innocent people in our country, but were let loose by New York even after many of these gang members were found to be living illegally in America. But it gets even worse because New York is still releasing people who've committed some of the worst crimes you could imagine.
Several of the 6 migrant squatters released without bail are back behind bars. They were part of a large group of migrants, but 6 were set free by a judge while the other 2 were being held due to prior arrests. But some of those 6, they also had prior arrests.
The administration says that they are going after what they call the worst first, individuals who are in this country illegally but have a known criminal record. But as we saw firsthand today, it is not stopping there.
This is not working out. They are coming in droves, and they continue to come in droves. They are repeated offenders of the worst and most heinous crimes. We've got gang members that have infiltrated our city, taking our city over.
They hurt the future of New York City.
Adams says President-elect Donald Trump's win made it clear that Americans want a secure border and are in favor of Trump's border policies. But Adams still refusing to comment on possible mass deportations.
And if you watched the hearing the other day, the Democrats were criticizing Mayor Adams for any type of cooperation. Obviously, I believe he hasn't cooperated enough because all the detainer requests have actually been denied up until this year.
So some of the most dangerous people on the planet are making their way to New York, where they know they'll be protected. And what nobody running this place wants to admit is that by harboring criminals, our sanctuary policies put the entire country in danger. As many high-profile capital crimes in America have been committed by those who at one point were jailed in New York and then released. And as a sanctuary city, our police, who do God's work, have their hands tied behind their backs the second someone in their custody is found to be here illegally, at which point they have no choice but to ignore federal pleas to detain dangerous fugitives and are forced to set them free, which has resulted in homeless immigrants lighting fires in our subway, dangerous gang members being released only to reoffend, and in one case these policies even caused a young woman with a bright future to lose everything she had, all because New York wanted to give America a big slap in the face by releasing a federal fugitive on his own recognizance, not because that person wasn't dangerous, but because he and many of these criminals were in the country illegally, and those are the people sanctuary cities exist to protect. And that brings us to the real reason sanctuary cities like this one won't give up their activism and have plans to release thousands of additional criminals the second they get their hands on them. Without criminals here hiding from ICE, what purpose does a sanctuary city even serve? If ICE were to arrest all the criminals here, our laws couldn't be used to further a progressive open borders agenda that puts every American at risk while empowering violent gang members and criminals who make money trafficking people into our country, while they hide in plain sight, blending into the background of sanctuary cities like New York that are enacting new rules as we speak to make ICE's job harder, while continuing to resist federal efforts to get dangerous criminals out of our jails and off our streets before they strike again. And as you're about to see, this has made New York the #1 destination for people with no other goal but to prey upon the law-abiding. So here we are at a local police precinct, and the cops here, they've got such a tough job. They're already persecuted by local progressives just for getting up in the morning and putting on their uniforms, but they've also got to surrender and stop doing their jobs entirely when a criminal is located and it turns out that person's not supposed to be in the country. And these backwards policies have given us a criminal population larger than the entire populations of some cities and towns in America.
Nearly 60,000 migrants with felony convictions or pending charges are living in the Big Apple, and more than 1,000 of those are suspected gang members. Critics of the city's sanctuary policies argue that limiting cooperation with the Fed.
That's astounding. 58,000 people living here who are in the country illegally, and 1,000 of those folks are gang members. But in a city that's made it its mission to protect criminals, is anyone really surprised that criminals are coming here? And for the last decade, when criminals have found themselves in the back of our police cars, years, ICE has not been allowed to come and get them. Of course, ICE asks if they can come get the person. That's called a detainer request. But our police are banned from cooperating. They're forced to let people go. Now, they're not literally opening the backs of their police cars and just releasing these people out into the street. No, but instead they take them into custody and put them through our kids club's legal system here that then releases those people secretly without telling the federal government. And in a lot of cases, you've got dangerous people who should be incarcerated that our laws say, no, you're not a criminal, you're free to go. And this has led to innocent people getting hurt in other parts of America.
Prosecutors say that's the suspect, an undocumented migrant, before he found and attacked nursing student Lincoln, who was out on her morning jog.
The trial in Georgia continued today with video being played allegedly showing illegal immigrant Jose Ibarra lurking around a University of Georgia apartment complex. It shows the man going to the door of a student apartment. Then he goes to the back of the building to peep inside the ground level after a full hour.
So this is an incredibly tragic story, but what you need to know is the culprit, he was first arrested and held in New York City, and then he was let go, in spite of the fact that he was dangerous. And after that happened, he then went on to do the unthinkable to someone who was innocent, which never would have happened if this were a law and order city that wasn't protecting the bad guys. But sadly, with 60,000 criminals choosing to make this their home, this isn't the only story of its kind. And as you're about to see, our laws even release people who the police catch with illegal weapons.
3 were taken into custody by ICE agents. Authorities say they were part of a heavily armed group of migrants. 8 were arrested last week, but 6 were set free on supervised release by a judge, while the other 2 were being held due to prior arrests. But some of those 6, they also had prior.
So this story took place about a year ago, and you had 8 gang members who were caught waving around illegal items in the middle of the street, and that's not all. When police arrived on the scene, they fled, and they ran into an apartment that they were squatting in, and they hadn't paid rent there for 6 months. Inside the place, there was all kinds of criminal activity going on, yet after the NYPD arrested these guys, a judge let the majority of these gang members go free. ICE agents were able to catch these guys, but only after they found out about it in the New York Post. The initial bust and release were so outrageous that it made the paper, and they saw it and said, hey, let's go back to these gang members' squatted house and see if they come back. They did, and that's where we get the footage of them being arrested, this time for good.
They chased that man into a basement apartment, and they make the arrest. That man was out on an attempted murder from Yonkers months prior, and he's an asylum seeker, he's a migrant. In that melee, if you will.
So as it turns out, one of these criminals was charged with attempting to seriously hurt someone in another part of this state, and he was still free. And the others were all out on this thing called supervised release. And supervised release is when non-law enforcement community organizers supervise criminals between when they're released and when they're supposed to come back to court. Yet it looks like these community organizers either didn't do their job or were incapable of supervising armed gang members who went right back to their old tricks the second they got free. One of the guys that got arrested was first caught shoplifting and then released. Then 3 months later, he gets arrested again with an illegal weapon and also gets released. And the worst part about all this is that the federal agency tasked with keeping everybody here safe doesn't find out about these criminals, who they are, or where they might be until it's already too late.
Well, now some of them have been arrested by ICE. ICE came in. Now, usually NYPD cannot, because we're a sanctuary city, cannot notify ICE. But, you know, was the front page of the New York Post yesterday. ICE didn't need any notification. Anyway, this is happening.
Our stupid city forces federal agents to check the internet to figure out where they need to go and do their jobs. That's dumb. That's what you call stopping people from doing their jobs. And in this case, their job is to keep people safe. And sanctuary city advocates, like whoever put this sticker here, will tell you that our laws just make the city a safer place. But how on earth is that possible when all our laws do is release people who are so dangerous they should be kept in jail possibly forever? And obviously this is a backwards system of the highest order, but the worst part about it is it's still going on. We're still releasing criminals, even though the federal government has recently passed laws to try and stop that from happening.
Officer discharged, there were 2 officers discharged the taser. but it had no impact.
So probably the most significant development in the battle over the border, illegal immigration, and all of the crime sanctuary city policies promote is the Laken-Riley Act, which was just passed. And it requires the Department of Homeland Security to detain anybody in the country illegally who's been accused of committing a crime. Now, you'd think that a law like this would be common sense, but not in New York City, where we release people who are accused of committing crimes all the time. But sadly, many New Yorkers are righteously offended by the idea of putting somebody in jail when they're accused of a crime and they're not supposed to be here.
The Constitution is for Americans.
Adams also making it clear that he would be open to deporting migrants who commit crimes, not just those who are convicted of their crimes. Meanwhile, immigration advocates are blasting Adams for his comments.
So Mayor Adams, he's 100% right. The Constitution is for Americans. It doesn't apply to somebody who happens to find themselves in America after they broke the law to get here. This is total 100% common sense. But statements like that have led to calls from local progressives for the mayor to step down, with some people claiming he just doesn't represent New York and that by throwing away our sanctuary city laws, he's made the city less safe, even though the very people making New York City less safe do it again and again, repeatedly. And these local activists, they would prefer criminals stay out on the streets where they can do whatever they want, possibly committing more crime, than for them to be in jail where they can't do any of that.
Mayor Adams is wrong. He's ripping a page out of Trump's playbook and
He didn't comply with their officer's command.
I'm sorry, but the only people spreading misinformation are those who think that releasing criminals who are dangerous makes our city and our country safer. It doesn't. But because these people hate President Trump and are still shocked Vice President Harris was never made President Harris, they've decided to embrace insanity in the form of compassion. And they claim that by opposing deportations of criminal illegal aliens, that they're standing up for immigrants and immigrant communities, regardless of their immigration status. But sadly, the only community they're standing up for is the criminal community of 60,000 people who are living in our city illegally.
Since President Trump got reelected, the song remains the same. There's absolutely no changes coming to New York anytime soon until we
the officers in this incident, they don't multiple commands and they walk, they monitor.
So anybody with common sense who's keeping an eye on this, they're not surprised at all by this critical mass of crooks we've got living here. Of course criminals are going to come to a place that has laws that are in their favor and protects them. Of course criminals are going to do everything they can to make their way to a place that won't put them in jail when they steal from somebody or when they steal from a store or commit any type of crime. And even with the massive number of anti-weapon signs you see around here, our judges often look the other way when somebody gets caught with one of these things, a crime that is supposed to be a 3.5-year minimum sentence. But the reason the city just keeps getting more and more dangerous is because our leaders believe in defunding the police and standing up to ICE, a situation that's terrible for the law-abiding, but again, great for criminals. They're the only beneficiaries of policies like this. A problem magnified by the fact that many of these gang members get to live for free in city-run asylum shelters regardless of their behavior. Been arrested? Got warrants? Do you put people in ambulances for fun? None of those questions are asked to people before they're moved into facilities next to women and children. But sadly, as a sanctuary city, we're not allowed to ask people where they're from or what they've been up to. Nope, can't do that. And the reason for that is here, the right to shelter is a right, and it doesn't go away if somebody behaves poorly or puts other people in danger just by their presence. The worst thing about this is that many of these gang members, like this trendy Aragua, we know that these gang members live in our shelters, and we know that trafficking people is their specialty. This is a gang where the members are taught to see everybody around them as potential human capital that can be used to further the criminal ambitions of the gang itself. And they've been on a massive recruiting spree in our shelters, telling people to join their gang and go steal stuff, or be branded an outsider if they won't comply. Something nobody who lives in a facility that bans police from entering would ever want to hear. And sadly, the trafficking situation in this city is now so bad that if you go to the bus terminal where many people first arrive from the southern border, you'll see signs all over the place warning people about trafficking and telling people that if they see something, they should say something. Why would those signs be there if this wasn't an ongoing problem in our city?
This is not working out. They are coming in droves, and they continue to come in droves. They are repeated offenders of the worst and most heinous crimes. We've got gang members that have infiltrated our city. And we will not.
So the beneficiaries of our sanctuary city laws are the criminals and the politicians who get points for advocating for these policies in the name of compassion. But the losers, that's everybody you see out here on the street and everybody in America. Nobody benefits from criminals getting arrested and being protected and hidden from deportation, especially when these people often go on to reoffend in ways that are even worse than what they did the first time. And this has led to the creation of a system that just enables gangs, traffickers, and the very cartels and handlers of many of these victims to continue making money off them after they get here. What do you think about that? Are New York's sanctuary city policies that release thousands of criminals putting the entire country in danger? Or are the activists right? Are these sanctuary policies a good thing? Should every city in America be a sanctuary city? What do you think? Thank you so much for watching. I'll see you in the next video.
Nationwide immigration and customs enforcement raids and the president's promise of mass deportation are setting some New Yorkers on edge. We're talking about street vendors here. They're not showing up. They're afraid of being rounded up. News stations at least.
So as ICE activity in New York heats up, many of the city's unlawful residents have stopped coming to work. And the fear of deportation is especially pervasive among those who work at food trucks. They're all alone, out on the streets, and now some are afraid they'll be quickly located and taken into custody. However, with ICE specifically looking for dangerous criminals, these raids probably won't shut down every food vendor in town, except for the ones who might have something to hide.
You can probably see some street vendors behind me, but if you go around the city, we're starting to see fewer and fewer of them as a result of these ICE raids that have happened here in the Big Apple and then more broadly in the tri-state area.
For the second day in a row, the NYPD has taken down illegal street vendors. Officers were seen confiscating merchandise. Some of the goods are reportedly stolen.
So many of the people coming across will have a little card in their pocket or a number written down, which is a routing number for a bank account for the cartel. If you haven't paid all of your fees by the time you cross, they will collect.
If something happens to me, what will happen to my kids? Where will my kids go?
Concerned about ICE, she asked us to conceal her identity. She arrived in this country with her family, starting work as a street vendor to make ends meet.
And so when you're in a restaurant in New York and, you know, you and your friends are talking about, oh, isn't it wonderful how these immigrants work, you know, 2 jobs and they're so hardworking. Well, guess what? They're working 2 jobs a lot of the time because so much of their money is going back to those cartels who are still exploiting them.
So President Trump will soon order New York City's estimated 400,000 illegal residents to register with the federal government. But what nobody's talking about is that this, along with increased ICE activity, is going to reveal the true nature of New York City's shadow economy in a way we've never seen before. And although food trucks and street vendors feel especially at risk for being deported due to the highly visible nature of their work, with ICE raiding local businesses like fish markets, food bazaars, and gang-occupied apartments, the idea of living illegally yet normally in what is America's largest sanctuary city no longer looks as possible as it once did. And critics are adamant that with hundreds of thousands of workers illegally employed in businesses all over town, these ICE raids could completely tank New York City's economy, costing even law-abiding residents their jobs and hurting neighborhoods. But proponents of these crackdowns say not only is ICE focused on dangerous people like gang members and criminals, any business breaking employment laws and underpaying its workforce in the name of profit isn't making the city a better place. Instead, they're exploiting people to undercut their competitors while propping up our city's growing criminal underworld, which is fueled by the gangs and human traffickers bringing people here in the first place. On top of that, any job given to someone illegally eliminates a job that a law-abiding resident would probably take in today's unpredictable economy. And that brings us to the real reason why whenever ICE raids a business, whether it's a warehouse or a food truck or a grocery store or even a corporate office, they're doing every law-abiding person in that place a favor, because there's no way a legitimate business can compete with one that hires people off the books and underpays them. Plus, secretly employing federal fugitives with criminal records puts other employees unknowingly in danger. Obviously, this is a disaster, but those aren't the only ways illegal businesses destroy communities all over the city. Because as you're about to see, there's a criminal underworld lurking just beneath the surface of what look like legitimate businesses, and it's not going anywhere as long as there's money to be made. So, here we have a bunch of local food vendors, and these trucks, these are part of New York City. You've got some spots that have been on the streets for decades, making an honest living. And you can get pretty much everything at these places. Breakfast, lunch, dinner, bagels, chicken over rice. But apparently some of these businesses have been breaking the law in ways that don't make their communities or our city any safer, which explains why there are now reports of some of these food trucks vanishing.
Now, street vendors, as I noted and you noted, are particularly in a tougher position. Almost all of them are immigrants, up to 96%. And because of a strict city cap on permits, many do not have the proper vending license, which means if they're caught selling without a license, they can actually receive a criminal.
So if you've got food vendors who are now disappearing or not coming to work because they're afraid of ICE, that obviously means that there is something up with their immigration status. But these might not just be people who are in the country illegally, they also might be preparing food in an illegal, unsafe manner, which might not sound like a big deal until you consider what could be hiding under the surface of what looks like a quick bite. For example, people were caught illegally operating restaurant kitchens. Apparently the restaurant they were using was full of violations, it was unsanitary, and by selling this food all over town, they could be making people sick. But legitimate looking meals that actually make people sick is only part of the problem. The problem is many people working illegally at these unsafe operations might not even be doing it because they want to. And to a normal person passing by, these might look like well-meaning folks who are just here to make an honest buck as best they can. But if their employer's underpaying them, they're being exploited, and they also might be in the crosshairs of the very gang members and criminals ICE has come here to do something about.
Most Americans don't understand is that when they see this mass flow of people across the border, what they're looking at has been described to me as the largest form of modern slavery in the world. So many of the people coming across will have a little card in their pocket or a number written down, which is a routing number for a bank account for the cartel. If you haven't paid or...
That is terrifying, and it's awful. And you know something? The defenders of illegal immigration and illegal employment never seem to bring up the fact that many of the people in these labor situations might be in a lot of trouble. Or they hear about some business employing laborers and they think to themselves they're doing a great thing. They're giving people hope and a future and a chance at the American dream, which they can't get anywhere else. And they look at this as if it's some sort of noble cause, but the truth is the exact opposite. Because many of the folks stuck in an illegal labor situation, they're there for a long time until they pay off massive debts to folks who wish to do them harm if they don't. And what that means is if ICE agents were to go to food trucks and raid them because they got a tip that high priority targets were operating them, running them, or trafficking people from these operations, they might actually be rescuing people who are in a modern form of indentured servitude. And don't think to yourself that because New York's a big city, people can come here and get away from these criminals. Oftentimes, these criminals are waiting for them in the very shelters that have been set up for new arrivals, revealing that many of the folks who come here and that New Yorkers perceive to be fleeing persecution and poverty are actually prisoners from the moment they enter our city.
There have been raids in nearby Newark, New Jersey at a wholesaler of fish there. And then we saw most recently a raid at the Bronx Terminal Market. That's a well-known food market in that borough. ICE snatching up not only undocumented workers for having not committed
you can really hear that mainstream narrative that being in the country illegally isn't in and of itself a crime. But even if you do think that, funding criminal organizations and sending money overseas to criminals, that's definitely a crime. And that's what these gangs are forcing people to do. And some shady New York City business that's hiring people off the books, they're part of two criminal operations. The criminal operation benefiting cartels and gang members, and the criminal operation of a business that exploits its own workers. Because no place that's hiring people off the books does it because they're trying to make the world a better place. Oh no, instead they're just trying to get a leg up on their competitors and make more money. It's being done in the name of profit, but it is cloaked in fake progressive compassion for vulnerable people who are actively being exploited. And if you've got people in New York that are either operating an illegal business themselves or are renting out some food truck to try and use it without a permit somewhere, all the money that they make, the best case scenario is that they get to keep it and it goes into their pocket, even though they've just operated an illegal business that could be hurting people and is against the law. But at worst case, all of the money they make, it goes to somebody that's threatened them and says that they know their family back in whichever country they're from, and that is collateral to get them to pay up.
You know, you and your friends are talking about, isn't it wonderful how these immigrants work, you know, 2 jobs and they're so hardworking. Well, guess what? They're working 2 jobs a lot of the time because so much of their money is going back to those cartels who are still exploiting them. And now some of them are wearing wristbands which link to databases and computers, so the cartel is able to track.
Did you hear that? There's no escape because these cartels and gang members, they're watching people from the moment they cross the border to the moment they come to a sanctuary city like New York. And because of the asylum crisis, there are more people here than ever who don't have legal permission to be in the country. And with these gang members embedding themselves in the very facilities that house these people, they're surrounded by potential victims. And what most Americans are completely in the dark about is that our border policies, they didn't just help these criminals. Oh no, the digital app-based process for asylum seekers entering the country was actually co-opted by criminals who used it to figure out which people to victimize first. And although the idea of app-based digital entry sounds modern and sounds efficient, it was forced upon people waiting in the middle of the desert without access to food, water, or let alone technology and an internet connection. And this article describes how people entering the country would have to subject themselves to cartels and gang members in order to get phones and get online and schedule border appointments. And if you rent a phone from somebody in order to use it to schedule appointments to get into America, they can track it. They can track your whereabouts and communicate with you and constantly threaten you. It's like a digital ball and chain. Revealing that there's a criminal cost to illegal immigration most people are totally unaware of, which starts before someone even enters the country. But frighteningly, the fact that you have a massive sanctuary city apparatus in this country where hundreds of thousands of people can illegally try to make a living off the books, that situation is continuing to empower these criminal organizations even now that the border is closed. So here's something that nobody's asking. If people are forced to cross the border and hand over all the money that they have to cartels, and then when they get to a place like New York, they've got to pay these people back, there's gang members watching them, how do they go about getting the initial merchandise that they sell on the street or sell at some street vending food operation? And how on earth do they earn the money to rent out one of these food trucks to begin with? That money's got to come from somewhere, and oftentimes that money is unfortunately obtained in a manner that nobody is going to enjoy learning about.
For the second day in a row, the NYPD has taken down illegal street vendors along Roosevelt Avenue in Jackson Heights, Queens. Officers were seen confiscating merchandise, ranging from clothes, jewelry, and power tools. Some of the goods are reportedly stolen. Mayor Adams addressed the issue.
So if you've got a person and they've got a little booth on the side of the street, they're selling hats or scarves or even food, whatever they're selling might not have been legally obtained in the first place. And multiple news outlets have reported that in some areas of town, you've got people selling stuff that was stolen straight off the shelf from a place like Home Depot. So you've got a situation bigger than people without permits selling things. You've got people who are stealing things and then illegally reselling them. And if you go to any grocery store in town, you'll see the security cameras. Sometimes you'll even see security guards. You've got food locked up because they get stolen. It can be cooked and it can be resold too. Revealing that for many people, the path to becoming an illegal street vendor means that you've got to do something illegal after you come into the country without permission. And what's so shocking about this is there's a good number of Americans that think that when they see somebody who's here working illegally, oh, they're just trying to make an honest buck and chase the American dream. But there's nothing American about committing all the crime that we're hearing about, especially when people in many cases are forced to do it because they are in the clutches of some of the worst gang members and criminals on our entire planet.
What does Oro mean?
I think it's their names.
A bunch of them say it.
They're all
Oh, wow.
It's not like the ones in the valley where they were like pre-text or pre-message.
It's a cartel smuggling tactic that has only been used in the Rio Grande Valley until now. These bracelets can mean several things. These bracelets can be proof of payment. They can be a coordinated effort of different groups, where they came from, who they are, their family.
This is terrible, but it also reveals a strange symbiotic relationship between cartels and gang members and sanctuary cities. Both empower each other. The criminals couldn't make the money that they make without sanctuary sanctuary cities existing because there'd be no place for tens of thousands of people to come and illegally work off debts that they owe to these criminals. And the people running and operating sanctuary cities think that the more people living in them illegally, the better. And to them, it gives them a purpose for existing because there's now a massive group of vulnerable people they can step in and protect from what they believe are immigration laws that do not have the best interest of humanity or America at heart. But because of these recent ICE crackdowns, there's a lot of fear among street vendors, apparently, who don't have licenses, and they're worried they could be deported because if they get caught breaking the law, now they're a criminal in America, and that's who ICE has said it's going after first. But instead of cooperating with ICE to turn over the gang members who are living in some of our asylum shelters, or the criminals who we constantly release from jail and won't turn over to federal custody when the government asks for them, our leaders have another plan that might just make this whole problem worse.
Street vendor reform package would expand access and protections for vendors in New York City, formalizing their stalls as small businesses and decreasing their risk of being detained or deported. Some Queens locals we spoke with condemn unlicensed vending as a public nuisance.
So the advocate crowd here wants the city to just issue more licenses, but now that we know that these licenses or these vending operations can be used by criminals, who do you think they're going to end up in the hands of? And what do you think is going to happen if somebody with a license is noticed by criminals? Do you think that person is going to be off the hook? And how does issuing more street vending license get rid of the problem of stolen goods being sold on the streets? It doesn't get rid of that problem at all. In fact, it's just going to make it harder to crack down on because now everyone's licensed. But there are also reports that in some parts of town, vendors are teaming up with each other against the authorities to warn each other and act as lookouts. That way, if officers show up to do their job and catch a potentially dangerous criminal, everyone's going to know about it, and the criminal will unfortunately now be harder to apprehend.
Those who have chosen to still work, they're reportedly setting up messaging groups, support groups, if you will, to give each other a heads up of when they see ICE in their community, Marky.
Yeah, and also apparently befriending other, store.
Now, obviously, if people are here and they're here illegally, of course they're going to be worried about ICE agents showing up. But look at what this has created. It's created a situation that just protects criminals because ICE, they're not here to arrest people who are in the country illegally but are otherwise law-abiding. And the border czars made it abundantly clear that terror watch list suspects, gang members, and dangerous individuals are who they're really after. But now you've got people acting as lookouts for one another. But the big question is, what do you think about people who are here and are working illegally? Are they really chasing after the American dream, or instead are they working as hard as they can just to survive because gang members and criminals are on the other end of every single thing they're doing? Would these issues even exist in New York if it didn't allow rampant lawlessness to persist across its streets in the first place? Does that help criminals? And is it a bad thing? Let me know. Thank you so much for watching. I'll see you in the next video. Thank you to Morgan & Morgan for sponsoring this video.
The Trump administration is pulling the approval for congestion pricing, saying it is, quote, backward and unfair. Everyone should have access to the city, not just the elite.
So, New York subway is about to go through some changes because the city's money-generating taxation cameras will soon be shut off. But it's recently come out that even with these cameras charging cars over $1 billion a year, all that money wasn't going to be enough for the subway improvements promised by our leaders. But even though progressives are losing their minds over this, it might actually be a good thing for the subway, just not in the way most people think.
Learn how hell feels. New Yorkers encounter this every day going to work and school. Mentally ill people terrorizing others on the train, clearly in need of help. Recently, there have been high-profile cases of psychosis turning into violence.
President Donald Trump tweeted, "Long live the king." I'm here to say New York hasn't labored under a king in over 250 years.
The RTA tonight asking for $68 billion to fund its capital plan for subway improvements. And the head of the agency is turning to lawmakers in Albany for help.
We need to make sure that the structures, the tunnels, the elevated structures don't fall down, fall apart. We need to make sure that the power systems, which blew up recently a couple of times in Brooklyn and Columbus Circle, are not left to rot.
Many feel safe riding the subways of New York City, and we had urged the governor to, instead of tolling people to try to force them onto the transit system, to instead make the city's transit system safe.
We'll roll out substantial additional improvements to our transit deployments to be even more responsive to the terrifying acts of random violence because people don't feel safe in our subways.
So New York's hated driving taxes will soon be a thing of the past, marking another promise kept by President Trump. And although this will deprive New York of money that was supposed to fix the subway, nobody running this place wants to admit it was never gonna do any such thing. Which anyone with half a brain could probably figure out just by using it, as the subway in its current form already costs over $20 billion a year to operate, while it doubles as the site of an ongoing humanitarian homelessness crisis where many neglected New Yorkers live on a full-time basis. Because for some reason our leaders can't figure out how to use the billions they already get to fix this place while giving people somewhere else to stay. And look around, there are red flags everywhere that rewarding this place with more money is a terrible idea. Because every cent that comes down here gets wasted on progressive initiatives like spiked barriers that claim to stop people from jumping the turnstiles but don't, or on gates that are so accessible they make fare evasion effortless and are theoretically supposed to convince more law-abiding riders to use the subway because of how easy it is to get inside, where for just $3 you can put your life at risk while you take the train to work. Speaking of being at risk, NYPD studies show that the most likely person to assault or rob you while you're riding the subway is the person who didn't pay to ride it in the first place. Which brings us to the real reason President Trump's removal of New York's taxation cameras is a good thing. Not only did they disproportionately tax the poor, but now our leaders have to use the billions they've already got to make some changes around here, instead of stealing more of our money just to waste it. Something they've never had to do before, which is shocking because even though they constantly complain about how the infrastructure down here is hundreds of years old, the budget to run this place is $6 billion higher today than it was over 15 years ago. And still nothing down here has been fixed or improved like they promise. Every year they demand more of our money. And as you're about to see, while President Trump is keeping his promises, the subway we have today is the result of promises that were made and broken on purpose. This right here is pretty alarming, and it could be a security risk. You've got what looks like a whole bunch of equipment back here behind a door, which is not even locked. It is just flapping in the breeze. And the entire subway system is run in a manner that makes it look like nobody cares what happens down here. And we wonder why it doesn't run properly. We wonder why people are stealing subway trains and taking them on joyrides. It's because this entire place is the combination of decades of promises that were made and never kept after the people of New York paid for them. They actually arrested 2 of the teenagers that stole a train the other week. But even though our leaders are always scheming and coming up with new plans to get more of our money to waste, the latest way they were going to do it was so bad and so unfair that the president decided to get involved and cancel it, which might actually be the best thing to happen to the subway.
He, as a New Yorker, understands how damaging this program is to our city's economy. This was an unfair toll, particularly considering the residents that I represent. This was a double toll that they were facing to go into the city in which...
So this plan was supposed to generate $1 billion a year by taxing cars to then pay for improvements down here in the subway. Improvements to infrastructure, improvements to train reliability, and other things we've been promised time and time again but have yet to see down here. Yet none of this money was going to go into keeping riders safe. And when you look at the improvements we've already got, like escalators that don't seem to work, it's hard to see how giving this place any more would accomplish anything. And although somehow the money we spend on fixing the subway never seems to make it down here, this time things were supposed to be different. Specifically, 80% of the money from these billion-dollar cameras was supposed to make its way into the subway and change our lives. And you know, 80%, that's way better than the 0% that makes it down here today. But it gets even better because according to the MTA, who runs the subway, taxing cars was also supposed to pay for updated signals that would improve service reliability, reduce delays, and lead to service increases in the future. Which is pretty strange because that's something New Yorkers have heard before. In fact, you can see the MTA's webpage has been promising these since way back in 2009 when they first started installing them. We've been promised signal improvements and accessibility improvements for years, and it's never happened. And the city has so little respect for its residents that it's not even trying to keep it a secret.
People know that the system is old, but I don't think they realize just how old it is. They see the beautiful old architecture in the stations and they think it's just historic. What our riders don't realize, though, is that in our system, It's not just the architecture that's 100 years old. It's a lot of the basic technology as well. The infrastructure.
So this promo was filmed back in 2015, and as you can see, our leaders have been using the age of this place to shake us down for more money for a long time. They always talk about how old it is and how we finally need to do something about it, but then when people finally pay for it, it never happens. And the never-ending promise of more infrastructure and less delays and a better subway is turned into a never-ending grift, which our leaders keep coming back to every time their piggy bank is empty, constantly telling us how this place is old and falling apart, while reminding us that public transit investments are an investment in the futures of every single New Yorker.
However, the money set to be raised is not expected to be enough to fully fund the MTA's improvements and expansions. Libra maintains the money the MTA is asking for is part of a good investment.
I think it's time to retire the old talking points about how the MTA doesn't manage money. This is a new MTA, and we're all about it.
Whoa, did we just hear of more promises of a better subway tomorrow if we would only pay for it today? Unbelievable. There's no way anybody should be expected to believe that, because all around us are the signs of a city agency that doesn't know what to do with the money it's already got. And what's crazy is while our leaders keep complaining about how old this is and how it needs new signals, they keep spending all of their money on stuff like this LCD panel right here to tell us how late the trains are. It's almost like we've got this existential problem, which is how terrible the service is, and our leaders always promise to fix it and then use the money that was supposed to fix it on other things. Which means that the New York City subway is a lot like your broke friend who keeps saying that he just needs a few extra bucks this one last time to get his life together, to clean himself up, to turn it all around, and then you give him the money, and what does he do with it? He doesn't get his life together or fix anything. And the next time you see him, he comes back and he says, "Hey man, you got an extra couple bucks? I could really use it. It's the last time, I promise." And the worst thing about all of this is that our friend, the subway, is continuing to spiral downwards out of control because they're losing more money every single year on the one thing that is supposed to keep this place going, which would be fare evasion. It costs them $800 million a year, just $200 million less than the $1 billion congestion pricing plan that the president just canceled. And by taxing cars, they were gonna offset their losses from people who ride the trains for free, revealing a darker side to this whole plan and giving us another reason to all be glad that it's gone. Most people don't know this, but if you're seriously hurt, that accident could be worth millions of dollars. And if you're injured in any way, you need to know how to protect your rights. Which is why you might want to know about today's video sponsor, Morgan & Morgan, America's largest personal injury law firm, who doesn't just settle for lowball offers. In fact, over the last few months, they've seen record judgments, like a $12 million judgment in the state of Florida that was 34 times higher than whatever insurance was offering. Add to that $26 million judgments and $6.8 million judgments in Philly and New York, and it should be pretty clear that Morgan & Morgan is not your typical law firm because they win a lot. Plus, it takes just minutes to see if you've got a case, and you can do it all from your phone. Step 1, submit your claim online. Step 2, Morgan & Morgan's experts get to work investigating. And step number 3, Morgan & Morgan only gets paid if you win, which is what you want. And they can do this because they've got over 100 nationwide offices and over 1,000 local lawyers who are ready to fight to get you the best results possible. You can start your claim with Morgan & Morgan by following this link right here, which will also be in the description of this video. And remember, there's no fee unless they win. Once again, thank you to Morgan & Morgan for sponsoring this video.
Nobody's here to guide you. Just come in, and then the 300 hallway is going to be to the left. We'll be all the way down into the hallway to the right.
So the worst thing about the New York City subway is that its problems are glaringly obvious, and the solutions to those problems, as you're about to see, are also glaringly obvious. But in order to understand why they will never be implemented, you've got to realize that the people running this place never have to do anything. They can just keep asking for more money, and they get it every single time, which is why our leaders have no plans to collect the money this place needs from the very people using it.
And this is proof of this. Check out this
this video that we got earlier today. In the span of about 10 minutes, with our big clunky cameras looking on, one person after the next jumped or crawled underneath the arm of the turnstile. They were completely undeterred.
So this is the first way that you start fixing the subways. You get the people who ride it to pay for it. And we've actually got a way to do that right here. But because it works, we won't use it. And that would be these rotating gates. You could install these everywhere. They're decades old and they'd fix your fare evasion problems immediately. But not only are our leaders uninterested in doing what we already know works, we've got other problems. Like, you see this gap right here? Look at this. This fits a human hand. I've seen people reach through this and open this entry gate right here to get in for free without paying or having a stranger open it up for them. And once you realize that the last thing on anyone's mind is collecting fares from people who ride the subway, every other problem this place has will start to make sense as well, especially the crime problem we've got going on down here, which one study says are overwhelmingly connected to people not paying to use the train. What a surprise. Who would have ever imagined that the criminal underworld, if you let it commit minor crime, will then go on to commit more serious crimes? And here we are trying to convince people that the subway is always a good investment and that it should be respected and that it's necessary. Yet our leaders don't treat it that way at all. They don't think it's a good investment. They don't even care if it works properly, which is explained by the nonstop delays and the fact that we've never gotten the new signals we keep being told are just around the corner. And since our city has no intention of passing laws that would jail fare evaders, people are just going to keep coming down here and using the trains for free, revealing that the money needed to run this place is never going to come from the customer base, something that would tank any privately run business. But that reveals another problem. As much as the subway is a dangerous nightmare of a contraption that nobody wants to spend any time in, the visible problems this place has and the fact that it's always running out of money aren't necessarily its fault. Instead, the problems down here can directly be traced back to an unwillingness on behalf of our city officials to lock up criminals. And sadly, as you're about to realize, just as getting the subway to run properly isn't on anyone's agenda, neither is locking up the folks who are ruining it for everybody.
Those crescent-shaped turnstiles are over there. They add about 4 to 6 inches of height to the turnstile. Would that deter you from jumping over?
No, not at all. I wouldn't jump over, but I don't see that as being a deterrent.
So this is embarrassing. Here we are wondering why our subway system has a crime problem and wondering why it has a money problem. Both of these are connected. But instead of using the tools we already have to fix both of these issues, we're spending money to make them both worse. Just look at these spikes right here. These things were expensive to install, and they're part of a pilot program that should help our city figure out if they're a way to stop fare evasion. Yet not only do they not work to stop people who might want to jump over the turnstile or crawl under it, the only way you could justify installing something like this would be if it's not supposed to do the thing you're saying it does. Stuff like this isn't put here to get people to pay to ride the train. It was put here so that somebody could get paid to put it in, revealing that the New York City subway isn't just used as a way to extract money from New Yorkers, it's also used as a way to enrich whatever favored contractor was chosen to install these things. And this is honestly disgusting. We're told that the subway is very important, that our city relies on it, and that investing in it is investing in New York, yet all the money that comes from it is taken for nefarious purposes that don't benefit the people or the subway itself. But as you're about to see, the foolish decision-making behind things like these turnstile contraptions is also the reason we have the congestion cameras in the first place. Because not only do they exist to solve problems that are entirely self-inflicted, millions of dollars were needlessly wasted while these problems were created.
And let's also look at some of the changes that our government made that made it miserable to drive in New York City. The bike lanes, taking away all sorts of lanes, parking spots to accommodate bicycles.
So contrary to what progressives who are in favor of congestion pricing will tell you, is that the number one cause of congestion itself isn't cars or buses or even traffic. No. It is smaller roads. This right here is a pedestrian walkway, which just a couple of years ago didn't exist. Cars can't drive down here, nor are cars allowed to drive down the bike lane. This also wasn't here a few years ago. This clear lane here is only for taxis. That's off limits. And look at this. You've got 3 lanes. Here's some old Google Maps imagery. You can see there used to be 4 lanes here instead of 3. And if you make your roads 25% smaller, of course, traffic is going to go way up. That's the problem. That's why we've got gridlock and traffic. We shrunk the roads. All of this empty space you see behind me created our traffic congestion problems and gave our politicians an excuse to go after those problems with a new solution, which just involved raising taxes on people. All to fix problems that were deliberately created without anyone thinking about the consequences. When the real solutions people should be focused on are right in front of us. What do you think about that? Are the problems New York City's got in its subway logical and preventable? Could you solve them by collecting money from the people who use the subway and sending people to jail? Or are they a mystery? Is there something I'm missing here? Let me know. Thank you for watching. See you in the next video.
The city will be closing down the migrant shelter at the Roosevelt Hotel, and 53 other migrant shelters around the city by June. Do you believe the city's ready to close these shelters?
No, because it's like it's like rearranging the chairs on the Titanic.
So, New York City's flagship shelter, the Roosevelt Hotel, is finally closing down along with 53 other facilities. But this hotel and some of the other shelters house known gang members who use them as bases to plan and commit crime all over town. And as these places close down, New York City reveals it's not only learned nothing from this experience, but the city's actively opening new shelters which also have no safeguards in place to stop the wrong people from taking them over as well.
Well, the city announcing plans today to shut down one of its largest migrant shelters.
After 2 years, the Roosevelt Hotel will no longer operate as an intake center or emergency shelter.
The 450 remaining migrant families living in tents at Brooklyn's Floyd Bennett Field must move out.
They've been hearing rumors.
A new men's migrant shelter opening in New York City is leaving some neighbors absolutely furious. The new facility has 2,200 beds.
A dangerous South American street gang, Tren de Aragua, has infiltrated city shelters, running illegal operations right under the noses of authorities.
I am now terrified. I'm terrified for my students.
You should be ashamed.
At the peak 17 months ago, the city was welcoming 4,000 migrants per week, but things have dramatically changed. Last week, less than 400 showed up and about 1,000 left.
There's cops outside, and I think this is the most we've seen throughout the day of men lining up with their bags. And
get the run number and 60 of these 2301 so we can figure out the time that it happened.
So the most infamous of all New York City shelters will shut down permanently in just a few months. But what nobody's talking about is that New York City's right-to-shelter system that created the problems in that hotel and the entire asylum crisis, those aren't going anywhere. How are you? And as America's largest sanctuary city closes down some of its shelters, it's trying its best to secretly open new ones in other parts of town, like the Bronx, where a 2,000-person men's shelter is already up and running, much to the chagrin of nervous neighbors who say they weren't even told this place was coming to their very backyard. And even though most of the people living in these facilities aren't here to join gangs or break the law, as a sanctuary city, New York bans police from entering these facilities, which is why they're so easy for gang members and criminals to take over. A problem that didn't just happen at the Roosevelt Hotel, where the Tren de Aragua gang has been operating for months, but also at other places like the Hall Street shelter in Brooklyn, which houses 3,000 people and has brought extreme gang activity to the quiet streets of Clinton Hill, something that our leaders thought would never happen, as that facility is sequestered between a highway overpass and the waterfront. Yet, because this city protects its criminals instead of locking them up, it did. Which brings us to the real reason why New York City's mega shelters are such a problem. The asylum crisis is over. You can no longer enter the country, apply for asylum, and wait around to see what happens. Which means the only new arrivals moving into our shelters are going to be people who can only live in America illegally. But as a sanctuary city that bans its officials from inquiring about anyone's immigration status, our shelter system will continue to remain open, acting as a magnet for those unlawfully in the country who want a free place to stay. However, there's a problem because the border is now closed and almost impossible to cross. And as you're about to see, this means the only people who do get through are going to be folks who are very tough and who have no plans other than living a life of crime once they get here.
Go ahead.
So here we have the Roosevelt Hotel, one of 54 facilities closing down in the next few months. And this is probably the most controversial of them all. It's a former luxury hotel. It's got about 1,000 rooms, and it's right here in the middle of Midtown. And for folks to get a free place to stay here, that was never something every New Yorker agreed with. But as places like this shut down because the asylum crisis is over, the city is actively replacing them with other facilities in different parts of town.
A new men's migrant shelter opening in New York City is leaving some neighbors absolutely furious. The new facility in the Bronx has 2,200 beds, and it's part of Mayor Adams' strategy to consolidate.
There is a ton of controversy surrounding this new facility that's opening up in the Bronx, but that controversy isn't because it's a luxury hotel in Midtown. It's not. And whereas the Roosevelt Hotel you see here is in a commercial part of town that isn't really a neighborhood, that's not the case with this new Bronx shelter. It's surrounded by apartments that house families. There are schools and playgrounds nearby. Locals are calling this new shelter in the Bronx their absolute worst fear, and they didn't even know it was coming until the last minute. And the reason people are worried is they know this is a sanctuary city that doesn't do background checks before moving people into its shelters, which is exactly what was happening here at the Roosevelt Hotel and how this place became so controversial and dangerous. And the folks living near this new facility are afraid that their neighborhood is going to become a home to gangs and the violence that they bring with them.
It's really very large. As you said, 2,200 people can be housed here. We've seen a pretty steady stream of people. There's cops outside, and I think this is the most we've seen throughout the day of men.
Now, it's important to understand that the folks moving into this new facility, they might be well-meaning, they might not be. They might have criminal records, they might not. We're never going to know because the city doesn't do background checks before moving people into places like this. And it turns out that some of the people moving to this new Bronx shelter are coming from facilities that have a history of gang activity and dangerous incidents, and city officials have confirmed that many of the folks moving into the new Bronx shelter are coming from Randall's Island, which was one of the most dangerous shelters New York City operates. And according to the New York Post, this is a facility that functioned as the headquarters of this Venezuelan gang Tren de Aragua, where known gang members not only resided, but camped out nearby in pup tents after getting kicked out of the shelter or losing their placement due to it expiring. This shelter, when it was open, always had a heavy police presence, and at many times the unlawful encampments outside this place got so rough that the police had to go in and clear them out. However, they always seemed to keep coming back. Now, is everybody who lived at Randall's Island bad news? No, but if the entire population of that shelter is being relocated to this new one in the Bronx, how could the problems that existed in one place not be relocated as well? That's what neighbors are freaking out about.
I have never been afraid of South Bronx. I am now terrified. I'm terrified for me, for my students. I will have to move.
As literally someone that has lived this experience personally, you should be ashamed.
So people in the Bronx, they don't want to pay to house unvetted individuals who might be coming from places that are very dangerous in their neighborhoods by their families and near where their kids go to school. And that's the difference between the Bronx facility and the Roosevelt Hotel, which isn't in a neighborhood. Thus, you didn't have mass neighborhood protests when this place first opened up, even though everybody that took a look at it knew something wasn't right. And you've got progressives in other New York City neighborhoods who don't have shelters in them, who are watching this on the news and don't think this is a big deal. They don't think neighbors here should be making a big deal about this and that they're overreacting. But the new Bronx facility is actually very similar to this one on Hall Street, which also has its fair share of problems. And there were several gang-related incidents that took place here last summer. And just like the new Bronx facility, this Hall Street place, it's in an old industrial park type area. It's over by the highway. There aren't any apartments directly adjacent to it or across the street. And activists love saying that since buildings like this are empty, they'd be great places for shelters because there won't be any effect on the surrounding neighborhood. However, if you talk to the neighbors in Clinton Hill, Brooklyn, they'll point out that there's constantly stuff going on underneath that highway overpass, which is against the law. And the problem is that if you allow unchecked crime in a building or in a certain part of town, it's gonna flow from that location to other locations. Here's a picture of some of the gang members that live in the Roosevelt Hotel in an article talking about crime in Midtown where it's located. And now the big question is, why on earth is the city doing this? If the asylum crisis is dwindling and less people than ever are coming here, why are we reopening new facilities after shutting down the ones we have?
Do you believe the city's ready to close the shelter?
No, because it's like rearranging the chairs on the Titanic. All they're gonna do, we have to house people.
Mayor Adams said the decision was made based on a major decrease in the number of incoming migrants. That number.
So when this local leader says that we have to house people, he's referring to the city's right to shelter obligations, which mandate that New York maintain emergency shelter options for people who need a temporary place to stay. And because places like the Roosevelt Hotel are so expensive to operate, once they can be shut down, the city is going to do it. But because they've still got people to take care of, they're going to move them to another, more affordable location. But because the border is now closed and less people than ever are coming here, there's now no longer any justification for keeping these shelters going in the first place other than it being a right. Because the rules have changed. People can no longer enter America and apply for asylum and wait in America to see how that case plays out. And what that means is new people arriving at these facilities and checking into them for the first time will not be eligible for asylum. And what that means is they do not have a potential legal pathway to a full-time legal existence in America. No, they can come here, but they'll have to live off the books as illegal residents of a sanctuary city. And this flies in the face of all of the reasons our leaders gave us to open up these massive shelters in the first place. The first thing we were told was that people were going to come here and get jobs right away, and that they weren't even going to need to live in these shelters for very long. Yet here we are over 2 years later, and the shelter system is still operating, and you've still got people living in tents in certain parts of town who got kicked out of those shelters and never got the jobs we were promised they would have been offered by now. And whereas asylum seekers could get work authorization in around 6 months, anyone coming to these places today will never get that because they can never apply for asylum, which raises another big question. What purpose do these shelters serve if the people in them cannot accomplish anything legal in America? Since they'll never qualify for legal employment, they can't come here and fill roles at companies or start businesses. And critics say the only thing they can do once they're here is hide from ICE. Now that the nature of the asylum crisis has changed and the only folks coming to New York and checking into these facilities cannot legally be part of that crisis, New York's got to decide what these places are actually accomplishing, because they're not a stepping stone to the American dream like they were set up to be for the majority of asylum seekers who actually have permission to wait here while their case played out. Now they're just a place in a sanctuary city where people can go if they want to live and not have to worry about police.
100%. So basically, someone gets arrested, charged with a crime, they go remanded to custody of Rikers, and due to the sanctuary policies, they will not accept the immigration detainer nor the administrative warrant, so they just release the criminals right back into the community to reoffend, and there's a lot of recidivism with these.
So this guy, he's the head of the local New York ICE field office, and he's got the unenviable job of chasing gang members around our city and trying to apprehend them, in most cases after the city has released them back from a jail. Because since New York's laws ban the cooperation of our local police with federal immigration authorities, when our police catch someone and put them in the back of a police car and take them to jail, ICE will often ask for that person to be kept in custody so they can come pick them up, but our city doesn't do that, they release them. And this is how our shelter system became so dangerous. You've got people who get arrested and then get released from jail and get to go back to a shelter that is funded by the people of New York City. There's no requirement that someone maintain good behavior to live in one of these places because it's a right. And since police do not have the right to enter these facilities and patrol them and keep them safe from criminals, the criminals taking these places over are doing so unchallenged. They're the only law and order presence in these shelters. And if you lived in the Bronx and you knew that a shelter was coming to your neighborhood and that criminals and gang members were going to be moved in there because nobody cares if criminals and gang members move in there, you'd be pretty upset too, as there are a lot of potential criminals roaming our city right now.
Let's just talk about New York City, just so the audience can see the picture. We're talking about, I think the last number, around 60,000 criminal migrants in the city. That does not include the gotaways. And we're not just talking about 60,000 people that are illegally in the country, but they have committed a crime, right? That's correct.
That's insane. 60,000 criminals roaming our city who aren't even supposed to be in the country. That's more than the population of cities and towns in America. And that number is only going to grow because even though new arrivals are just a few hundred a week, they're all unable to seek asylum and therefore can only have come here to try and live as federal fugitives in a city that won't punish crime and therefore just enables them. And with New York City having decriminalized things like non-violent shoplifting, a pathetic opportunity exists for people to live as professional thieves who steal things and then resell them on the side of the road to make money. And if they get arrested, they just get misdemeanor tickets, which has turned our justice system into a revolving door that just recycles its criminals. That right there is the very definition of enablement. And as long as we continue to have these laws that don't punish criminals, and as long as we continue to put criminals in hotels and give them places to stay, criminals are going to keep coming here.
A lot of these people are bad actors. They're violent felons, and they have the upper hand in their apartments or residences. So when you're going in, you need to ensure you have safety and a show of force. And I mean, it doesn't make any sense.
No, it doesn't make any sense unless you realize that New York City is a place with laws passed by people who think that the real problem we've got in America is that it's a country with a border, and now we've elected people who plan on enforcing it. That's the reason our leaders are doubling down on non-cooperation with ICE and are basically spitting in the faces of the men and women that keep our country safe, making their jobs deliberately harder by releasing dangerous felons back out onto the streets just so they can prey upon the law-abiding once again, or hunker down in apartments where they might be armed, planning to fight it out with federal agents when they finally track them down at great expense. But now the big question is, should New York City continue operating its shelter system? Remember, this system was set up and designed to help people who were here on their way to the American dream. But now all it can do is house criminals. That's what it is doing, and it deliberately protects them by banning police from going inside. Is that a good idea? And do residents of the Bronx even have a reason to be upset when the city is just carrying out the laws the people in it voted for? Let me know. Thank you so much. See you in the next video.
And meanwhile, here at home, some fearing federal ICE agents could potentially raid classrooms to arrest undocumented immigrants. It is part of President Trump's recent order allowing federal immigration officials to make arrests.
There is now so much fear in New York City that local officials are conjuring up ways to hide people from ICE. One of which involves making the locations of New York City's asylum shelters a complete secret. But doing this would make New York more than just a sanctuary city that doesn't care about one's immigration status. Instead, it would force our entire city to harbor the gang members and criminals ICE has come here to arrest.
Law enforcement officials are keeping a close eye on gang-related criminal activity all around the city. The NYPD's Detective Bureau is tracking the dangerous Venezuelan gang Tren de Aragua.
They call this place the death shelter. He was placed here at Randall's Island, but says from the moment he walked in, people told him to watch his back. Migrants we spoke to say they sleep with one eye open, fearing they will be attacked.
Police say their crimes are becoming more brazen. The members even posting their weapons on social media. I mean, look at this picture.
Originally from Venezuela, the gang has infiltrated city shelters, running illegal operations right under the noses of authorities. Randall's Island, where a large tent city has been set up to accommodate migrants, has become a recruitment hub for the gang.
There's actually a recruitment process, and this is the first time we've seen structure with Tren de Aragua, where people are recruiting these younger members.
As the Trump administration continues to crack down on undocumented immigrants and also make threats to anyone who might stand in the way, immigration advocates are saying that not enough is being done to protect this community.
Some of New York City's leaders want to make the disclosure of its asylum shelters illegal. But what none of those in favor of this new idea will admit is that it's just going to make New York the #1 location for gang members and fugitives to hide themselves in America, if it somehow isn't already. Because over the last year, the Venezuelan gang Tren de Aragua has been coming here en masse, setting up shop inside the very shelters New York City's laws mandate it operate. Like the infamous Roosevelt Hotel, which has over 1,000 rooms and serves serves as a shelter, immigrant welcome center, and a gang hideout, with criminals allegedly using this facility to plan and commit crimes all over town. Something they get away with because as a sanctuary city, New York bans police from entering and patrolling its shelters to keep them safe. And with gang members smuggling weapons inside food delivery bags right through their front doors, these places aren't just where criminals live, they're also where these gangs who specialize in human trafficking find new recruits and new victims to exploit. And even though many of these well-known facilities are slated for closure in the coming months, any new ones that open might be kept secret. Which brings us to the real reason hiding these places is such a bad idea. If terrible people like gang members and criminals and possible terror watch list suspects are living in them, hiding them from ICE is not only going to make our city more dangerous, but it's also going to help these criminals continue to ruin it, while putting local residents in imminent danger without them even knowing it. Because with New York being a sanctuary city with a unique right to shelter rule, anyone who asks for a shelter bed gets one, because it's their right, even if they intend to sleep in it after spending time in the back of a police car for theft, robbery, or assault. However, if ICE knows where these shelters are, our progressive leaders are afraid they might set up camp and make arrests. But as you're about to see, our leaders, they don't just want our shelters hidden from ICE. Oh no, they also want them hidden from anyone who might object to them, which means they've got to hide them from their own voters. So this right here is the Roosevelt Hotel. It's the most prominent shelter in New York City. Outside you can see a police tow truck. They're towing what looks like an abandoned or illegal vehicle. There's some stuff inside of it, like a bandana and a bunch of garbage along with a hat. But look around, this entire area, it's nothing but offices. We're near Grand Central Terminal, and thus when this place was set up over 2 years ago, there wasn't the type of neighborhood pushback that we're now seeing in the Bronx while the city tries to open another shelter that people know about.
Staffers at City Hall faced a grilling in the South Bronx from neighbors upset about plans to open a brand new migrant shelter.
I'm living this. I'm seeing this.
Things got worse when the mayor's chief of staff revealed the decision to open a 2,200-bed single men's shelter for newly arrived migrants was already a done deal.
So in the Bronx, the city plans to open a 2,200-person men's-only shelter, and neighbors are pretty concerned because they know that as a sanctuary city, no vetting is done before people are moved into some of these places, which is how they become so dangerous. And when you think about the impact criminal activity has on a neighborhood, look right here. Because this abandoned car with Massachusetts plates could be somewhere a person who's no longer allowed in this shelter is sleeping. It's happened before. But since there's nobody living in it, it also could be a stolen vehicle, which has been used to commit crime. And if you're a resident, the last thing you want is for a shelter to open up in your neighborhood and for it then to turn into a place that's always got police cars parked out in front of it. And even though the vast majority of people living in a place like this are not criminals and did not come here to join gangs, it only takes a small handful of people to ruin it for everybody, because again, criminals are protected here, which greatly magnifies what they can do. Something everyone saw when a facility similar to that coming to the Bronx opened on Hall Street in Brooklyn, housing 3,000 people, none of whom were vetted or went through background checks before moving in. In fact, last summer, after back-to-back gang-related incidents took place here, the city was forced to deploy an extra 14 police officers to the area in order to keep the peace. And people from the Bronx, they're not stupid. They know that this is coming to their area when that new shelter opens. Because New York is not a law and order city, and our police are prevented from doing their job inside these places, which would really benefit every community in town, including the people who live in these facilities. You've got families with little kids in some of these places. They don't want to live next to gang members. They don't want their families to be at risk, but they are, which makes you wonder who exactly is benefiting from these places.
What are we talking about? What's going on inside this hotel that is now spilling out of the Times Square area?
Yeah, I mean, there's actually a recruitment process, and this is the first time we've seen structure with Trende at Agua, where people are recruiting these younger members as young as 11, and they've been described as some of these.
So gangs, criminals, they're making themselves at home in facilities just like this one, and they're using them to grow their criminal empires and find new members. All of it for free. They don't have to pay to stay here. And of course, if you knew something like this was coming in your neighborhood, you would have questions. But our leaders, they don't want you to ask questions, so they want these places to now be kept a secret. So you see this car right here? It's got the yellow boot on it. The police are towing a whole bunch of vehicles in front of this hotel right now. This one over here has got the yellow device on the windshield. That's called a barnacle. You can't drive if you can't see. But this plan to hide asylum shelters, it's being done as a response to President Trump's immigration crackdown. And it says here, as the federal government does its job by arresting people, the city thinks its mandate is to protect all of those individuals, even if some of these new neighbors are gang members who are a security risk to the people they live near. But the most frightening aspect of all of this is that if shelter locations are kept secret, and if they continue to be a haven for criminals because of our sanctuary city policies, none of the residents who live near these places will be able to take necessary precautions. Look at this. Just a few months ago, articles came out about how the gangs living at the Roosevelt Hotel were committing crime in Times Square, which is nearby. And although there's definitely an argument here to keep the residents of these places free from harassment and from unnecessary intrusion in their lives, how much dignity and privacy do people lose when just the location of the shelter is made public? After all, taxpayers pay for it. It is publicly funded. Shouldn't people know where it is if it's hidden and kept in the dark? How is anybody going to hold a place like this accountable for mismanagement? At the same time, the names of the individuals who live in these places, that's never released. And since many of these places are dual purpose as they offer services, there's no way to prove that someone who walks in the front door even lives there. If these places are hidden from the general public may end up being less safe.
This is the building right here that we're talking about on East 144th Street, right next to the Bruckner Expressway. And take a look around. This is not exactly a residential neighborhood. In fact, as you can see, it's surrounded by industrial buildings. The city detailed plans to offer 24-hour security.
So according to the television, people shouldn't be worried about security because this new facility opening in the Bronx is separated from the neighborhood near it by a highway and an overpass. But so are some of the city's other shelters, which have rather poor reputations for safety. Like the facility on Hall Street. It's almost identical in that it's a former co-working space on the other side of a highway and an overpass, under which police catch people doing all sorts of things that are against the law. On top of that, even though it's an industrial area, there are local businesses there, and many of them have reported an increase in crime. And the nearby grocery store to this facility was particularly hard hit, and apparently people were stealing from the grocery store while still wearing their IDs to let them back into the Hall Street shelter. And look, are most residents of these places criminals? No. However, the city's inability to safely manage them because of our sanctuary laws, that adds an element of danger to this entire equation that no progressive who wants to keep these places hidden will ever admit. And if our leaders are telling people to relax because the new shelter is by a highway overpass or in a non-residential area, they're either ignorant of what's going on at some of the other shelters like Hall Street, or they're deliberately concealing it. Because anybody who watches the news knows that this stuff is going on. Anybody who's walked over by the Hall Street shelter and who's seen the ambulances and the constant police cars knows something's wrong. But if you thought people living near one of these facilities may have something to worry about, wait until you hear what the non-gang members who actually live in them have to say about safety. So here we are at the Candler building. It's another one of the city's shelters, but it's already kind of a secret. It houses 400 men, and it's right here in the middle of Times Square, but the entrance, the main entrance right over here, they don't use that entrance. The back of the building is where all of the guests come and go. Unfortunately, you'll see there are some police cameras and lights set up. There's also large piles of trash back there which block the sidewalks. Perhaps they're moving furniture or things out of this facility. We don't know if it's slated to close yet. But this area where I'm standing is the location where 2 NYPD officers were first assaulted by members of this Tren de Aragua gang way back in December of 2023. And it was at that moment that the city started learning about the danger these gang members pose to all of us, especially those who have to live in these places.
18 people were arrested. They call this place the death shelter, said Angel. He was placed here at Randall's Island, but says from the moment he walked in, people
People told him to watch his back. Before something happens to me, I'd rather be somewhere else. I'm going to...
So look at that. The majority of people who live in these places, they're under attack, all right, but not from Donald Trump. They're under attack from gangs that shouldn't even be here in the first place. In fact, the best thing to happen to any shelter in town would be for ICE agents to raid it and remove every criminal who they find inside, because these are the very criminals assaulting the people in these places who the city says are vulnerable and who says we need to take care of. But now we've got local officials who want the locations of these places to be a secret. They're not advocating for ICE to go into them and remove the criminals. No, instead, they just want all the places we know about to close so that they can reopen new hidden facilities where these gang members have another advantage on everybody else. Really, if you're a gang member and you want to live someplace where the state is going to support your criminal activity, what more could you ask for? We're already releasing many of these folks when they commit robbery or assault, since those have been decriminalized. And when these gang members get caught with weapons, oftentimes the charges are dropped because apparently they've got no U.S. criminal record. And now these gang members might get the opportunity to hide from ICE, living in secret locations for free. If that happens, it's going to be even more of a public safety nightmare for people out on the streets and for the non-gang members who live in these facilities.
Originally from Venezuela, the gang has infiltrated city shelters, running illegal operations right under the noses of authorities. Gang members disguise themselves as food delivery workers, riding mopeds and carrying delivery bags filled with weapons, allowing them to commit crimes while hiding in plain sight.
So according to this report, the gang members masquerade as delivery drivers and use their delivery equipment that they'll carry when they're riding a bike to drop off food to smuggle weapons inside these facilities. And if this turns out to be true, it means that some of the bikes parked out behind this building could be used by criminals to commit crime. However, keeping the locations of publicly funded shelters a secret isn't the only way our local officials could frustrate ICE and stop them, or at least try to stop them. What they could do is, instead of having separate shelters for asylum seekers and homeless New Yorkers, some activists have put forth the idea of merging the two separate shelter systems into one. Then, if ICE were to raid a facility, after entering, they would find a mix of people, some who have immigration violations and others who are U.S. citizens. Right now, that's not how things work, and both of these ideas exist because activists just have this idea that consumes their mind that ICE is here to conduct mass deportations when that's not what they're doing, and that's not what they say they have any plans to do in the future.
Uses fear tactics to strong-arm migrants into joining, threatening their families back home in Texas. For those who refuse, they're labeled enemies of the gang. The gang preys on vulnerable young migrants, forcing them into criminal activity. Many members are as...
Why do we want to pay for people like this to secretly live in our city while ruining it? Do our leaders really hate the new president that much that they'd be willing to fund a criminal enterprise that's growing right here, ruining life for all of us? Especially the people who they live near in these facilities. These gangs like Tren de Aragua, they're human exploiters. And once they enter these places, they start looking around at how they can use the human capital they're surrounded by to benefit them. Forcing people to commit crimes, shoplift, rob people, and forcing others to sell stolen products on the sides of the street. Who's going to protect the immigrants that live in these shelters from the immigrant gangs that are living in them as well? Has anybody ever thought about that? Because ICE could sure protect them. They would get rid of the criminals. And if our leaders were really concerned about protecting vulnerable immigrants, they'd cooperate with ICE. They would turn over these gang members. And you know something? New York could be the safest big city in America for immigrants, but it doesn't want to be. Instead, it wants to be the safest place for criminals, which is why it's helping them and why our leaders now want to keep the locations of places where criminals might live a complete secret. What do you think about that? Is that a good idea? Let me know. Thanks so much for watching. I'll see you in the next video. Thank you to Incogni for sponsoring this video.
We're here at the Rockefeller Center station. As you can see behind me, people are coming in off work, ready to get on the train, but it was a very different scenario this afternoon. Still not clear what happened, but that man was rushed to Bellevue Hospital.
So at first, this sounds like another sad story of a random person's commute getting rerouted to the ER. However, over the last week, a string of subway incidents have resulted in numerous people harmed by armed assailants. Something the city's non-stop 24/7 police presence down here appears powerless to prevent. But despite these recent reports, our leaders continue to tell us to close our eyes, hold our noses, and ride the subway because all of the problems down here, they're not real, they're in our heads.
More police officers are on our city's subway platforms now than there were just a month ago, between the additional officers recently deployed to stations and to trains overnight. So the question that many New Yorkers want to know now, are these efforts working?
So it's not the police fault, but no, they can't do their job and I don't feel safe. I'm on survival mode every time I'm here. This is a new world here. Yeah, it's crazy.
There's too much going on with people with issues, with mental problems and all of that. So I just trust God and keep moving.
The main thing is for everybody to feel safe on the subway, and that is not the case right now.
The average New Yorker would believe that they're living in a city that is out of control.
How would you push someone into a train?
Voices.
That's Marquise Brazelis in custody. Brazelis, who's 26 years old and homeless, has had past run-ins with the law.
And this is a 6-month plan, and Governor Kathy Hochul says she eventually wants to get up to 700 police officers underground. But communities like the Upper West Side say they don't know if they'll get their officers back once this is all done.
So a 5-person gang of thieves was caught evading arrest by entering the subway through an emergency gate and riding it for free. And what none of our leaders want to acknowledge is that every week it seems like they've got some new plan to save the subway, and then every week that plan falls flat on its face. Which is to be expected in a subway system run by people who think fearful riders are the ones suffering psychosis, not the people they sadly neglect who are living in the subway with documented mental health problems, with one subway assailant telling police he heard voices in his head instructing him to go after a random stranger. Which means our leaders are right. Crime is in people's heads, all right. The heads of the criminals who, for some reason, keep getting released after they get arrested and returning back to the subway to just do the same thing all over again. And although manufactured statistics do show overall subway crime being down, there are a few crimes in particular New Yorkers really care about, and those just so happen to be up. A situation that has average, everyday people looking over their shoulders and watching their backs no matter what time of day it is. Which brings us to the real reason why crime down there just seems to get worse no matter what the city does. They're doing the wrong thing, obviously. Because here we are trying to stop a crime wave in a place that's decriminalized things like robbery and assault. And what do you know, both of those are up down here in the subway, and there's not a thing our police, who have the toughest job in the world, can do about it. Because after they take down a dangerous criminal, that person is declared to have committed a misdemeanor and released. But as you're about to see, the subway is run by people who don't think any of this is a problem, which is why the subway cars themselves are now being stolen by criminals. So out of all the out-of-control nonsense going on down here, people being targeted, riders having to look over their shoulders, basically being in fear all the time when they're just trying to get to work, there's another problem underpinning all of this, which is shocking because you'd think the subway infrastructure itself, like the trains, which are critical to the operation of New York, would be safe, but they're not.
At one point, the train was moving at more than 30 miles an hour. One of the boys posted this video on social media, hurtling beneath the streets of Sunset Park. Aaron Morrison is a train operator, and he's outraged.
Did you hear that? It's a well-known issue that nothing down here is safe from criminals. That's ridiculous. Not the riders, not the police who are supposed to protect the riders, and apparently not even the train cars themselves, which are now being taken on joyrides by pranksters. Which brings up some very big, very uncomfortable questions. First of all, how in the world are TikToking, fame-seeking teenagers smart enough to breach security protocols and access a subway train to begin with? And second, how did they get away with it long enough to drive the train at over 30 miles an hour throughout the system? You know, to a normal person who locks their house when they leave in the morning, the only way something like this can happen is if nobody cares about this place. And let's be real, does it look like anybody cares about this place? No, but someone should, because this rotting, unsafe disaster of a transit system costs $20 billion a year to operate, and just so happens to be falling apart faster than a Soviet-era battleship. This place looks like it gets $0 a year to operate, but the fact that it sucks up so much money and somehow none of that money goes anywhere into the actual system people use makes absolutely no no sense. And as you're about to see, it definitely doesn't go into the security apparatuses that are supposed to keep the trains themselves safe.
Morrison says the doors are routinely locked, but the key is standard and works on every subway train in the transit system. They're either stolen or purchased on the black market.
So the entire system, every single train is on the same master key, and people are getting it somehow. But a master key itself isn't the issue. The real issue is that people are somehow getting by all the security down here into areas of the subway that they shouldn't. And that should be impossible. We've got an occupying force of 1,000 National Guard troops down here, as well as hundreds of police officers. But somehow nobody's watching the trains? What kind of world is this that we're living in? What if someone were to have tampered with the train's brakes or its steering or power mechanisms? That could have been very dangerous. And who in the world was watching these expensive security cameras that were installed everywhere recently?
RTA officials cannot explain the obvious lapse in security.
We are having conversations internally to review safety protocols, to review, looking at the logs, to, ensure that these spaces remain secure and protected.
Wow, so it gets even better. The people running the subway have no idea how a train could have been hijacked. They're clueless, which is why they're now investigating themselves. But one thing's for sure, we've now reached a new level of incompetence down here, which is why all of us are in danger. Look at this. On Amazon, you can get a motion detector for $30, and you can get an alert when somebody accesses an unauthorized part of your property. Yet here, we must not have stuff like that. This entire place is on the honor system, apparently. And the ridiculous thing about this is it doesn't matter who's running this subway system. There is no excuse for allowing such high-value, expensive infrastructure to be accessed by random criminals. But if teenagers are able to steal subway cars whenever they want, what if a real criminal wants to get their hands on a subway car, like a terrorist? We know there are people like that roaming our country looking for ways to cause destruction, and now they've got a new way to do it. On top of that, we don't even know who's down here. This place is so unsecured and unmonitored that literally anything could be going on at any moment, and nobody will know until it's too late. That's why this place is dangerous. That's why it's so unsafe, and no amount of police or National Guard troops is going to put a stop to that. If the people in charge down here won't lock the door to their house, so to speak.
Well, right. Imagine for a moment if they had driven through a stop signal or somehow got switched onto the wrong tracks. The consequences, potential consequences, are frightening to contemplate. As you saw in that video, there's several other suspects. Police are working.
So this is no longer a story about teenagers pulling some prank in the subway. It's actually a story about how vulnerable the subway is to some very terrible future occurrence, because it's completely unsecure, even though it costs billions. And then the news tells us that in spite of all the cameras down here, multiple people are still on the loose and have not been apprehended, which is especially troubling when you add that to all of the other failed security initiatives that have taken place down here over the last year. First, it was the National Guard deployments, then it was the increased police presence, and now we're going through an era where the plan is to take officers out of the stations and platforms and have them ride the trains. I guess they're just not riding the trains as the trains are being stolen, which reveals that you can dump all the security you want down here. If the place itself is run by people who don't take care of it, don't care about it, you're just gonna get more incidents. And as this is happening, our entire city is being made less safe because all the police that are down here now, they came from somewhere else, and that place is now in danger. The stories we're covering today reveal that our world is a minefield of problems any of us could walk into without even realizing it. Which is why I'm thrilled to tell you about today's video sponsor, Incogni, who protects you from the 3 biggest threats on the internet: spam, identity theft, and the loss of control over your personal information. All of which Incogni protects you from, and it's so simple to use. Here's how it works. Step 1, create an account. Step 2, Incogni then contacts the data brokers selling your personal information and displaying it on shady people search websites anyone can access. And step 3, Incogni has them remove your information permanently. And here's what could happen if you don't do this and your personal information stays out there and anyone can access it. In the past, scammers have taken out loans in people's names, destroying their credit. Health insurers have used this information to raise people's premiums, and scammers can even target your friends and family, in some case using artificial intelligence to mimic your voice or a loved one's voice to trick you or a member of your family into sending them money. This is something that people I'm related to have experienced. Somebody's cloned my voice and tried to contact my relatives. That's why there has never been a more important time to take back your personal data with Incognate. Use the code CashJordan and follow the link right here, which is also in the video description, to get 60% off Incogni's annual plan. So here we are above ground, directly above the subway terminal we were just at, which is full of police and National Guard troops. And as you look around, you can tell that, yes, things here are not perfect. Yes, New York is an old city, but because police have been taken away from the streets and put below the streets, our streets are now less safe.
It's been over 1 week since NYPD officers were deployed to patrol all overnight subway trains. The move by Governor Kathy Hochul is meant to reduce subway crime, but reassigning hundreds of police officers has taken them away from local precincts.
It's extreme. This is why our city's crime problems will not go away. All of the police that are now underground looking for criminals, they used to be up here looking for them, and it's the same criminals. They're just evading police by going wherever the police aren't. And if you want to stop a crime wave, you're gonna need police both above ground and below ground at the exact same time. Yet here we are choosing between one or the other, and here's where that's led us. You've got a robbery crew that was stealing purses in the Upper East Side, and these guys escaped getting on the train. Of course, had they committed that robbery on the train in front of police, they could have been arrested, but no, they did it up here on the street where there weren't any police. And that's a problem because as the weather here warms up, the criminals who are hiding underground will re-emerge. And when they come back, they'll find neighborhoods totally devoid of any law enforcement presence. And while our criminals figure that out and exploit this massive hole in public safety, crime is going to drop underground because the criminals left. They're up here now, and our leaders are going to be able to say, see, putting all those police down there, getting tough on crime, it worked, and we were able to do it without sending anybody to jail. But as they take their victory lap, a new crime wave will emerge, seemingly out of nowhere, preying upon our local businesses and residents as they walk down the street. And you know what we're then gonna be told? Our leaders, they're gonna come along and they're gonna say, well, there's a new crime wave over here, but we've just proven that we were able to stop crime in the subway, which means we're gonna stop it on the streets, when in reality, they're just shifting around where the criminals decide to go.
The Upper West Side Coalition of Block Associations and Community Groups was told on Monday that they'd be losing 15 newly assigned officers. In November, New York City Council member Gail Brewer sent a letter to NYPD Commissioner Jessica Tisch regarding a rise in crime and requested.
So look at that, there was rising crime in the Upper West Side, the neighborhood north of the one we're in right now, and they got extra police to deal with it, but then crime kicked off in the subways, and those police, they were taken off the streets and sent below ground. They don't even know if those cops are ever coming back, and the residents are worried. And they should be. It's the same criminals preying upon people on the streets and below ground, but since we won't send them to jail, they just keep doing their thing. And these purse snatchers, they've gone after 3 people so far in a residential neighborhood. There have been no arrests, which can only mean these hooligans are comfortably inside an apartment somewhere plotting what their next move will be and where it's gonna be. And they're probably not the only criminals in town who've realized the massive opportunity waiting for them above ground when the police are beneath it. And this is public safety 101. If you pull cops out of your neighborhoods are going to get more dangerous. Everybody knows that. And the sad thing about that is our leaders, they probably know that this is the case. Yet they didn't write our laws that decriminalized crime, so they've got to act like everything's fine. This is what people voted for, after all. Even though we've got proof that after police were deployed to stop a crime wave in Central Park last summer, that crime shot up in every neighborhood the police were taken from. But not enough police. That's only part of the reason why our neighborhoods are so dangerous. The real reason is because even with more police, criminals roaming our streets, making them more dangerous, will never get sent to jail. They'll never be taken off the streets. And look at this. We have a 146% spike in felony assaults by repeat offenders. That's why we're seeing so much crime in our subways, even though more and more police and troops just get sent down there. They can't stop the crime by arresting people. Those arrests have to be backed up by a justice system that is going to levy consequences against those who have harming society as their goal criminal every single day they get up in the morning. But time is money, and police can and do waste the time of criminals by putting them in the back of police cars before they are eventually released after whatever they did is declared to be a misdemeanor, which I guess is the best form of justice New York City residents can hope to get. And now some are very afraid that since their neighborhoods don't have any more cops, they're going to stop getting the little bit of law enforcement that they had access to.
In Queens, the Astoria Post reports that the 114th precinct lost 16 officers to the overnight subway patrol. We need enough police officers to cover all of the city's public safety needs consistently for the long term.
Yeah, that's definitely part of it. We're going to have to hire more police, but we're also going to need to write some new laws that start putting people in jail and keeping them there when they do things that are wrong. I mean, how hard is that to understand? How come nobody here's advocating for that to happen? Or is it that our city council is still in favor of these criminal reforms for some reason, even though they're the reason we still have active criminal populations here that just won't go away? And you know we're at an impasse where our mayor and our governor have both said that the laws here need to change, but they're not for some reason. Should people go to jail when they do something that's wrong, or is that a concept that is archaic and wrong for some reason? How would you stop crime in the New York City subway, and is it possible to stop crime down there while letting it reign free up here? That's the big question. Let me know. Thank you so much for watching. I'll see you in the next video.
Federal officials have not disclosed exact numbers, but there is broad reporting about migrants being swept up during recent immigration raids.
It is a scary proposition for tens of thousands of hard-working migrants, especially those.
So, as ICE agents flood New York City looking for dangerous individuals and gang members, they can wind up at pretty much any business. And while an alleged raid at one of Amazon's warehouses was probably shocking to everyone inside, immigrant advocates are outraged, saying workplace raids have nothing to do with deporting the high-level criminals ICE says they're after. Unless, of course, those criminals are doing whatever they can to hide in plain sight.
Exclusive video of federal agents swarming into a Washington Heights building hours after a similar sting in the Bronx.
A couple dozen arrests made in the early morning hours across the city, and that number growing.
It's leading to fear in these communities. It's not only palpable, but it's starting to actually become more and more visible. There have been raids in nearby Newark, New Jersey at a wholesaler fish there. And then we saw most recently a raid at the Bronx Terminal Market. That's a well-known food market.
Antonio and Sarahi own 2 businesses and employ nearly 30 people, some of whom are also undocumented.
We're entrepreneurs. We're working hard. We don't have any criminal records. We're following the rules. We're making the community a better place, a safe place.
You're sweeping up a lot of all illegal entrants. Do you really believe they're the same?
No, absolutely not. And that's why we're prioritizing public safety threats and national security threats. And we have instructions when you look for the bad guys and you find others with them, you go arrest them because they're in the country in violation of law.
So an alleged ICE raid took place at an Amazon warehouse with a manager at the facility warning it might not be the last. And even though the news outlet on this says they can't confirm all the details, what nobody in New York wants to admit is that if ICE does go and raid a warehouse and they take dangerous criminals and get them out of the country, they've done everyone in there a favor. Because according to the border czar, ICE doesn't just raid random businesses. And if ICE gets a tip that a criminal is hiding at or being aided by a business, they relocate individuals in the company of that criminal who've got ties to them are assisting them and could also be dangerous. And the reason critics are so upset about this is there are over 400,000 people unlawfully living in New York City, many of whom have jobs that these businesses rely on. Leading defenders of illegal immigration to claim ICE's enforcement actions could crash the local economy. As these immigrants are taking jobs Americans refuse to work at. An extreme statement for sure, as one has to wonder if it's possible 0 legal New York residents will work in air-conditioned convenience stores or allegedly at places like Amazon, especially when a 2022 study revealed 17% of workers under the age of 24 want jobs but can't find them. And that brings us to the real reason why workplace raids are an important part of keeping the country both safe and prosperous, allowing a massive number of people to illegally live in your city and get jobs there just empowers the criminals who connect them with these jobs in the first place. We're talking gang members and the businesses that prey upon these folks. folks, who even though they claim they're making the world a better place, are doing no such thing when they underpay and exploit their workers. Now, of course, it's very hard to blame individual workers for taking jobs that are offered to them if they're here and need to feed themselves. But the businesses hiring these people instead of Americans are preying on their desperate situation, taking advantage of people who have zero workplace protections, like guaranteed minimum wage and labor safety laws. Plus, as you're about to see, when someone gets an illegal job at a legitimate-looking business, they're often only able to do it with the help of criminals who've embedded themselves in sanctuary cities. So here we've got a whole bunch of local businesses. Some are part of a larger corporate entity. Others are small, independent shops. They might only have 1 or 2 locations. And according to the news, some of these independent places have admitted to hiring people who are unlawfully in the country. And some of these individuals have figured out how to get jobs at larger corporate chains that might have a more thorough employment vetting process. And now workers at pretty much every business are on edge, thinking that at any moment ICE agents could walk in the door looking for somebody who's dangerous.
Antonio and Sarahi own their family home, 2 businesses, this restaurant and the deli at the corner, and employ nearly 30 people, some of whom are also undocumented.
We're entrepreneurs, we're working hard, we don't have any criminal records, we're following the rules, we're making the community a...
So this woman and her husband, they seem like nice, hardworking people, but they're wrong. They're not playing by the rules because it's illegal to hire people off the books. That's a crime and legitimate businesses don't do that. And not only does hiring people off the books empower criminals, they're not making their community better, because anyone illegally working at their air-conditioned restaurant or convenience store has a job that a law-abiding resident of that community can't have. But before we get into how people might be able to illegally get jobs at a place like Amazon or Target, it's important to understand how any business illegally employing people hurts their community in ways many people don't even realize. Because companies who do this, they don't just take away legitimate jobs from legitimate legal residents of their community, they also deprive legitimate business owners of the opportunity to compete in a fair marketplace. Think about that. How do you open a legitimate restaurant or cafe next to one that's not playing by the rules and has lower labor costs than you do? Your prices are automatically going to be higher than theirs because you pay more for labor than they do. And in a tough economy, whoever's got the lowest prices, they're the ones who are going to win and everybody else is going to lose. And if people are working at a place in an off-the-books manner, they're not benefiting either. Sure, they might have a job, but it exists in the shadows, and these people don't benefit from any of the worker protections which exist to stop predatory businesses from harming their workers in the first place. And living in a country where the laws that protect others don't apply to you is not the American dream. Instead, it just means that you're being taken advantage of.
Worksite enforcement's coming back. No one hires an illegal alien out of the goodness of their heart. They hire them because they work them hard to pay them unless they're under the competition as U.S. citizen employees. But most importantly, where do we find most victims of trafficking? Work sites. They have to pay the cartels off. They force them in labor situations, overwork them, abuse them. So,
you know, this is something that many people have never considered. The fact that when ICE raids a business, they find trafficking victims, that totally goes against the narrative that ICE is going into these places and pulling out people who wish they were there and are the happiest they've ever been. Especially when they're only going to businesses based on tips about ongoing criminal activity and the presence of dangerous individuals. They're not going to places where the only thing possibly going wrong are that otherwise law-abiding people are working illegally. And in New York especially, the signs of trafficking are everywhere. Literally, if you go to the bus terminal, a location where many asylum seekers and recent immigrants first arrive, you'll see signs warning people about this, which wouldn't be there if it wasn't a problem. And according to the Border Czar, when businesses do their hiring, they could be bringing people into their company who are trafficking victims, and they might not even know it. Yet that person's entire paycheck ends up getting turned over to the criminals who forced them to take that job in the first place. And where might these criminals find their victims? Well, this report says they're being located in the very shelters that New York City opened to keep people safe. Shelters which are infested with gang members because as a sanctuary city, we don't do background checks and police are banned from patrolling these places, which just allows the criminals who are smuggling weapons inside to become the de facto law and order standard, doing whatever they want to whoever they want and nobody can stop them. However, these gangs, they're not just getting people jobs at little mom and pop restaurants or convenience stores. stores, they're also helping people get jobs at corporate entities that may have no idea they've just hired somebody illegally.
Migrants being arrested repeatedly on the Mag Mile for retail theft. And once they were interviewed, they explained why.
They were then being able to either buy or trade for Social Security numbers cards or American Permanent Residency cards. And this story we were getting over and over again.
This is what the migrants were bartering for.
So this story is from a Fox affiliate in Chicago, but this same thing is taking place right here in New York, and fake IDs are being sold openly on our streets by gang members, which should be expected in a place that allows massive numbers of people in the country unlawfully to stay here. They're gonna need a way to provide for themselves, and that creates a marketplace for false identification. And where are people getting the money to buy their fake IDs? Well, according to this news report, they shoplift and steal and commit crime, which is such a problem in New York that our state is home to a $4.4 billion shoplifting economy. And when you walk through a store in the city, you'll see most products behind plexiglass. And although this is the obvious result of decriminalizing thefts that are non-violent and under $1,000 in value, this type of arrangement allows low-level petty thieves to do this as a full-time job, which is why you have so many open-air theft markets throughout the city where people are just reselling stolen goods on a sidewalk somewhere. But even if a person steals just long enough to get a fake ID so they can work at Amazon or Uber or Target or any business that actually checks, they're gonna need a real ID and a valid social security number. And the way these criminal gangs help people get an ID like that threatens every single person in our entire country. So it's one thing for a person who's in the country illegally to get a job at a place where the owners think that they're doing the world a favor. But it's quite another for that person to get a job at a legitimate looking place like this Subway where they check. But in a city with over 400,000 people who aren't supposed to be here needing employment, that's gonna have to happen if everybody wants to work. And because of that, you have a new victim entering the equation when it comes to unlawful employment. And that victim is anyone who has legal work authorization in this country.
This is what the migrants were bartering for, fake IDs, in order to secure employment.
And then the vast majority of them are released.
Nearly 500 fake IDs were uncovered, social security cards, driver's licenses, and American permanent.
So you gotta wonder, where does a gang like this get hundreds of fake IDs? They've got stacks of them and they're all for sale. Now, of course, the IDs could all be bogus, but it's not gonna be good for business if word gets around that they don't help people get jobs. Which means if somebody puts the information on that ID through some sort of database that checks to see if people can actually get jobs, there can't be any errors, which means some of the IDs floating around out there got into the hands of criminals in an illegitimate manner. Now, the way for criminals to get their first few IDs that they sell are to have themselves, friends, or family members recreate a legitimate ID and then sell those IDs to people who kind of look like whoever's on the picture. But that's not going to work forever. And the fact that there's demand for these things should terrify everyone who's ever been involved in some sort of data breach. If your identity or personal documents have ever leaked, a more sophisticated criminal could use that information to recreate your ID with someone else's picture on it, and then they could sell it an unlimited number of times to an unlimited number of people. This article says a legit driver's license will go for $500. The New York Post found gang members in Queens selling IDs from $80 to $250, some of which were obviously bogus. But what this reveals is that even somebody who is well-meaning for the most part has to subject themselves to the criminal underworld if they want to get a legitimate looking job in this city, or in any city in America for that matter. Even so, there are people out there defending illegal labor practices as being good for the entire country.
Even at my dry cleaner, I went the other day and there was nobody there. And she said, well, I let my employees go down to the protest in Newark. She said, and then she asked me, do you think this is good for the small business community? And I went, well, look at your shop. This is one day. What happens when your employees just don't come in, people?
So here's what's going to happen. That business, they're going to be forced to hire legally, and they're going to be forced to play by the rules. When businesses and everybody plays by the rules, the country is better off. The country is not better off if businesses break the law to get a leg up on their competitors while acting like they are engaging in some noble pursuit that's not at all related to money, especially when giving those jobs just leads to numbers like this, where 17% of people aged 16 to 24 can't get jobs in New York City. And these are people who would be willing to work in an air-conditioned business where they can bring their smartphone like a grocery store or a bodega. These are not people who won't work because they refuse to do the jobs that exist. And here's the thing, these businesses like this dry cleaners mentioned by that news anchor, of course they're not hiring people who they think are victims of trafficking. And they might think they're playing by the rules because so many businesses here don't. And the most maddening thing about all of this is, yes, New York is a sanctuary city, but it's also very progressives. And who do progressives say they're sticking up for? The little guy. They're out there on one hand advocating for the little guy to get higher wages and more protections, but at the same time they're totally okay with businesses who don't do any of that in the name of open borders. Minimum wage in New York is $16.50 an hour, and ask any progressive, they'll tell you that's too low. And they'll tell you that greedy businesses should be paying more because workers are the most valuable input in any economy. Unless, of course, those workers are in the country illegally. If that's the case, there is nobody advocating for them to get higher wages or more protections. There's just anger at the fact that ICE is here and might arrest somebody who's a criminal. And this puts progressives in sanctuary cities in a catch-22. Here they are advocating for policies that disenfranchise workers who they say are already disenfranchised by virtue of their immigration status. And these unlawful workers, they don't have the one thing legitimate workers have, which protects them. And that is the power to walk away from any business they feel isn't treating them fairly and work somewhere else. That's not possible if the only job you can get is because the people working there are willing to break the law. And this brings up a big question. Are the businesses who are hiring people illegally doing something good? Or are they just doing something that's good for their bottom line at the expense of the rest of society? And does that empower the very criminals and gang members ICE may have to raid a business to find in the first place? Let me know what you think about that. Thank you so much for watching. I'll see you in the next video.
Right now, police are looking for a crew of purse snatchers who they say are targeting women on the Upper East Side.
Morgan, Paul, John, Robert,
71-year-old who was ambushed by a group of masked men.
So a gang of masked men are roaming the streets, stealing whatever it is they can get their hands on. Because as New York City spends millions to stop lawlessness in its subways and in its retail stores, desperate gangs are outflanking our understaffed police who can't be everywhere and are now preying directly on the general public. And this is just the latest escalation in a never-ending wave of crime. New York City has no hope of stopping.
The violence was as sudden as it was unsuccessful, as a trio of sledgehammer-wielding thieves made a beeline for this jewelry store in Bay Ridge.
Suddenly, I just was hit.
3 women targeted in recent weeks in the same area, around 2nd and 3rd Avenues. The crimes happening after dusk, but not late at night.
They've hit nearly 24 times over the past 3 months. At times, you can see it on video, snatching drivers' phones mid-ride and then draining their bank accounts.
Peering through the peephole, this Bronx man thought his insurance company was delivering much-needed help for his injured back. And he says these men kept demanding one thing.
Somebody's supposed to tell them if you work hard work, or if you go to school, you will be a doctor, you will be a lawyer. Now you lost your life.
Cops haven't determined if the same group is to blame for this most recent hit, but it sure looks similar.
So as crime below ground continues to surge, New York City no longer has enough police to keep our streets safe. And what nobody's talking about is this means assaults on the general public are only going to get worse because putting more police below ground just forces those criminals to commit crime somewhere else. Something they're already doing as big box retailers spend millions locking down their stores to stop the theft of everything. Not just luxury items like jackets and designer underwear, but also the theft of ice cream and consumables, which gets stolen from one store and resold at another. And if our criminals can't commit crime in the subway and they can't commit crime in stores, they're just gonna follow the path of least resistance, which is gonna lead them right to you and me. And even New York's dumbest criminals are quickly learning that regular people are walking piggy banks. We've got phones, AirPods, jewelry, and perhaps a bag that can be resold on eBay or Facebook Marketplace. And if they score someone's ID and a set of keys, whatever's in their house or car could just be a bonus. Which brings us to the real reason New York's entire system of law and order is collapsing, putting regular people at risk. We've decriminalized things like theft, robbery, and assault, which explains why those are now now full-time jobs for our thugs. And when you combine a zero consequences environment with New York's ultra-high cost of living, these thieves can find willing buyers for unlimited amounts of stolen items on every street corner in town. And as you're about to see, our thieves will steal whatever they can get their hands on, even if it's in your pocket.
Check one running, paper. Okay, 144 and 77 coming into Rossville.
So here we are in Manhattan's Upper East Side, a neighborhood with an average apartment rent of over $4,000 per month. And with even the smallest studio apartments here costing around $3,200 per month, you'll need to be fairly well off to call this area home. But because New York City's given up on law and order, the resources it takes to live in this neighborhood have sadly made everyone here a target for criminals.
Upper East Side cardiologist Ellen Mello tells me she's bouncing back. But police say this group of violent purse snatchers is still out there, linked with multiple attacks in the same neighborhood, attacking women, going for purses, and always getting away with their sense of security.
This story is terrible. Here you have a normal person, this poor woman who's a doctor, and thieves singled her out in this part of town and stole her belongings, which they've apparently done before. This isn't the first time these criminals have targeted someone around here and escaped. And they've gotten away with this multiple times over the last few weeks. Here's what they look like. 5 men. I don't care who you are. If they come after you, you're going to be outnumbered. And that's a huge problem. Our streets are literally becoming no-go zones for the very residents who live on them. And this is absolutely terrible. People should be able to walk around where they live and not be in fear. Yet because our city has given up on law and order, this is a new reality many New York residents now have to face. Especially when nobody from this gang has been arrested. Everyone is still out there, even though we've got them on security camera and know who they are. Something which doesn't sit well with residents who are now sitting ducks.
3 women targeted in recent weeks in the same area, starting in late January, around 2nd and 3rd Avenues. Dr. Mello says she was walking down 70th Street near 2nd and by this scaffolding when she was attacked. She says it happened fast, but she still had time to fear the worst.
Like, I felt like
this is absolutely terrifying, but it's exactly what happens when you don't have laws that punish anybody for anything. And all of these attacks took place in the early evening hours before it gets dark, in a busy, well-trafficked part of town, which, according to criminal sympathizers, just so happens to be in one of the safest big cities in America. And although reality-denying positions like that only exist to help people feel better about the problems their policies have caused, the actual residents who have to live in these neighborhoods and walk on these lawless streets know the truth, because this neighborhood's also falling prey to criminals like this guy who's 41 and has over 40 arrests. It says right here, every single time he gets arrested, he ends up getting caught loose because of our soft on crime justice system. Either the charges against this guy get dropped, which means he never actually did anything wrong, or he gets set free on what's called supervised release, a court-ordered program and non-monetary condition that provides community-based supervision and support for individuals with pending criminal cases, where non-profit agencies are the ones who supervise these criminals. And look, if someone's allowed to commit crime in this city and their only consequence is that criminals sympathizing activists are the ones supervising them, that would explain a lot why we've got so many repeat offenders, especially when supervised release has apparently kept over 50,000 people out of jail and on our streets. And if criminals never end up in jail or lose their freedom, they're just going to keep committing crime.
Mello and another 38-year-old victim held onto their bags throughout their deals, while a 32-year-old woman lost her handbag and her credit cards. Neighbors now on alert. Again, another look at the suspects breaking the law again as they slip through the emergency exit of the subway, escaping the law. At least for now.
So these women, they were not just random targets. These criminals, they're here for a reason. They know that they can get away with this. They're going after a specific type of person in a specific area of town. This is awful. And when the people being targeted try to resist, they're outnumbered. It doesn't work out for them. And we have this same pattern of crime repeating itself over and over again, and nothing's being done about it. And that's because this neighborhood's in Manhattan, where the district attorney is incredibly progressive, but also the leader of the Trump resistance movement. One of several However, we have many people here that are in positions of power who have decided to fight the new president tooth and nail. But if you've got a district attorney who doesn't see crime the same way normal people do, nobody should be surprised when criminals are let off the hook for things that offend most of society. Which is crazy because in spite of crime surging, it looks like our district attorney is headed to a smooth re-election. And if he wins, all that's going to prove is that New Yorkers still haven't connected the dots between the crime they experience every single day and policies and prosecutors who protect criminals or don't see them as criminals at all. And if that happens, it's just going to allow people like this guy to continue stealing from people and breaking into apartments. And you know something? If people like this can get arrested 40 times and never end up in jail, not only are they never going to change their behavior, but some of them are going to graduate to committing crimes that are even worse.
You got 20. I'll be clear by 9. Unit 4.
So here we have a bunch of independent businesses selling high-end stuff, which unfortunately always sells if it's stolen and then resold for 70 to 50% off on the side of the street or on the internet somewhere. But these places, they're commercial businesses. They've got cameras and security systems, which apparently do nothing to deter thieves who are looking for a bigger payday than whatever they could find on someone's person.
The violence was as sudden as it was unsuccessful. A mother and her daughter scrambling out of the way as a trio of sledgehammer-wielding thieves made a beeline for this jewelry store in Bay Ridge, pounding away as they tried to gain access with the owner and a customer inside.
So if you never punish purse snatchers, eventually some of them are going to graduate to stealing the stuff that they find inside versus just stealing it from the store instead. Which shockingly happened at a jewelry store in full view of customers and the general public while the business was open. People tried to break in and steal stuff, and there were no police around to stop them because they've all been sent underground to stop crime in this subway. Now, luckily, the security glass on the front of the store stopped these criminals from being able to get inside, even though the place was open and the door was probably unlocked, which proves that these criminals are pretty dumb. They probably could have got in if they had just walked in through the front door, but nobody got arrested, and what that means is they're all still out there. They're going to get a do-over, and when they come back to another business, maybe they'll be smart enough to just try and walk in or to get in some other way. Revealing that New York's soft on crime laws just make this place a training ground for criminals.
Somebody crazy.
You guys slow down. We haven't seen anything yet. We're going to go back and
can't
look.
understand
We'll
why
give
the
you
gang
an update
thought
in a
they'd
minute.
be successful on Friday around dinner time. High-tech security glass stopped them in their tracks.
We'll be out on 37 Access Road.
You know, the fact that the glass stopped these guys almost makes it sound victimless, right? But that would actually be wrong. Because even though none of the stuff inside the store was stolen, which is expensive, the security glass, keeping everything safe, that costs $15,000, and now somebody's got to pay to replace it. And who do you think that's going to be? Hopefully it'll be the insurance if the business has it. But even if they do have insurance, the rates for that business are going to go up because now they're in an area with increased crime. And they've got to pay a deductible. Insurance only pays for the glass, maybe not the installation. They'll find a way out. But perhaps these thieves weren't as stupid as we think they were. Look at this. Recently, there was an $800,000 heist at a jewelry store, which was conducted by people who were operating in a similar manner with masks and sledgehammers. And even though we don't know if these are the same criminals, they probably aren't, but you can't blame them for doing what they see other people doing and getting away with, especially when the potential payday is massive and when the consequences are very small. None of these criminals in New York are risking their freedom or their ability to live a normal life by attempting to commit any of these crimes because they'll just get a slap on the wrist. Or at worst, maybe supervised release, which isn't really a consequence, which is a huge problem because it means the only people at risk are the law-abiding businesses and people on the streets who are targets, which explains why we're seeing more of this type of crime, not less.
Cops are investigating two very similar crimes within 48 hours of each other back in December. One just down the block from my youth shop. There, they targeted the store in broad daylight and got nothing. But here in Jackson Heights, they grabbed $800,000 worth of jewelry.
So if people can break into multiple businesses and not get caught, of course this is going to be a new type of crime wave. No one's getting in trouble. And it costs the criminals absolutely nothing to give it a shot. And until that dynamic changes, this type of crime is just going to keep happening because the people doing it literally have no incentive to stop. In fact, the moment they stop, they're just going to see a news report about how their buddies successfully pulled off a heist of their own own. And these criminals, they've got the fear of missing out on committing crime. They're not afraid at all of getting arrested, which explains why these diversionary programs aren't going to convince these guys to go out and get normal jobs or live normally at any point in the future.
Vehicle 2019 Buick carryout gray color, registered Perry Ensley out of Portland, March of 26. Insurance is confirmed. It's clear.
Cops haven't determined if the same group is to blame for this most recent hit, but it sure looks similar. The investigation continues.
Why go to school? All the training these criminals need, they can get for free right out here on the streets, and possibly through playing video games like Grand Theft Auto. And even though this jewelry store owner is right that these criminals should be doing something else with their lives, everything he's suggesting they do carries more risk than living a life of crime in this city. For example, why would anyone go hundreds of thousands of dollars in debt when they can steal hundreds of thousands of dollars in jewelry without risking their freedom if they get caught? Why work hard and slave away for decades in school to be a doctor if, as a criminal in New York, you can obtain the wealth of a doctor through robbery? This is awful. This is a bad system. But by taking away the consequences of crime, we're just giving people more reasons to commit it. And the crimes we're starting to see in this city are more serious, not less. And with police and our subways and our stores locking down hardcore career criminals who won't work normal jobs have no choice but to go after regular people, which is what they're now doing. Targeting the law-abiding when they walk down the streets in front of their apartments. And in some cases, targeting them inside the apartments they've rented, breaking into homes and stealing things in there. And the worst part about all this is we can't even say that the subways are safe. Look at this. We've got people that are down in the subway trying to rob folks, and then when they get arrested, they get set free too. And this is the same subway system that is sucking up all the available police and law enforcement resources we have, making our streets dangerous, and it's dangerous. And that reveals that New York is in a lose-lose situation. We can't put all of our police below ground and stop crime down there, and while they're down there, the streets are even less safe than they used to be. What do you think the city should do? Is there a way to stop crime without arresting anybody or putting people in jail? Do we need more progressive diversion programs? Do we need to be gentler with our criminals? Is that what's going to help them perform and change their lives? Is that what's going to take a guy who's been arrested 40 times by the age of 41 and get him to say, you know what, I'm going to put on a suit and tie and do something different? Or should we have a justice system that puts people in jail to stop them from stealing in the first place? Let me know. Thank you so much for watching. I'll see you in the next video.
This might be a really significant switch up. Mayor Adams meeting with Orders Tom Homan, where they talked about removing violent migrant gangs from New York City. Adams then announced that, he would issue an executive order allowing ICE agents on Rikers Island.
For years, New York has stood firm as a sanctuary city, blocking ICE from local jails and protecting criminals from deportation. But with gang activity reaching all-time highs, that's now changing, and ICE will now have full access to New York's notorious facility at Rikers Island. But to activists who sympathize with criminals and want open borders, this somehow puts our entire city in danger.
Police are trying to tackle the rapidly escalating violent crime among Venezuelan gang members in the city who have gotten into New York. For 2 decades, ICE agents were allowed to operate at Rikers until the city passed sanctuary city laws banning officers from the jail complex.
I fear walking out of my house in the morning, going to work. It's really unsafe in this community.
There was women everywhere.
It's NYPD Deputy Commissioner Cass Daughtry now touting the results of a 90-day operation shutting down illegal gang activity.
What do we do?
We know the intentions of the Trump administration. This is bad for New York City, and this is bad for New Yorkers.
That's because the people that are pushing for this kind of stuff are liberals that live in completely separate areas that don't have to deal with any of the fallout. They have no connection to it, but they think that they have like some sort of cultural solidarity with some, like random immigrant that came and is committing crime here.
Okay, dispatcher, just go with your better now.
So as the federal government tries to get gang members off our streets, our local government is doing the exact opposite. But what none of our local leaders will admit is that rising gang activity and crime are exactly what happens when you protect criminals while telling the law-abiding to stay quiet about it. Which explains why New York is reeling from simultaneous, unrelenting crime waves like shoplifting, robbery, and assaults in the subway where people have been caught lighting fires. All of it happening because we've removed every consequence for committing these types of acts in the name of social justice. But now that ICE is going into New York City's jails to deliver actual justice to gang members and criminals for crimes they've already committed, activists are losing their minds. Because to them, someone with a long criminal record who might have come here illegally just to victimize people isn't a criminal. Instead, they're the victim of an unfair world and of an unfair country called America, which to them is the real bad guy for having this thing called a border. And to this group, nothing is more repulsive than America electing a president whose goal is to enforce it by removing the wrong people from our country. Which brings us to the real reason why ICE raiding New York City's jails is so needed and so hated at the exact same time. Once it works and our streets are made much safer, those who've been advocating for these criminals are going to look really foolish. Because while these people claim law enforcement is toxic to immigrant communities, the immigrant communities reeling from crime are going to really benefit from this. Starting the very moment ICE enters our jails and comes out with the gang members our city was planning on setting free, leaving them to once again commit crime in the communities they've invaded. And as you're about to see, these gang members, they've only come here because this city helps them commit crime. So as you can see, New York City has quite a few criminals that it needs to move from its jails to its courthouse, which is where we're at right now. However, inside this courthouse, our criminals have a better chance of getting let off the hook with a slap on the wrist than just about anywhere else. And after getting released, they go back to the communities they've embedded themselves with and commit the same crimes over and over again, leading to a revolving door justice system that doesn't help anybody except the bad guys. But that's about to change because pretty soon ICE is going to be able to go inside New York City's jails where these repeat criminals are held, and they're going to be able to get them off our streets permanently.
This video was made while the gang members were in Ecuador, and its purpose is to recruit new members.
Then, when you fast forward, you see the same individuals where? In Times Square. So that's our concern.
The NYPD says Tren de Aragua has been making it over the border with the migrant influx and is getting established.
So if you're a gang member like one of these guys and you want to commit as much crime as possible, your best bet is to go to a place where the local legal system does not take your actions seriously at all. And sadly, New York City's decriminalization efforts have made this just such a place. And members of this notorious gang have apparently been arrested hundreds of times. How is that possible? If these individuals are not being immediately released after they wind up in the back of a police car. And sadly, our legal system has been a place that just hands out unlimited get-out-of-jail-free cards that these gang members have and are using to commit moped crime, robbery, shoplifting, and assault, all of which are now at levels that have the law-abiding in this place looking over their shoulders when they leave their homes in the morning while they step over piles of stolen goods that these gang members hand to women in suitcases who then sell them on the streets. And the very idea that our leaders and activists are out there making a big fuss about getting people like this out of here permanently is alarming. And it means they've aligned themselves with criminals at the expense of the very immigrant communities they claim they're advocating for.
Some worry this could open the door to tougher crackdowns on immigrant communities. Today, supporters rallied at Foley Square in downtown Manhattan. We know that you work for Trump! Mayor Adams, you're Trump! We know that. New York City is a sanctuary city, and this means local laws limit how much the city cooperates with federal immigration enforcement. They are all...
So New York City's mayor, he's in a lot of trouble locally because he wants to cooperate with the new president who wants to get these criminals out of our city. But because of that, there are calls locally for him to step down, and if he won't step down, for the governor to step in and remove him. That's how badly they want our precious criminals to get to stay here as long as possible. And they're okay with keeping these people on the streets if it means not cooperating with President Trump, who just decided to throw out the mayor's historic bribery charges, which many say were politically motivated after the mayor complained about how the last president handled the asylum crisis, openly saying that this crisis would destroy New York City, and depending on where you live, it might look like that's already happened. And right now in Queens on Roosevelt Avenue, we're witnessing a massive police surge that has been going on for several months already, with the goal of stamping out gang activity in that particular neighborhood. This was a haven area for this Trendy Aragua group, and over the last couple of years, residents say crime in that neighborhood has exploded. And right now, you've got police officers all over the place. However, the gang members are still lurking in the shadows, waiting for the police to leave, and as soon as they do, their conscripts will begin robbing the local businesses and selling the items right on the sidewalks in front of those stores once again. But this neighborhood, it's incredibly diverse, and it's one of those places that makes New York City great, but it can't do that if we're going to allow gang members to run around there and take it over from the inside. Yet the activist crowd here maintains that getting dangerous criminals off the streets is somehow an attack on every immigrant.
We have 350,000 students in the New York City public schools who speak languages other than English at home. And right now they're extremely scared, and many of them have stopped coming to school because they fear deportation.
Mayor Adams responded to the...
So, my wife is an immigrant, and we've got 2 daughters living in our bilingual home who are now at school. And you know what? The topic of deportation has never come up at our dinner table. And obviously, these activists are putting forth propaganda. Here they are saying that over 350,000 students are now afraid to go to school. But New York City only has 870,000 public school students. And we're supposed to believe that 40% of these kids are in legitimate danger from deportation? Not because they're even here illegally, but according to that activist, that they speak another language at home that isn't English? This attempt to paint the deportation of criminal gangs who traffic people and products illegally in our country as an anti-immigrant roundup is the epitome of misinformation. But because there are so many New Yorkers here who hate Trump and ICE, there's a willing audience here that will suspend reality and believe this stuff, which will just end up benefiting these gang members at the expense of law-abiding immigrants, something enabled by our sanctuary city laws and no other reason.
For 2 decades, ICE agents were allowed to operate at Rikers until the city passed sanctuary city laws in 2014, banning officers from the jail complex. A provision in one of those laws permits Adams to issue that executive order so long as it's, quote, for purposes unrelated to the enforcement of...
10 years. That's how long ICE has been banned from getting dangerous criminals out of our jails and removing them from our country completely. Something that's been done in the name of public safety, but now the general public is just less safe. Especially when you've got the same people committing crime over and over again and just getting released to do it again. Between sanctuary city laws and decriminalization, we've got the perfect combination of rules that benefit the wrong people. And many of these criminals entered our country over the last 2 years on buses from the southern border and then immediately made their way to immigrant communities that were already established, blending in with them and ruining them. And with New York City's endless promise of free housing, medical care, food, and clothing, a promise that does not disappear when one finds themselves in the back of one of these corrections buses, these gang members have had it made from a crime standpoint. But the problem is our criminal sympathizers don't think any of this is a real problem, which must mean their personal lives are totally disconnected from the plight of the New Yorkers who have to deal with this stuff every single day. And it must mean that even when this stuff does make the mainstream news, they're still willing to ignore it. So here we are in a neighborhood that seems to have a loitering, trespassing problem at a lot of these buildings and local businesses, but the problem with New York is that stuff like this, if you don't live near it and it doesn't happen in your neighborhood, you could choose to not believe it and your everyday life would reinforce that false belief. Which is exactly how we can have a city full of activists and neighborhoods that are full of gang members. The two never cross paths. And those out there advocating for immigrant communities never go to the immigrant communities which are afflicted by this new type of crime. Which is too bad, because every day new evidence comes out that these neighborhoods have a real problem and could really use somebody to advocate for them.
And this department is committed. We're not going anywhere.
That's NYPD Deputy Commissioner Kaz Daughtry with me on Roosevelt Avenue, 3 months after our last walk down this corridor.
There was women everywhere.
Now touting the results of a 90-day operation, shutting down illegal gang activity.
So this avenue, it's the focal point of gang activity activity in our city, and it's in the heart of a very diverse community that's been around for decades. But because of our sanctuary city laws, which protect gang members and criminals, the wrong people have infiltrated this place, and the types of illegal activity going on here are unlike anything I've seen anywhere else in New York. For example, you've got these vans, which are like miniature mobile shopping malls. The doors are open, they're full of products. You've got people standing out in front looking out for the police, and if they show up, they close their doors and drive away, which is an even more blatant way of selling stolen products than the people who spread out tools on blankets from Home Depot. And here you've got a community that is begging for something to be done to make their neighborhood safer. They want more police there. Yet for some reason, the immigrant activist crowd is completely ignoring the plight of this neighborhood. And the reason these activists are not in these local communities is because the crime that's happening there doesn't fit their predetermined belief system of what's actually crime and what's actually not crime.
985 arrests, that along with close to 12,000 summonses, hundreds of confiscated vehicles. This was Mayor Adams at a town hall Wednesday night.
We walked the streets, not 1 p.m., 1 a.m., 2 a.m. And when I went back there the other day...
So is New York City's mayor perfect? No, absolutely not. And in fact, he might not even be mayor by the time you watch this video. However, the thing that makes activists so upset about him is that he's mayor of people that live in neighborhoods that have a crime problem, and he goes to those neighborhoods and he sees for himself what's going on. Which is why he's had no problem signing on with a deportation agenda focused on criminals and dangerous individuals who are already in New York City's custody. That makes perfect sense. These criminals are destroying our neighborhoods, and if we release them, they're just going to keep doing it. But if you're a rich elitist activist who doesn't live in one of New York City's less affluent zip codes, you might not think any of this is really happening. And if you don't live near a shelter that's got these gang members living inside of it who are trying to recruit new members from it, you and your friends can tell each other that this stuff's not actually happening, and you can maintain your lifestyle while advocating for criminals who shouldn't even be here in the first place.
Rosa Sanchez says she still doesn't feel safe after a man chased her daughter last month.
I fear walking out of my house in the morning, going to work, and returning. It's really unsafe in this community.
So these immigrant advocates, if that's who they say they are, they should be in neighborhoods like this advocating for people who are in a dire situation. But that's not what happened. This local community had to band together and get a hold of the news and get the cameras there and make so much noise that something eventually happened. They were even begging the governor to send in state troopers to do the job they didn't think the NYPD had the resources to handle. Yet for some reason, we've got all these protesters who are down by City Hall protesting Trump, protesting the mayor. But it's not a real neighborhood where real people have to live with the neglect of our city on a day-to-day basis. With some folks saying they feel unsafe from the moment they leave their homes. And the last thing any community wants is for the gang members who are wrecking it to keep coming back. But that's exactly what's going to happen if these activists have their way. To put a stop to any of this cooperation between our mayor and federal officials who want to keep people safe. And if that happens, they'll just be stopping actual law-abiding immigrants from achieving the American dream by stealing that dream and turning over these areas to criminals who've come here for the express purpose of committing crime while exploiting the people around them, making these gang members and criminals the ones who are really putting immigrant communities at risk. What do you think about that? Is it the right move to allow ICE back into New York City's jails so that they can collect dangerous individuals when they're off the streets and disarmed and in custody where they can't hurt the general public? What would you say to activists who think that this type of law enforcement puts everybody at risk, even if they're not criminals? Let me know. Thanks for watching. I'll see you in the next video.
So we all know about the illegal immigration happening at the southern border, but what about the illegal crossings that are happening at the northern border? Our two-part special report revealed migrants were flying to Canada and walking across.
So last year, over 16,000 people illegally entered America from Canada, and a good number of those folks were headed to New York, where America's largest sanctuary city is still offering everyone who makes it here shelter beds, some in former luxury hotels. But with Donald Trump's election, crossing either the southern or northern U.S. borders has become increasingly difficult over the last few weeks. But as you're about to see, some people think they can still make it through.
Border Patrol agents recently rescued 12 citizens of India. Some of them were suffering from severe frostbite. Are you going to New York City?
Yeah.
Last fiscal year, Border Patrol apprehended 564 people on the terror watch list.
Of them, 484 were encountered on the northern border.
The Royal Canadian Mounted Police this week launched Black Hawk helicopter patrols to strengthen security along the U.S.-Canada border. The move follows weeks of President Donald Trump threatening to impose tariffs on Canada and Mexico if they do not step up border enforcement efforts.
This is the new reality for agents in the Swanton sector. 295 miles of tough and varying border terrain across 5 northeastern counties of New York, where once it was more common to see deer than people, the border is seeing record illegal crossings.
But now, new data tells a different story. While according to the numbers, the decline in people crossing the northern border is evident today, it's clear some are still crossing and maybe hiding in plain sight.
So while smugglers are still offering passage from Canada to New York, President Trump's border crackdowns are making the journey almost impossible. But what nobody's talking about is that securing the northern border, although necessary, that's also going to be almost impossible because it is the longest land border in the entire world. At least that was the theory before President Trump took office and forced Canada to do something about the flow of illegal people and substances entering our country. And Canada is not only increasing their law enforcement presence along the border, but also implementing drones and helicopters to stop unauthorized crossings. However, the bus routes used by those who do manage to cross the border and were uncovered 6 months ago are still in operation. And people are still getting picked up by buses just walking distance from the Canadian border and then driven right here to the Port Authority bus terminal in Manhattan, where it's just a short walk over to the Roosevelt Hotel, where newly arrived individuals who may be here unlawfully are given hotel rooms, food, medical care, and humanitarian services. Plus, since New York's shelter system doesn't do background checks, some of those being assisted could be dangerous. Terror watch list suspects or members of gangs we already know live in some of these facilities. Which brings us to the real reason why a secure northern border is so important. Not only do the wrong people use it as an entry point to American sanctuary cities, sometimes things come across that border which do untold amounts of damage to our society, destroying it from within, causing the psychosis and mental distress that's been fueling our growing homelessness crisis for the last several years. But there's a problem, because Canada's only working on border security because Trump forced them to. And New York, America's largest sanctuary city, is undermining border security by harboring those who in many cases are not only dangerous, but prey upon and exploit other lawful immigrants and law-abiding U.S. residents. And as you're about to see, this resistance movement doesn't benefit immigrants, but what it does do is help maintain an unstable situation along the northern border that certainly benefits criminals. So here we are at the Port Authority bus terminal, where every day people from Canada arrive in New York City on buses that travel along routes passing through upstate New York, where they make stops at local businesses and gas stations to pick up passengers, some of whom walked across the border on foot and are hoping to make their way here, where some people believe they can live a normal life while hiding from the U.S. federal government.
Are you going to New York City?
Yeah. There's a heavy ccpd.
Migrants were flying to Canada and walking across, many of them with the goal of making it to New York City. We looked at federal data that told the story of an increase in Border Patrol apprehensions along the Canadian border over 4 fiscal years.
So that report covers how people fly to Canada, walk across the U.S. border, often with the help of criminals, and then get picked up by buses like this one at random gas stations in upstate New York. And apparently smugglers are still making bank helping people cross the border and come to a sanctuary city, with a recent Post investigation revealing that these guys are making $45,000 to $5,000 a person. And apparently they advertise their services on apps like TikTok, just like what you see here in this picture. Here you've got a group of 7 people at a random gas station somewhere. That's $35,000 in that picture. However, it's not just the Canadian coyotes, as they're called, who are making money off this. The bus companies, they make plenty of money doing this, although what they're doing is not illegal, as buses are allowed to operate and pick people up on the street. And of course, this greatly benefits all of the nonprofits in New York City, who receive both city, state, and federal funding to manage the asylum crisis. On top of that, it benefits the taxis and ride shares that have been spotted picking people up just south of the Canadian border as well. There's a whole economy based around this, which the Trump administration is trying to shut down as fast as possible.
In this picture from Clinton County, New York, you see two men with backpacks. It's dated November 9th. This image dated December 1st, 2024. This one taken in the morning. But now new data tells a different story. A 60% decline in Border Patrol apprehensions from October to December of last year.
So over the last year, tens of thousands of people crossed this border and were released into America after being apprehended, whether they applied for asylum or not. And prior to the 2024 election, the odds of successfully getting here were a lot higher. And apparently what people used to do was cross the border and then call 911 to get help from local police reaching a safe, warm location. As you could enter America, give yourself up to authorities, and still be allowed to stay. But things don't work that way anymore. And crossings are plummeting, partly because of the weather, but also because anyone who gets caught is going to get turned around right away. Plus, it's no longer legal to seek asylum in this country if you don't come in through an official point of entry. And this rule change has effectively led to the end of the asylum crisis as we know it. But this brings up a big question. If crossings are down and new crossers can't come here and seek asylum, who exactly are these people, and what are they going to accomplish by only being allowed to live in America illegally?
That's not happening anymore.
Major Nicholas Leon is the chief deputy with the Clinton County Sheriff's Office. The agency regularly assists Border Patrol.
It was anticipated that after the election, with some of the different promises from the incoming
President Donald Trump.
So look at that. Since November of last year, this sheriff says the entire immigration situation along the U.S.-Canadian border has completely changed. And prior to the 2024 election, you had two different groups of people who were coming across the border. The first type were people who were willing to cross the border unlawfully and then turn themselves in, receive an immigration court hearing date, and remain in America while their asylum case played out. But the second group of people are the gang members and the criminals who made money off the first group smuggling them across, who also use this opportunity to bring members of their own criminal organizations into the country for purposes other than pursuing the American dream. And so many criminals came here that the crime rate in Venezuela actually went down. As the local economy is so bad, criminals had no choice but to leave that country and come here to do what they were doing. And we now know that a good number of these individuals ended up in places like New York, where they not only benefit from deportation protection, but also a soft on crime legal system.
President Donald Trump promised deportations on the campaign trail. And since the inauguration, we've seen moves toward that promise, including executive orders, ICE crackdowns, deportation flights, and preparations with plans unfolding to hold alleged criminal migrants in detention on Guantanamo Bay. In a statement...
So the reason things are different now is because this whole Remain in America immigration policy, that's now canceled. We're back to remain in Mexico or whichever country of origin one wants to come in from. And people can still apply for asylum. They just can't do it and wait around inside America. And when the asylum crisis first started, we had stories of skilled professionals that were coming here to seek a new life in America. But now that the asylum crisis is over, anybody coming here, they can't possibly have those ideas in mind. And there is now no pathway, not even one that exists on a technicality, which would allow someone to come here, get work authorization, and start living a normal life while waiting to see if they can stay in the country legally. Which means nobody on their way here right now across the northern or southern borders can possibly care about getting deported. And those are going to be your gang members, your dangerous individuals, your terror watch list suspects, people who after the country kicks them out are just going to do whatever they can to try to come right back in again. However, this full stop to unlawful immigration has some of New York's sanctuary city leaders very upset. And now New York is going to do everything it can to keep those borders open by continuing to give people a reason to cross them, even if the federal government tells them it's illegal. So this incredibly tall, skinny building with the security cameras out front, it's called the Candler Building. It's one of the city's shelters for asylum seekers. It holds 400 people. And even though the asylum crisis is over, places like this still exist. And they're still here if someone wants to come to New York and check into one. And critics say keeping places like this open, even as residents inside of them move out, just acts as a magnet for future unlawful immigration. But New York City's in a weird place right now. Progressive leaders feel very threatened threatened by the new president and his plans for this sanctuary city, some of which will now allow ICE to go into New York City's jails and get criminals.
Councilmember Robert Holden from Queens says the border czar wants to reopen an ICE office at Rikers Island and wants the mayor to provide NYPD officers to help ICE agents. But doing so could violate the local sanctuary city laws that protect immigrants.
So now it's official. At that meeting, the mayor agreed to reopen the ICE facility at Rikers Island, which has been closed for almost 20 years. Something New York City progressives are absolutely losing their minds over, because to them, criminal records are less important than open borders. And they see New York as a sanctuary that has a mandate to resist all immigration rules, no matter what they are, no matter if they work to keep the general public and law-abiding immigrants safe. And even though having ICE back in a New York City jail would allow them to collect dangerous individuals after they're off the streets and disarmed, our local progressives don't care about that, even if releasing those very same people back to their communities just puts them in danger, which is what we've been doing. And all we've got to show for our decriminalization of things like theft, robbery, and assault in our sanctuary city status is the prevalence of dangerous gangs like Tren de Aragua from Venezuela, several members of which were just busted selling illegal weapons to other gangs and other criminals in our city and in other states. But now, because of this agreement, there are progressives here who want the mayor to step down. They are so upset that anything would be done to remove their precious criminals from our jails that used to release them.
The mayor says he agreed to open up Rikers to ICE agents and to daily meetings with the DA's office to discuss getting dangerous and illegal immigrants off our streets. But it's clear the mayor can't shake the appearance that his willingness to help Trump is tied to his own legal troubles.
His gambit to stay out of jail, he has shown himself willing to give up seemingly every New Yorker.
So by helping the federal government remove dangerous people from our city, every New Yorker is apparently now at risk? That is some fear-mongering. I'm sorry. And yes, the mayor's political enemies are speaking this way because he was recently let off the hook from a federal investigation, which many say was politically charged due to his speaking out against the last administration's handling of the asylum crisis. But sadly, every immigration policy trumpeted by the Trump administration is something our leaders are just painting as bad for everyone who lives in New York, even at a time when it's clear New York's progressive justice system is failing to stop crime or keep the general public safe. It's a magnet for these gang members too. And this is really strange because here we are in a progressive city that has had progressive laws for a long time, and things are just getting worse. And then when somebody comes along and wants to make a change to that, and the mayor says, hey, I think it might be a good idea to get rid of some of these criminals, people here just lose their minds. They think that that is going to be the problem when their ideas have led us to where we are today. And at first I was struggling to wrap my mind around why elected officials would want to take care of people who harm their own voters. That didn't make any sense, but then it clicked. Many progressives in sanctuary cities view America as an evil, awful country which only exists to victimize the less fortunate. And in their world, nobody is less fortunate and more of a victim of America's policies than someone whose presence in this country is illegal. Never mind the fact that when people come here, they are exploited immediately by predatory businesses, predatory gang members, and in many cases owe massive debts to cartels for trafficking them here in the first place. But to our leaders, somebody who's in the country illegally, they are more of a victim of America's evil policies than many other folks, especially Americans, which explains why they're so concerned about sticking up for people who might be members of a dangerous gang.
As the immigration crackdown continues and some retreat in fear, people all throughout New York are stepping up.
We will stand together against hate and attacks that seek to divide us.
The New York City Council is providing more than $2 million in emergency funding to nonprofits helping immigrant communities.
So after ICE first made its presence known in New York City by arresting a whole bunch of dangerous gang members, our city council freaked out. And they've authorized an emergency $2 million payment to a whole bunch of nonprofits that are supposed to advocate for immigrants, because now is the time to fight back. Something that makes absolutely no sense unless it is your goal to fight back against policies that protect protect gang members from deportation, something you can only do if you hate our president and our country more than you hate the crime these people commit, which most of the time is centered upon the very immigrant communities they come here and try to blend in with. And these gang members, they don't just come here to sneak in weapons and sell them to each other. They use those weapons to force people to join them, trafficking them as members of their gang who then go on to commit crimes, or by forcing people to do things they'd rather not, like sell stolen products on the side of the street, or to work illegally at a local business to pay off debts for being brought into this country in the first place. And it's the gang members whose photos are on the sides of businesses and on wanted posters who've been attacking and harming our communities for the last several years. And removing them from New York would make it a lot safer, as would canceling the policies that brought them here in the first place. What do you think about that? Is New York trying to resist the new president by keeping its sanctuary city policies? Are those policies bad for America? Let me know. Thank you so much for watching. I'll see you in the next video.
As the immigration crackdown continues and some retreat in fear, people all throughout New York are stepping up.
The mayor and the president see millions of people, not only in this city, but across the country, as expendable.
So as President Trump ramps up the largest targeted deportation effort in U.S. history, some of New York City's leaders are digging in their heels. Because although ICE's immigration crackdowns are focused on the gang members and dangerous individuals who've come here to grow their criminal empires, local progressives claim they object to immigration enforcement in the name of compassion for all immigrants. But as you're about to see, some of that compassion may be sorely misplaced.
When our communities are under attack, what do we do? Stand up, fight back.
There's no denying migrants in New York City are terrified, staying away from school, church, and work to avoid arrest during an ICE immigration raid.
We will stand together against hate and attacks that seek to divide us.
This all comes on the heels of Tuesday's multi-agency operation in the Bronx, Washington Heights, and Queens. 12 targeted criminals were arrested, including an alleged ringleader of the Venezuelan Tren de Aragua gang. Authorities tracked him to New York from Colorado, and they found a loaded gun and ammunition inside his Bronx apartment.
Were there a lot of people living in that apartment?
We had a few kids. I would say like 5, I would say.
This is not a game. This is a dangerous job for the men and women of ICE, and to have that type of interference puts our officers at great risk. Not only the officers, it puts the aliens at great risk, because anything can happen when we take our eyes off the goal.
It's in this ever-intensifying atmosphere that ICE agents field tactics, specifically what places are off-limits, once again dominates the collective conversation about where migrants can feel safe in New York City.
I sent info to your email about the location.
So as activists lose their minds, many New Yorkers are happy they're no longer losing their communities to criminals. And what none of these people will tell you is that every immigration position they say they're against has the potential to not only make our city safer, but to benefit the very immigrant communities they say they're sticking up for. For example, with President Trump signing the Laken Riley Act, anyone in the country illegally must be held in federal custody if they're accused of theft or a violent crime, something New York City's legal system will not do. In fact, we release our violent criminals, which is why we've got problems with out-of-control shoplifting, rampant robberies, and subway crime. Our legal system sees these as non-jailable misdemeanor offenses, which means instead of people going to jail, they get unlimited second chances to reoffend, something these gang members immediately get to work on after nothing happens to them. However, that's about to change because ICE is here. They're making arrests, and if you're a member of New York City's criminal community with an immigration violation, this sanctuary city may be the wrong place to live unlawfully. Which brings us to the real reason why all of these activists are so upset about this. To them, open borders are more important than criminal records, even if the people with criminal records tend to prey upon the working class and law-abiding immigrants the most. Something gangs like Tren de Aragua from Venezuela start doing almost as soon as they get here, embedding themselves in a local community where they go about afflicting those around them who they see as human capital to be best used for furthering their gang's ambitions, which is why they traffic everything from products to people along our streets and sidewalks. But as you're about to see, even though many New Yorkers are happy that their neighborhoods are now safer, our leaders are gearing up to do things that will protect dangerous criminals, no matter what it costs them. So here we are at the Roosevelt Hotel, New York City's flagship shelter for asylum seekers in Midtown. And although our leaders act as if their immigration resistance movement exists for all immigrants, there are some immigrants living in this very facility who wish it didn't, because they're living in a building next to gang members, and they don't want their kids getting sucked into the criminal underworld. But in the name of resistance, our leaders have a plan to flood nonprofits with money that's gonna be used to help immigrants resist these deportation efforts. But since these deportation efforts are only focused on criminals, it looks like some of the gang members living in places like this might get to stay.
We will stand together against hate and attacks that seek to divide us.
The New York City Council is providing more than $2 million in emergency funding to nonprofits helping immigrant communities.
So it looks like our leaders have decided that the best way to resist President Trump is to flood nonprofits with money that they can then go and use to advocate for immigrants. Never mind, these nonprofits do such a great job advocating that after people get evicted from a hotel like this, they end up living in a tent somewhere because they couldn't find a job or provide for themselves, despite the billions of dollars in funding that have gone to every organization who says they care. Which is too bad, because the people they claim to care about end up getting trapped in a never-ending cycle of poverty that just won't stop, and it all starts from the moment they move into one of these facilities. These shelters, they might feed and house and clothe people, but they don't employ those people, they don't give them any tools for success, and now that we know gang members are living in places like this, it's obvious they don't keep immigrants safe either. And as you're about to see, all of this activism does nothing but protect a dangerous status quo that's invading neighborhoods all over town, filling them with the types of gang activity nobody running New York ever thought would make its way here. And even though everyone knows it's here, right here in this building, since we don't like Trump over here in New York, we're gonna do everything we can to protect those criminals.
This all comes on the heels of Tuesday's multi-agency operation in the Bronx, Washington Heights, and Queens. 12 targeted criminals were arrested, including an alleged ringleader of the Venezuelan Tren de Aragua gang. Authorities tracked him to New York from Colorado, and they found a loaded gun and ammunition inside his Bronx apartment.
So while ICE is out there taking down gang members who are living in apartments next to families with children, sometimes even having children inside their own apartments, instead of our leaders offering to help get those gang members out of our communities, they're spinning this all around as if it's an attack on every single immigrant that lives here, which it's not. It's the gang members that are attacking immigrants, and when police remove them from a community, whether it's the NYPD or ICE, that asylum shelter, that neighborhood, it is now safer, and the people who do live there are in better hands. Yet for some reason, our leaders are under the impression that law enforcement activity and immigration are somehow toxic to one another. Yet it is the absence of law enforcement that empowers the criminals who are making a living off the backs of everyone around them, while putting their neighbors and everyone who lives with them in danger.
There are a lot of people living in that apartment. I have no idea. Well, yeah, they had a few kids. I would say that, like 5, I would say. I really, for what I've seen. Because, yeah.
So this is one of the neighbors of a Tren de Aragua gang member who was taken down by ICE in an early morning raid, and the New York Post is interviewing about what it was like living next to them. He says there were small children and other people living in this apartment with this person. Everyone in that building was in danger. An ICE raid in that building was a good thing. That building, everybody there, they're now safer. Yet somehow this is an attack on everybody? I don't think so. The neighbors are thrilled. These criminals are off the streets, out of their building, out of their neighborhoods for good now. And look at this map. These raids are taking place in the Bronx and in Queens. These raids are not taking place in the city's richest zip codes, which certainly helps explain why pampered progressives have a misguided view of all this and are calling it an attack on everyone. And to anyone looking at this with a reasonable viewpoint, there's no way that can possibly be true. But there's something else that our leaders are very upset about.
Mayor Eric Adams says he directed the NYPD to coordinate with federal authorities for this operation because the targets were wanted criminals, and so the cooperation did not violate the city's sanctuary city laws.
Working with the mayor of New York City was fantastic. I talked to him 4 or 5 times last night about what we were doing our operation.
Oh, no. Nope, you can't do that. You can't be the mayor of a sanctuary city that harbors gang members and then work with a president who's a Republican to get rid of a big no-no. Even though one of these gang members is described as the leader of the gang that took over apartments in Colorado, capturing the country's attention. And when we talk about this resistance movement, it's important to understand what started it. It's this memo that was issued by the mayor, a memo which tells city employees not to actively resist federal agents if they show up at a city-run site and those employees feel threatened, which isn't crazy at all. In fact, it's a crime to impede a federal investigation and harbor a criminal. However, all of these protests forced the mayor's office to release this new set of protocols for interactions with non-local law enforcement, which basically instructs city employees to tell federal agents that if they don't have a warrant to take a hike. But the mayor's also very clear that this does not contradict his prior instructions for city employees not to get in the way of armed federal agents who may be carrying out actions that are perfectly within the law.
We're not going to tolerate it anymore. This is not a game. When we show up these sites, this is a dangerous job for the men and women of ICE and Border Patrol and all the DOJ agencies. To have that type of interference puts our officers at great risk. Not only the officers, it puts the aliens at great risk because anything can happen when we take our eyes off the goal.
So let's imagine that ICE goes into a building looking for a dangerous gang member. That person, if they're armed, which they often are, if they know that ICE is coming and they decide to resist, things could get dangerous for other people who are in that apartment or in that building. And in the case of a city-run housing facility, you're putting families in danger, some of whom have little kids. And that's why it's so bad that people like this are in our communities. Their presence there puts the community at risk from their activities and also from what they might do when it comes time to arrest them. Yet we want to fight ICE, even though the reality is that these enforcement actions make the world a better place because there are now less gang members roaming around in it. And some of these advocates, they're out there getting people riled up, getting them to chant that they're going to stand up and fight back. That's a little radical. And I get that this is a sanctuary city, but at some point we've got to realize that it's one thing not to cooperate with the federal government, but it's quite another to tell city employees or people in general to actively resist the federal government. That's just dumb activism, and it's making everyone less safe. Yet none of that is stopping the leaders of this resistance movement from twisting around the truth and instilling fear in the hearts of everyone who lives in our city. So probably the biggest falsehood being spread about these ICE-related crackdowns is that they're bad for everybody in New York, no matter who you are, that they make our city less safe. And the people adhering to this line of thinking are so set in it. There is no room for negotiation. And every single time you hear about an ICE-related crackdown of a gang member, they say that this is just the first step towards rounding up everybody, which means there must be political gain behind lawmakers trying to scare everyone.
Critics are now pointing to this as just the latest troubling behavior by Mayor Adams, who's shown willingness to work with the Trump administration.
The mayor and the president see millions of people, not only in this city, but across the country, as expendable.
So the resistance movement says this is just about removing people from our country for no reason. But that's not what ICE or anybody in charge of this says.
I looked at the numbers this morning. ICE has already arrested just short of 12,000 people in this country. Vast majority are of criminals, public safety threats. And that's what we're trying to do. And for any mayor or governor who doesn't want public safety threats removed from the communities, I find it hard to believe that. But we're going to do it, with or without them.
So ICE says one thing, the protesters say another, but what is reality showing us? Reality is showing us that we have a small number of ICE agents who are out in the field engaging in these targeted operations. These are not mass roundups. In fact, as of the filming of this video, there has not been an ICE presence at any of these asylum shelters. Now that eventually might change, but ICE has said they're going after the worst first, like that gang leader who was in an apartment with a weapon and other people. Which brings up a very interesting point, because the thing that has activists fuming is that ICE would arrest anybody who's not a gang member. But who exactly is it that's living with a gang member and is an adult? Are they also gang members we just don't know about yet? Are they somehow helping or harboring that criminal, giving them a place to hide? And this guy was a gang ringleader. He wasn't nobody. How could the people living with him have had no idea about that, especially when he was keeping weapons in the house? The only way for activists to be upset about this is if they're not asking the right questions. They're all upset about the idea of collateral arrests, yet they're not concerned at all why somebody would be living with gang members or other criminals.
So there's a couple with about 5 kids that were living in that apartment. I don't know if it was a couple, but I know a woman, a few kids, and somebody in their 50s. Okay. A male in their 50s. Okay. That I've seen. But I mean, you never know if there are more people there.
So one way of looking at this raid was that a whole bunch of people had ICE agents in their apartment for absolutely no reason. Another way of looking at it is that you had little kids that were living with gang members and now don't have to anymore. They may have been rescued. And no one's curious about why those children were in that apartment. Whose children were they? And who was the older person living in that apartment, and what was their connection to this whole thing? And what's crazy is even though armed criminals like this are living in our communities, our leaders are getting people all riled up and all scared. And some people may take them at their word. They may say, you know what, I'm going to actively resist federal agents if they come to my building. That would be terrible. More people are just going to be in danger if this goes down.
We're going to do what the President promised American people. We're going to make our communities safer by targeting those who are in the country illegally that have criminal record or a public safety threat. That's what we're doing. But if you're forced to stay in the community and not let us get the bad guy into jail, that's going to put the community at risk.
So there it is. ICE is not coming for everyone. They're coming for criminals. But if they find people who are with criminals at the time of arrest, and those people are in the country unlawfully, they're also going to get arrested. And what's crazy is the border czar says that collateral arrests are actually going to be more common in New York because the city will not cooperate with ICE. For example, if a dangerous individual is held in a county jail and a sanctuary city will not let ICE agents in or won't tell ICE that that person's there, that person's going to end up getting released. They're going to go back to their apartment, back to their shelter, back to their community, put everybody in danger, and then ICE is going to have to go get them when they're in public and may be armed, which wasn't the case when they were behind bars. Yet here we are with activists who run our city telling everyone that communities are less safe when the gang members are taken away from them. An idea that literally makes no sense. In fact, every single position that these advocates are taking is just going to continue making the city more dangerous. And if anything, this is a sanctuary city. Activists have had their chance to prove that they're on the right side of history. But here we are just a couple of years after the asylum crisis started, and we've got gangs living throughout our city being propped up and protected by our legal system. And nobody who's brought this upon us wants it to change. Do you think it should change? How would you change it? Do you think the border czar's on the right track? Do you think that these ICE raids are bad for New York City? Let me know. Thanks for watching. I'll see you in the next video.
2 people in custody tonight after the FBI search of a Diamond District pawn shop.
The 2 men had been buying stolen luxury items from South American theft groups and then reselling them at their store.
So the owners of this store right here are in FBI custody for allegedly working with a South American robbery crew to sell stolen items, some of which were taken from the homes of professional athletes and other wealthy individuals all across America by a gang of Chilean immigrants residing in the U.S. illegally, living out a twisted version of the American dream with the alleged help of an American business.
How you guys doing?
Body camera footage showing 4 Chilean nationals being questioned by authorities last month in Ohio. And in the trunk, a Louis Vuitton bag.
Where are you guys headed to today? Orlando? Wrong way. Florida's that way.
Nijinsky and Juan Villar are accused by federal prosecutors of regularly serving as fences for South American theft groups. Their Diamond District pawn shop raided Tuesday.
Someone is trying to break into the house right now. My daughter is there. This is Joe Burrow's house.
Federal prosecutors say the thieves made off with roughly $300,000 in luxury items, including watches, glasses, piles of cash, and Louis Vuitton luggage. The alleged gangbangers also posed wearing the NFL stars JB9 and number 9 chain necklaces.
They come here almost exclusively to commit and engage in criminality.
I feel like my privacy has been violated in more ways than one.
Prosecutors say in their search Tuesday, investigators found large quantities of suspected stolen property here at the pawn shop, as well as from a storage facility in New Jersey, where they also found sports memorabilia and power tools that are commonly used to open safes.
These are the individuals that wake up every day with one intention, is to commit as many crimes as possible to make money in any way possible.
So evidence links one of the thieves busted robbing a football player's home to a pawn shop in Midtown Manhattan. But what nobody's talking about is this FBI bust reveals a shocking level of cooperation between illegal criminal gangs and New York City businesses that look and appear legitimate. And with one of these operations taken down right in the heart of Manhattan, you've got to wonder how many other predatory businesses like this are hiding in plain sight, especially when crime statistics show New York City has experienced an astronomical rise in moped moped-related snatch and grab robberies over the last 2 years. An 8,000% rise to be exact, with criminals stealing watches, purses, bags, and other valuables from unsuspecting victims in some of the city's richest neighborhoods. Which happened last summer when thugs approached customers at restaurants, forcing them to put their Rolexes in pillowcases before speeding off without getting caught. But it doesn't stop there. The city also saw a rise in robberies in Central Park and in Midtown by Times Square. And when you combine those with the out-of-control shoplifting epidemic we're experiencing, a troubling picture starts to emerge of a city flooded with so many illegally stolen items that they're now being sold openly at stores on the side of the street. And that brings us to the real reason why this bust is so important. It exposes a highly profitable industry that, when combined with New York's sanctuary city status, acts as a magnet to bring the world's worst criminals to our city, where we not only allow them to hide from the federal government while they live in taxpayer-funded homeless shelters, but also the opportunity to be the worst versions of themselves, all thanks to New York's decriminalization of petty theft and assault, which, as you're about to see, has created a pipeline of products stolen from the law-abiding and then sold on the streets of New York in broad daylight. This right here is the entrance of the business where this gang was allegedly able to sell off stolen property. And it's right in the heart of Midtown on 47th Street, 6th Avenue, the Diamond District. I got my wife's engagement ring here. Not at this place, at another place nearby. But the point is, this is an area full of legitimate businesses that have been here for decades. But hiding in plain sight was apparently a criminal operation of proportions nobody ever imagined.
Prosecutors say the men brokered the sale of countless pieces of stolen merchandise taken from across the United States by South American theft groups. The two were allegedly the middlemen, buying the loot from the thieves and selling it at their store. A customer of the pawn shop.
So what's unbelievable about this is that the store on the upper floors here, they're paying thousands of dollars a month to be right here in the middle of Manhattan, but they're selling stolen items from all across the country. But before we get into this wild story about how a gang of foreign criminals was able to break into homes all across America, it's important to understand that this collusion of legitimate businesses and unlawful residents of this country is nothing new in America's largest sanctuary city, which is home to over 400,000 people who are illegally residing in the United States, which creates a big problem. You've got a massive number of people who can't legally work yet need to feed themselves, pay rent, and buy clothing, creating an opportunity for businesses to prey upon these people or to team up with criminal gangs and then prey upon the rest of society.
A gang of Chilean migrants are accused of snapping brazen photos after allegedly storming Bengals quarterback Joe Burrow's $7.5 million Ohio mansion. The alleged gangbangers also posed wearing the NFL star's JB9 and number 9 chain necklaces. Burrow's girlfriend.
So these guys that were running stolen products up to the third floor of this store right here, they might look like jokers from the photos they posted on social media, but they knew exactly where they were going, they knew how to get in, and this might not be the first celebrity's home they raided. However, the FBI says that stolen goods from multiple celebrity home invasions were being sold out of this particular business. The full extent to how those items got there has not yet been revealed by prosecutors. But the thing that's odd about this robbery is that these guys had no problem taking pictures and showing off with all their loot. Either this was their first time committing this sort of crime, or they'd done so many home invasions and successful raids that they figured nothing was going to happen to them and that they were invincible. And the amount of money they were making probably made them feel unstoppable.
Someone is trying to break into the house right now. My daughter is there. This is Joe Burrow's house.
Investigators say the two men are linked to a nationwide burglary ring targeting the homes of high-profile professional athletes. That includes Kansas City Chiefs stars Patrick Mahomes and Travis Kelce, NBA stars.
So what happened here is absolutely wild, and the details are incredibly shocking. Not just how the goods were stolen from this person's home, who did the stealing, and how they were offloaded right here, but this is not the only business in town which apparently has a no questions asked policy when it comes to buying things that walk in the door from people who might be criminals. In fact, everything that can be stolen gets stolen and resold here. You've got bodegas selling stolen food, clothing stores reselling stolen items from places like Macy's, and if you're curious about how these gang members might have met these people, well, there's a whole bunch of stores here that all say they're willing to buy valuable valuables that it might be secondhand. These criminals could literally have just gone up and down the block with a briefcase full of stuff, showing it to people until they found a willing accomplice. And the crazy thing is, it looks like they would have gotten away with their heist if they hadn't done something really stupid.
Body camera footage showing 4 Chilean nationals being questioned by authorities last month in Ohio.
Where are you guys headed to today, sir? Orlando? Wrong way. Florida's that way.
The man in the front passenger seat wearing a Cincinnati Bengals beanie, Burrow's team, and in the trunk, a Louis Vuitton bag and a shirt from LSU where Burrow played in
a traffic stop. These guys were brought down by bad driving. Their car was full of stolen belongings, and the officer asked them where they were going, and they said, "Oh, we're going to Florida." And the officer's like, "Guys, Florida's that way." And this is crazy. They had $300,000 worth of valuables from this guy's home. The homeowner is signed to a 5-year, $275 million contract, which had a $40 million signing bonus. So he's incredibly wealthy. And apparently his home had security guards there, but these guys got in when the shift changed, revealing an incredibly high level of sophistication to this raid. And apparently they had planned this out in advance. They did not just show up, break the window, and steal whatever they could find, not knowing whose it was. Apparently, the authorities found photos of the home in question on their cell phones that were taken prior to the break-in. And then they discovered something else that tied them to the owners of this business right here.
There were 4 men arrested for that, and according to federal prosecutors, one of the defendants, Djinsky, his cell phone is connected to the 2 men who were arrested in that case. So that was the connection to Joe Burrow. They're still trying to sort out all of the victims and identify the property in this case.
Wow, that is way more than some casual relationship. The people that ran this business were in direct contact with this gang that was out robbing celebrities' homes. And that could mean one of 2 things. It could mean that the owners of this business have the cell phone numbers of a lot of people who bring them expensive stuff. After all, there's a lot of businesses on this street that have rare and expensive things. And the last thing you want is for your customer to be standing outside your front door with a briefcase full of this stuff in New York City. It would be incredibly bad for business if one of your customers was followed and tracked down while making a delivery. And if you're headed to a New York City pawn shop or jewelry exchange and you get there and the door's locked, that could be a big problem. So maybe the cell phone connection, not that big of a deal. Or it could mean that these guys were in cahoots and they were in contact with these criminals as they were premeditating which homes they were going to hit up. Only time will tell, however, if a business gets busted reselling knowingly stolen merch, which they may have helped the criminals steal, they could be going away for a long time. But even if they do, as we touched on earlier, the criminal element that is stealing all of this wealth is still going to be out there, which means the opportunity to profit from the sale of all those stolen items will still be there as well, and the opportunity to make money supplying these criminals with the one thing they need to do their dirty work, that's not going anywhere either. So criminals, gang members, thugs, there's a lot of people like that living in New York right now, and they need to arm themselves to get up in the morning and go about doing what they're here to do, which creates an opportunity for people in possession of things that are banned to sell them and make a lot of money because they've got a lot of customers who need those things to go about accosting others, stealing, robbing, home invading, etc. And sadly, this criminal opportunity has attracted people to New York who are just the absolute worst of the worst.
These are some of the worst criminals suspected Tren de Aragua gang members, allegedly making money selling guns on the streets of the city. But they had no clue they were selling to undercover NYPD officers. Police Commissioner.
So in New York, you've got so many criminals that one gang can make money arming other gangs who make money using those things, stealing and exploiting the rest of the city. And apparently this recent gang bust saw 10 members of the Venezuelan gang Tren de Aragua all busted for selling weapons. And apparently these criminals had quite an arsenal of fully automatic devices, and they were also in the United States without permission. But apparently they were making money supplying New York's growing criminal underworld with the tools of its trade. And they only came here because this is a sanctuary city with soft on crime laws and a defunded police force. Something that's pretty obvious to see when you look at the statistics around moped crime and how it's exploded here, with snatch and grab robberies in this city going from non-existent to a daily occurrence. But apparently, arming an ever-growing population of criminals here locally wasn't enough for these guys, and they were exporting their operations to other states.
Kat says their criminal activity includes other crimes, reaching further than the city.
And included Connecticut, Pennsylvania, Texas, Florida, Colorado.
When confronted during a buy and bust operation, the NYPD says the gang members put up a fight. Still,
So these guys, apparently, they didn't want to go down without a fight. The police knew coming into this that these were violent criminals. But it gets even worse because look at this. One of the guys that they took down has prior arrests for weapon possession. Now that's incredibly serious. Weapons are no joke here. You're not even allowed to have them in certain parts of town. And if you get caught with an illegal one, that's a felony, which is supposed to come with prison time. Yet this guy somehow still had his freedom. He was living life as a criminal without a care in the world. And what kind of backwards message does that send to people who want to come here and be dangerous? We got signs all over Midtown, where I'm at right now, saying that you can't have weapons, yet when people get caught with them, nothing happens to them. That's why you've got people that are here selling them illegally. And that's why you've got people that are using them to commit crime all over town. And apparently also in other parts of the country where they're invading the homes of wealthy individuals to rob them and then sell whatever they stole on the streets of New York.
Tren de Aragua, or TDA, is a violent gang from Venezuela. On social media, police say they display their criminal enterprise and how they're expanding day by day here in the city.
They come here almost exclusively to commit and engage in criminality.
So there you have it. These gangs, these criminals, they didn't get here by accident. No, they came here because this is the perfect place to do what they want to do. And based on what our country's learned about some of these gangs, like this Tren de Aragua, everyone should have seen this coming. Because this one group in particular, they are human exploiters. It underpins every single crime they're involved in. And asylum seekers in New York City shelters reported being approached by gang members demanding that they join their gang and start committing crimes. Saying no would result in someone being branded an outsider, a fate nobody living in a government-funded homeless shelter that bans police from entering wants, because in these places the only morals come from the criminals that have taken them over. And of course these aren't the only criminals that have come here because of what New York City lets people get away with. We've got this theft ring of criminals from Chile who were here to do business and sell things to corrupt establishments that have a legitimate presence in this city. And we know that terror watch list suspects were apprehended at the U.S. southern border over the last few years and then disappeared into the country. This is incredibly frightening. And all of this crime and lawlessness is enabled by sanctuary city policies that bar the police here from cooperating with ICE. And when you stack on top of that our lax justice system, this entire place is just a playground for criminals to learn and perfect a trade they should never be engaged in the first place. What do you think about that? Are New York City's rules the reason we've got budding criminal empires sprouting up all over the place here? Let me know. Thank you so much for watching. I'll see you in the next video.
As ICE raids have been unfolding in major cities like Chicago and New York, the Trump administration has revoked temporary protected status for more than 600,000 Venezuelans in the United States.
600,000 people will soon have their protected status canceled, which means they could be eligible for deportation. And as the Trump administration ramps up ICE raids in sanctuary cities, many people living in places like New York are on edge, because in 45 days, they may need to be living somewhere else.
The prospect of more operations focused not just on violent criminals, but on the undocumented, has New York's immigrant population living in fear.
Homeland Security Secretary Christi called out former DHS Secretary Alejandro Mayorkas, accusing him of using temporary protected status, or TPS, as a loophole to let migrants stay here and violate the laws.
Definitely the fear is real.
Members of the notorious Tren de Aragua gang are increasingly drawn to sanctuary cities. It's Venezuela's largest criminal organization, linked to dozens of high-profile crimes in this country, like this apartment building takeover.
We're going to make our community safer by targeting those who are in the country legally that have criminal record. But if you force us into the community and not let us get the bad guy into jail, it means more collateral arrests, means more non-criminals being arrested, because when we find the bad guy, which we will, there's going to be others with them.
So over 500,000 Venezuelans now have just a few weeks to figure out their plans, if they want to stay in America. But what none of the activists claiming that this is horrible news bother mentioning is that temporary protected status is just that. Temporary. And ICE doesn't have the personnel to deport everybody at once, which is why the border czar's made it clear he's prioritizing criminals and national security threats first, some of whom are here benefiting from federal deportation protection on the grounds that their home countries are so dangerous. With so much gang violence, nobody could live there safely. But the problem is the criminals and gang members that destroyed some of these places are now here benefiting from a status that protects them from what they did to the places they used to live, while making it impossible to remove them from this country. However, that's about to change because in 45 days, federal rules that unknowingly help the wrong people hide in America will come to an end, about a year ahead of schedule, at which point everyone involved will have to decide whether to leave America on their own, apply for asylum, or hunker down in a sanctuary city like New York in violation of federal immigration law, an idea that gets riskier every single day as ICE raids continue across sanctuary cities at a pace nobody in this country thought was possible. Which brings us to the real reason activists and enemies of America's borders are so outraged by these recent decisions. Temporary protected status is a legal form of U.S. residency. The last administration kept extending that, and that, in combination with America's wide open borders, we now know was essentially being used to fast-track mass migration to our country at an unsustainable level, a situation that allowed gang members and criminals to embed themselves in communities all over America.
Authorities arrested 20 people wanted on criminal charges. The enforcement actions happened in Washington Heights, Queens, and the Bronx, and that's where authorities took into custody Anderson Zambrano Pacheco, the reputed Venezuelan gang member.
These gang members were all caught in New York City apartments that they used as bases to plan and commit crime all over town. Not exactly nice guys. And they do this while exploiting other immigrants, as this gang's specialty is human trafficking, which, as you're about to see, has made their presence in America an absolute disaster for everybody in every way imaginable.
You yourself have stated that if there is a Venezuelan migrant community in a neighborhood, then there's likely the Tren de Aragua gang. Why?
Yes, ma'am, because instead of building their enterprise off of narcotics like a lot of other gangs, they built their entire enterprise off the backs of over 8 million Venezuelans fleeing Venezuela and other countries in South America.
So it's important to understand that the only reason these guys are even here is because starting in 2023, America's front door was wide open, and these guys came here posing as asylum seekers, fleeing exactly what it was that created most of this crisis to begin with, at least as far as Venezuela is concerned. But because of temporary protected status, some of these criminals, even if their asylum claim gets denied, they're still able to reside in the country and live here and work here. They could even get a normal job because TPS gives work authorization. But that's not what they're here for. Instead, they've come here to commit as much crime as possible, hitting levels that were not possible in Venezuela where they're from. And their ideas, their dreams, they're not the American dream at all, that's for sure.
And once the Tren de Aragua establishes a cell within a community, what's their end game? What happens next?
Their end game really is to govern and control that area. So they're going to seize areas, they're going to seize apartments, they're going to seize abandoned buildings, they're going to take over the migrant care centers, and their whole goal is to infiltrate themselves within the criminal underworld in that local area.
Something they're doing in parts of New York right now. If you walk around in Jackson Heights, Queens, you'll see flea markets set up on random sidewalks full of stolen goods. And we've had recent robbery patterns in Midtown Manhattan and in Central Park, which were traced back to these very criminals, some of whom were living in city-funded asylum shelters. But that's about to change because, as you're about to see, these gang members, they're no longer going to have this blanket protection, this temporary protected status that allows them to stay here when they shouldn't even be in the country to begin with.
The Trump administration has revoked temporary protected status for more than 600,000 Venezuelans in the United States, implemented by the Biden administration. TPS is a federal program that allows people from certain countries to live and work in the U.S. when it's deemed unsafe to return to their home country.
Why would it be unsafe to return to their home country? Well, it's because of what these gang members did, and these guys are now here benefiting from what they did back home. That doesn't make any sense. And by protecting these criminals and treating them as victims of what they've already done, we've just enabled them, especially in sanctuary cities like New York, where in some cases we've moved these individuals into family-focused asylum shelters that have little kids and school-aged children there, who are now living down the hall from gang members who may be trying to recruit them or worse. But apparently the open US border, that was such a huge opportunity for these Venezuelan gang members that it may have actually changed Venezuela forever. Why is Venezuela's crime rate falling? Well, it says right here, there's a major link between mass criminal migration and decreased crime over there. And it says right here that the economy is so bad, criminals can't commit the same crime that they used to, which is why these criminals had to come here. This is a place, America, where they can commit all kinds of crime that a lot of us, and especially our leaders in places like New York, were just totally unprepared for.
The rollback means federal agents can now review all individuals who receive TPS, including members of the notorious Venezuelan gang Tren de Aragua. Noem also pointed to overwhelming public support.
Okay, so here's the thing. These gang members, they come here, they say that they're seeking asylum, but of course, they're not going to qualify because they're gang members. They might be dangerous. And ironically, because Venezuela is now safer and the humanitarian crisis down there is dying down, it's not really such a heartless thing to cancel temporary protected status when the protected status no longer even needs to apply. And the country is taking back people who are known gang members. This is something that people never thought was going to happen. Venezuela said, we don't want to take these people back. And they refused for quite some time, but now they are. And if people are extremely dangerous, too dangerous to be sent back to Venezuela because they could escape custody there and come back to America, the Trump administration wants to hold them in facilities like Guantanamo Bay, which to some people might sound really extreme, but you've got to understand, this gang, they didn't just use sanctuary cities like New York and places in Colorado to export crime to other areas of our country. They were actually using the protection we were giving them here to re-export crime to the entire world.
Everybody's trying to bottleneck. The alleged gang members were trafficking guns not only throughout New York City, but as far as Texas and Colorado, with plans to expand their network to Colombia. The DA says this was a years-long investigation. 34 guns were recovered, including 4 semi-automatic.
So these guys were stockpiling weapons in their apartment. They were using those weapons to arm local criminals here in New York. They were going to send them across the country, and then they were going to send them to other countries. These guys were definitely not here for the American dream, that's for sure. But look at this. What they did come here for was to recruit new members. It says it right here, inside shelters in places like New York. And look at this. Here's a map. They came from Venezuela, and then they almost exclusively went to places where they knew they would be protected legally from deportation. Protection, which they're still getting, by the way, in places like New York, because as a sanctuary city, we do not cooperate with the federal government when it comes to immigration matters. Police are banned from turning people over to them. Yet even though we know we've got these gang members living in some of our asylum shelters, as a sanctuary city, you've still got a massive number of people here who want to advocate on behalf of these gang members. They are so upset that ICE is going into apartments and pulling these people out of their communities where they've embedded themselves, where they're committing crime, and making these communities safer. For some reason, people here are really upset about that. And they are super upset with New York City's mayor for cooperating with the federal government.
Stephen, Natasha, this memo went out to all city agencies, including schools, hospitals, and migrant shelters. And it tells these city employees that they can allow federal immigration officers onto city property if they, quote, feel reasonably threatened. The memo also warned that actively harboring or shielding an undocumented immigrant is a federal crime.
Yes, it is. You could get arrested if you go and do that. If you're going to block federal agents who have a warrant or need to go into a building to arrest somebody who's dangerous, if you stop them from going in there, you can be arrested. And if the mayor tells people to stand up to federal agents, he's now harboring criminals and he could be arrested. The border czar's already said that he's going to go after sanctuary city mayors who refuse to cooperate. But the situation in New York's really weird because here we've got a mayor who understands that gang members and criminals are a public safety problem. He wants to get rid of them, but now he's in trouble with the city council who doesn't want any of that. They want a leader here in New York to say that we are a sanctuary city, we are part of a resistance movement, and we're not going to cooperate, and we're going to stand up to ICE. That's what they want. But look at this. You know who's very excited about these ICE raids? Parents of asylum seeker kids who live in shelters. This is somebody who lives at the Roosevelt Hotel. This is a hotel where we know there are gang members living in here. Look, here are photos of them. They call themselves Diablos de la 42. They live in the Roosevelt Hotel. It says it right here. And these parents have no idea how this is allowed to happen. She is worried her sons will be pulled into gangs sprouting up in this place. And you know what? These deportations, these raids, they are not a threat to people who have a pending asylum case and were granted parole in the United States while they wait for that case to play out. Those folks, as long as they don't commit a crime, they've got nothing to worry about. But now the New York City resistance movement is gearing up to do everything they can to stop any action that would remove people from the country who aren't supposed to be here.
So this memo is the first time we're seeing anything that provides something different, that gives ICE additional leeway and kind of advertises a way for ICE to get in if they want to, and that's what's causing the panic.
Advertises a way for ICE to get in, telling city employees not to stand up to armed federal agents, advertises a way for ICE to get in. But one fascinating development here is that there has already been resistance towards local law enforcement crackdowns targeting these gang members inside the very shelters where we know they're residing. Here is a photo of the tent shelters at Randall's Island. These are in the process of being shut down, but we know that there's gang members living in there. There have been for quite some time. And the NYPD came here to raid this place, but you know what happened? Investigators believe private security guards tipped off people that were in the shelter that the NYPD was on the way. So the guards told them that the cops were on the way there, which would now be a federal crime. If the new border czar catches you doing that, he's going to put you in jail. And it looks like at the local level in New York, there is either no willpower or no law that would stop someone from aiding or embedding criminals or impeding a police investigation. And some of our leaders are upset about all of this ICE activity, and they want the mayor to take a stronger stance against it because they do not like the idea of collateral arrests. If a gang member is located in an apartment and he's living with other people, they don't like the idea that everybody who's here unlawfully gets arrested. They're not interested in finding out why there's other people living with gang members. They don't care about that. They're just upset that somebody got arrested who wasn't a gang member.
The collateral arrests happen when we're looking for the bad guy, and we find others with them. And we have told ICE officers they're going to enforce the law. Unlike the last administration, we're not telling ICE agents, ignore the oath you took, ignore the immigration law. Your immigration officers enforce those laws.
The big question here to me is, why are there people living in an apartment with gang members? Why does a gang member feel safe being around the people that they're located with? These are the questions we need to ask, because those people very well may be connected to that gang member. They might be gang members that we just don't know about yet. We know that Tren de Aragua is here to grow their criminal empire, to recruit new people. This guy right here is one of the Tren de Aragua ringleaders from that Colorado apartment raid. And look at this. He was living in an apartment building in the Bronx across from a school. He's apparently this guy right here in the red. That's supposed to be him. We know he came to New York after the Colorado apartment raid. Why did he feel safe here, and why did other people feel safe with him? He had weapons inside the apartment that he was caught with. How come they were okay with living with somebody in an apartment where there were weapons? And you know something? This reveals that this whole issue of collateral arrests is actually a non-issue when you look at how these collateral arrests happen. One person is being sought out. They are found with others. Anyone who's with them who's also here illegally, yes, they're also arrested because that's immigration law. But look at how badly the mainstream media wants to get the border czar to say that these raids are really not rounding up everybody no matter who they are, which isn't the case.
We need to find these people and take them off the street.
Just over the bridge. You talk about taking down the violent criminals, the gang members. But then the illegal immigrants at places like the car washes and other businesses.
Well, I think I said from day one, the president's been clear. We're concentrating on public safety threats and national security threats. But if you're in the country illegally, you're not off the table, but you're not going to be a priority. But I'm sure the car wash, I'm not familiar with that operation, but I'm sure they're looking for a criminal, and they didn't find, they found others. But worksite enforcement is coming back.
So they need to go to these businesses to find people who they get a tip or who they know might be there. And if they show up at one of these places, whether the person's there, whether the person's not there, they had a reason to go. They know that they've entered the environment where that criminal, where that dangerous gang member is. And let's say you're here. Let's say you're in the country and you're not supposed to be here. Well, the best thing that you can do would be to separate yourself from these dangerous criminals who are armed, who ICE might be coming after. Because the best way to guarantee that ICE does not come to your business looking for a dangerous criminal is to not work with one. Simple as that. Then you don't have to be afraid if you're going to work because ICE is only after the criminals. And the reason that this is important is because it makes these criminals toxic to pretty much everybody. You do not want to be around gang members because gang members are now a magnet for law enforcement. But what do you think about 600,000 people losing their temporary protected status over the next few weeks? And why do you think that people are so upset that this temporary status is ending? It was temporary. It was going to end anyways. Thank you so much for watching. I will see you in the next video. Thank you to Morgan & Morgan for sponsoring this video.
No heat or hot water, crumbling ceilings, and rat-infested hallways. Those are just some of the living conditions described in the city's so-called worst landlord watch list.
The ceiling now would go back again to liquid. This is broken.
So if you thought living in New York was bad, put your seatbelt on because the city's worst landlord list recently came out. And we're now seeing the true extent of how bad New York's housing situation is, with some renters struggling to pay thousands of dollars for apartments in crime-infested buildings that are struggling themselves to avoid collapsing completely. And all this is coming out at a time when New York's rents are continuing to rise to levels so high, whoever's living here today may not be able to afford it tomorrow.
From leaky ceilings
This is broken.
to broken windows, Olga Camille says she's seen and felt it all.
I feel so bad because it's so dirty.
This here is what an apartment can look like when a tenant moves out of a rent-stabilized apartment after living here for nearly 30 years. At the time, this apartment went for $775 per month.
Tenants living with rent stabilization say it plays a big role in their financial stability.
They protect us, they have to treat our apartment better. So I feel really sorry for people who don't live in a rent-stabilized apartment.
Camille says she not only has to deal with rodents and spotty heat,
doors open, you can walk right in.
but for years she's lived next door to vacant apartments in disrepair that are open for anyone to go into.
For a full year, it's sat vacant because the landlord says it needs $50,000 worth of renovations just to bring it up to code.
But under the current law, the owner is only allowed an $89 a month increase.
So while rents in many cities are falling, New York's are still climbing, much to the chagrin of our progressive leaders, who won't admit that even though they claim to care about the plight of the everyday working man, taking any real action that would lower his rents is not something they're at all interested in. Something other metropolitan areas report happens almost immediately when they increase the supply of apartments by building new ones. However, it looks like our leaders were sleeping through Economics 101 because building new apartments here never seems to happen, even though every year politician after politician campaigns on lowering housing prices, yet they just seem to get higher and higher with every election. And somehow we're stuck with an entire city council that can't seem to pass anything except when they pass laws that make rents go even higher. Like their recent law forcing some landlords to pay brokers for marketing and renting their apartments, as well as banning them from renting formerly government-regulated apartments at current market rents, even if those apartments require $50,000 to $100,000 worth of renovation work just to get up to code with New York City's arduous housing rules. A conundrum that has removed tens of thousands of apartments from New York City's housing market, which sit empty right now with zero people living in them. Which brings us to the real reason why living in this city just got way worse for every single renter. Our leaders have allowed an unaffordable status quo to remain intact, which means this is going to be another year we all end up paying more for less. At a time when milk and eggs and other basic groceries in this city continue to get more and more expensive, stretching household budgets to levels that trap New York City renters in a perpetual cycle of poverty that nobody can escape from. And as you're about to see, finding a decent, affordable place to live in this town is next to impossible.
Criminal Shore Security is very aware of the situation.
The officer advised that he was locked down at the location by the girlfriend, advising that he lives at the location as well. Female currently at the location is 5, white female, 40s, unknown clothing description named Kimball. The officer is going to be in the backyard.
Look at that. This place comes with a little vanity mirror, and this is a 2-bedroom apartment. There's a lot of recent updates that have been done to this place, and it's $4,500 a month, which might sound like a lot, but it's the cheapest place you're gonna find in this part of town. With this thing called laundry in unit that lots of apartments, mine included, do not have. Therefore, this apartment is not on the city's naughty landlord apartment list. However, as you're about to see, the types of incompetence that get an apartment on that list are so reprehensible, it's shocking these buildings haven't been confiscated from some of these people.
The ceiling now would go by again to liquid.
From leaky ceilings
This is broken.
to broken windows, Olga Camille says she's seen and felt it all in her 170th Street apartment building.
I feel so bad because it's so dirty. We fight 5 years.
Oh man, so her apartment has a hole in the ceiling and it leaks. Raining water down on all of her stuff, destroying everything. And I saw some peeling paint on some of the walls in there. Now, to get your apartment to look like that one instead of the one we're standing in now requires a lot of work. First of all, the building that you're in has to be super old, but most of these buildings are super old. This one's super old. But instead of keeping it in good working order like this heater, which is old but doesn't make any noise and has a knob that turns and is very warm right now, the landlord of her apartment building is basically letting it fall apart while people live there. And leaking ceilings, peeling paint, those are like the most basic repairs that any fool could make. And it doesn't take much to take your apartment and make it much better than most of what's out there. This place in particular, it's a cut above what you'll usually find. There's window trim, there's exposed brick, the kitchen's got granite counters, the appliances are nice, and there's even a free air conditioner over here which works. You know how many landlords out there take the ACs out and throw them away when the last tenant moves out? And speaking of work that's easy to do, look at this. See how the walls and the floor, how they meet right here? You don't have little bugs and stuff crawling in and out of places like this. And in an apartment like this, the renter is a disaster. They're really messy. They don't clean up after themselves. They got bugs and crumbs all over the place. That stuff is going to be contained to this particular unit. It's not going to escape and ruin the rest of the building for the neighbors. But that brings up a big question. This woman's got serious problems in her apartment. Are those problems the fault of her landlord who looks like a deadbeat according to this news report? Or is it possible that the problems she's experiencing in her apartment aren't the fault of the landlord at all?
In the building we visited today, Camille says she not only has to deal with rodents and spotty heat. Doors open, you can walk right in. But for years, she's lived next door to vacant apartments in disrepair that are open for anyone to go into.
Only me and my daughter living in this apartment. So anyway, we feel insecure.
But the names you...
So the plot thickens. The apartment next to hers looks super old. Nobody lives there, and it looks and appears as if a bomb or something went off in there. But how is it possible for there to be an empty apartment in New York City anywhere? We're in the middle of a housing crisis, with only 1.4% of apartments even available to rent to begin with. And according to this New York Post article, rents average around $4,500 a month in Manhattan, where we are right now. And what that means is the empty apartment next to hers has an annual contract value of between $40,000 and $50,000. If the landlord just rents it out for 12 months, $54,000 if it manages to hit the median rent. However, what if a situation exists where it's illegal for that landlord to spend all the money it's going to take on that empty apartment to get it up to code, to then re-rent it for the $4,000 a month he could probably get?
Under the current law, the owner is only allowed an $89 a month increase. So let's say you have a $700 a month apartment, you have to put in $50,000 to get $89 a month back. Your rate of return is going to be 30 or 40 years.
Landlords are not required to...
So if you got a landlord on this worst landlord list and they've got apartments that could be market rate and they're leaving them in shambles, those landlords are morons and they should have their buildings taken away from them. But if it's illegal to go and fix those places up because the rate of return is so low you'll never get it back, it starts to make sense why you'd have an empty piece of property in a city during a housing crisis that nobody can live in. And right now you've got tens of thousands of these rent-regulated apartments that are sitting around sort of in limbo. Last year you had 26,000 of these formerly regulated apartments which are still regulated and aren't getting fixed. And in the example we just got on the news, if you have to invest $50,000 but your rate of return is $89 a month, Nobody is going to go make that investment that has $50,000. They're going to take that money, they're going to put it somewhere where they get more than $89. And remember how I mentioned earlier that our leaders are passing laws that make rents go up? Well, these protections for these regulated apartments that are supposed to be affordable, those were recently renewed, basically trapping all of this potential real estate in a world that helps nobody. Most people don't know this, but when you're seriously hurt, that injury could be worth millions of dollars. And when you're in an accident, it's important that you know how to protect your rights, which is why you need to know about today's video sponsor, Morgan & Morgan, America's largest personal injury law firm, who doesn't just settle for lowball offers. And in just the past few months, has seen verdicts of $12 million in Florida, which was 34 times higher than the highest insurance offer. Add to that $26 million and $6.8 million verdicts in Philadelphia and New York, and it should be clear that Morgan & Morgan is not your typical law firm because they win a lot. Plus, it's completely free to work with them and see if you've got a case. It just takes minutes and can all be done from your smartphone. Step 1, submit your claim online. Step 2, Morgan & Morgan's experts immediately get to work investigating. And step number 3, Morgan & Morgan takes your case and only gets paid if you win. And they can do this because they've got over 100 offices across America and over 1,000 local lawyers who are ready to fight to get you the best results possible. You can start by filing your claim with Morgan & Morgan by following this link right here, which you can also click in the description of this video. And remember, it's completely free to work with them, and they only get paid if you win, which is what you want. Once again, thank you to Morgan & Morgan for sponsoring this video.
Unit 5.
Now this is what I'm talking about. It's the same apartment that we were just in downstairs, but there's this upper level. You could actually live in there if you wanted, and it's $100 more a month. Plus, it's got a pretty sweet roof deck that comes with a smokestack. But here's the thing, the reason these apartments exist, the reason they're in great shape is because they aren't these regulated apartments. And I know that both of these places are expensive, but at least now they could be rented by somebody, when if they were regulated apartments, they might be unable to be rented at all. To be honest with you, both are kind of a nail in the coffin of our whole affordability battle here.
Yeah, David, this here is what an apartment can look like when a tenant moves out of a rent-stabilized apartment after living here for nearly 30 years. At the time, this apartment went for $775 per month. For a full year, it sat vacant because the landlord says it needs $50,000 worth of renovations just to bring it.
So I was doing some math. This place, $46.95. If 3 people live here, you're getting $1,500 a month rent for a bedroom. And here's what that third bedroom looks like. Oh! Uh-oh. Okay, in the unit downstairs, we had a bedroom on one side of the kitchen and another bedroom on the other, but this is also a 2-bedroom. So I guess you're looking at $2,300-ish rent per person here, which is still very affordable for something with its own roof deck, but the rent here could actually be a lot lower. And a lot of these older style buildings have apartments in them that are just like the one we saw on the news. Super old, in need of repair, yet nobody can live in them. And the first way lower prices in New York City's housing market is going to be to give landlords more apartments to rent. A landlord who's got 2 empty apartments, he doesn't feel the need to drop his rents and attract a renter to the same degree as somebody who's got 4 empty apartments or 5. And every apartment that is artificially blocked from coming on the market because it can't be renovated, can't be fixed up, just raises the rent on the other apartments these landlords have. And it gives them less money to improve their properties and help their current renters. Now that doesn't excuse that landlord that made the worst landlords list giving that poor woman an apartment that nobody would want to live in. But if there were more money on the table, no matter how greedy and selfish this guy is, he could be sued and forced to make repairs, and the money to make those repairs would exist. And the fact of the matter is, you could lower rents immediately in this city if you'd unlock those 26,000 empty apartments.
Since 2019, many such renovations have been unaffordable for landlords because of a New York law that caps rent stabilized increases at 3% in order to tackle housing affordability in the city. As a result, property values have plummeted 60 to 70%.
You know, it's hard to feel bad for people who are rich enough to be landlords in the city, but if it's actually an investment scheme that could cost you 60% of whatever you put in, this is not a get-rich-quick scheme at all. And if people are losing millions of dollars on property they recently purchased and were in a housing crisis, it's hard to blame them for trying to maximize their rents, especially when they've got other empty units that they're not allowed to rent at all and just cost them money to have. And this reveals that there are no winners in New York City's housing market except the politicians. Think about it, we renters are losing our shirts, paying thousands of dollars every single month, and surprisingly, the landlords that own some of these places, they're losing even more money every single year.
The landlord of this apartment said he's getting squeezed because his revenue is declining with some apartments no longer habitable. Taxes, insurance, and interest rates are going up.
You know, landlords in these places would probably be able to charge less. It would cost them less money to run their buildings right now. These apartments that we're in, yes, they're run quickly, but every day they're empty and the owner loses money. If they were cheaper, he'd be getting that money right now. And even though most of us, myself included, blame our landlords when our rent goes up, it's not entirely their fault when that happens. The city recently started charging more for water. And since these apartments include hot water, cold water, and heat, the more water costs, the more the rent has to go up to compensate for that, revealing that the price of the apartment is the landlord and the renter. It's decided between the landlord, the renter, and the city. There's three people looking for their cut, and the city's cut is not negotiable. And the problem here is that as the costs to run an apartment go up, the landlord has no choice but to pass those on to the renter, because owning an apartment building makes you a business owner, and no business owner can survive if they lose money by doing business. And just like grocery stores pass their costs on to their customers, landlords are doing the exact same thing, which was never supposed to happen. I mean, that's the whole reason why we've still got some of these affordable apartments that are so affordable they can never be renovated and rented to anybody. It looks like this might actually be a disaster for the New York City housing market, because now everybody's losing except the people that keep getting elected to solve these problems and don't.
Our research have shown that in the longer run, it actually leads to a reduction of affordable rental housing supply. It actually fuels gentrification and increases the income inequality. Our study do find...
So, according to these researchers, rent control in a city actually pushes rents up over time instead of keeping things affordable, and it does it faster than it would naturally happen. And these rules apparently trap rent-stabilized tenants in their apartments because the rent they've got is so low, moving could bankrupt them completely. And since nobody wants to move, that means there's definitely going to be shortages of new apartments as people stay put. You need turnover if you want to have spots for new people to come in. And moving shouldn't be something that bankrupts people. If people can move when their family size increases or when they need more space, you're always going to have apartments available at the affordable end of the spectrum for newcomers to whatever city it is. However, there's another way in which all of these rent control apartments lead to shortages. They make having an apartment the worst type of real estate you could own. You'd be better off with a storefront, because storefronts aren't regulated by any sort of rent control. You can get whatever you want for them. And even if you can't have a storefront that gets a little restaurant paying more money per month than an apartment would, maybe you could turn those empty apartment spaces you have into amenity rooms or storage lockers or something else. On top of that, this also creates a race to the top, so to speak, where landlords do everything they can to build the most luxurious type of properties available. And that's because if you've only got so many spaces you can rent out, you're going to try to get the highest paying tenants you possibly can, forcing New York to be a city that caters to the rich, even though we only seem to vote for people who say that they care about it. What do you think about that? How would you solve New York's housing crisis? Would you build? Or would you ban something? Is there something you could ban and get rid of that would make this all cheaper? Let me know. Thank you for watching. I'll see you in the next video.
We have 30,000 beds in Guantanamo to detain the worst criminal illegal aliens threatening the American people. Some of them are so bad we don't even trust the countries to hold them because we don't want them coming back, so we're going to send them out to Guantanamo.
So Guantanamo Bay, America's controversial offshore prison, will now hold criminals illegally in the country. But if you thought progressives were upset about that, put your seatbelts on, because there's another prison that can house these criminals, and some people say this place is even
worse. That offer would put convicted criminals in President Bukele's notorious mega prison, known as the Terrorism Confinement Center, built by Bukele to house alleged members of gangs that had once helped make El Salvador one of the most dangerous countries in the world.
He has offered to house in his jail dangerous American criminals, including those of U.S. citizenship and legal residence.
It's a non-starter.
Better prison system, except it would be a lot less expensive.
Chaos and outrage today in downtown LA with thousands of people protesting President Trump's threat of mass deportation. The crowds blocked the freeways, the city streets. They caused huge traffic delays, and they prompted the LAPD to issue a citywide tactical alert.
He doesn't care. We need to be treated like humans. I'm mad. I'm like sad. I'm like all mixed emotions. There's so many people out there that may have came here illegally, but
if you are an individual, a foreign national who illegally enters the United States of America, you are by definition a criminal, and so therefore you are subject to deportation.
This is a photo of that notorious mega prison in El Salvador. And what none of the activists complaining about this will tell you is that the threat of imprisonment, either here or at Guantanamo, is going to have a major effect on public safety in this country, because these are two of the toughest prisons in the entire world. And they were designed to hold members of gangs like Venezuela's Tren de Aragua, which has been taking over sanctuary cities like New York, selling weapons, committing crimes, and exploiting other immigrants, all of it allowed by a lax legal system that releases violent offenders and will not cooperate with ICE. But ICE is now here hunting down these criminals who won't just be incarcerated, they'll now be sent to one of two isolated supermax prisons where escape is virtually impossible. And life in either of these places is going to be the opposite of living as a criminal in a big city like New York, and that's going to terrify some people so much that they leave on their own. And that includes American criminals, because El Salvador hasn't just gone for dangerous folks. Lawfully, they've also said they're willing to outsource the housing of dangerous U.S.-born convicts, who will apparently be mixed in with a general prison population of hardened criminals from all across Central and South America. Something nobody in a U.S. prison is probably excited about. However, offloading our prison population would not only save America money, but will also incentivize good behavior on behalf of prospective American criminals before they do something they shouldn't. Which brings us to the real reason why activists are so upset about these new developments. Many Americans say they support them. Once all of our criminals are somewhere else, there's not going to be anybody left to advocate for or sympathize with as a victim of an unfair, unjust society. But viewing criminals as victims is how you enable a Tren de Aragua ringleader to raid apartments in Colorado and then escape to New York, a sanctuary city, where he then gets apprehended by ICE after trying to make a rather explosive purchase.
One of the ringleaders, he had warrants out for his arrest in Colorado, and this ringleader had just tried to buy some grenades. He had been a part of a gun buy.
Buying grenades while living in an apartment building near families. That's absolute insanity, and the only way to end this madness is with a solution that strikes fear in the hearts of even the hardest gang members. But as you're about to see, it's pretty tough to tell which of these two controversial prisons is going to do a better job of that.
President Trump directing the Pentagon and DHS to prepare to hold up to 30,000 undocumented migrants at Guantanamo Bay before they're eventually deported back to their home countries.
We can actually see the detainees. They cannot see us back through this glass.
And that
it's literally a prison for people nobody wants in their country. And the U.S. is already sending people here. This plan has already started. There hasn't even been time to protest against it. The U.S. sends first flight with migrant criminals to Guantanamo Bay after Trump crackdown. Look at this guy here with the tattoo on his neck. This is crazy. Apparently the facility is guarded by 200 Marines. And advocates are upset. They're saying that housing here is inhumane. But the plan is to build humanitarian relief centers and have people stay there. They're not putting them in jails. They're also for terror suspects. And we've got the same tent-style facilities here in New York. We've had them for the last 2 years. And even though people weren't thrilled with them when we had them here, it's not like the country is doing anything different than a sanctuary city that's housing asylum seekers.
We have 30,000 beds in Guantanamo to detain the worst criminal illegal aliens threatening the American people. Some of them are so bad we don't even trust the countries to hold them.
Some of these people are gang members, some are terror watch list suspects. Some of these are people who here in New York are not only living in city-run shelters where they've got weapons that they smuggled in because this is a sanctuary city that doesn't do any background checks. They're also using those weapons to coerce other immigrants to join their gang, or forcing them to join their gang under threats, intimidation, telling people they'll be branded as outsiders if they go against what this gang wants. And that's terrible. That's a level of human exploitation that we're not going to have here because we don't have a real system of consequences to keep people like this out of our country. Why would Trump not trust them? Well, right here it says that this gang was started in a Venezuelan prison, which is absolutely insane. They took over the prison. This is 2023. They found a swimming pool with restaurants inside, along with weapons, including automatic rifles, machine guns, and thousands of rounds of ammunition. That doesn't sound like people who are actually in a prison doing their time. It doesn't sound like that. It sounds like they're in there planning what they're going to do next. And if you send people like this back to a country that's supposed to incarcerate them, how could you possibly expect that we're not going to have a repeat and these people aren't going to be out and then be back to the U.S. border where they just make things more dangerous for law-abiding immigrants? But apparently the United States government is gearing up to place a lot of individuals in this type of custody because there's also this new deal on the table with the nation of El Salvador. Their president has offered to house people in his state-of-the-art maximum security prison, which was built for terrorists and gang members, some of the exact same people that we're having a problem with now here in our country. But these are both really tough prisons. They're designed so that people inside can never get out unless somebody lets them out. Now, to me, the maximum security El Salvador prison looks a lot scarier just because there's a whole bunch of other people in there who we know are very bad people. But experts are saying that the isolated nature of Guantanamo Bay and the way it's set up just breaks a person down.
He says the Guantanamo detention facility has always been a lawless place, so it's no surprise to him that a president who he says has no respect for the law would be attracted to it.
You wouldn't know where you were in the ocean. All you see is ocean. It was a perfect place to just stuff people in.
Yeah, I mean, after you go to a place like that, you're on an island. You're going to get island fever, but it's also a prison. It's got to be incredibly depressing. But when you consider that these gang members who are going to end up being sent to this place that they're here in America right now, using their mental energy to commit crimes and get away with it, that one guy was trying to buy grenades. We don't want people using their mental energy for that. So perhaps it's better to have somebody who's that dangerous in a place where they can't hurt anybody else. Look at this, tiny little rooms, barbed wire, thick doors. No thanks. But what also looks pretty bad is this prison in El Salvador.
Built by Bukele to house alleged members of gangs that had once helped make El Salvador one of the most dangerous countries in the world.
Their country has gotten so much safer since they set this prison up.
Down on crime. That crackdown has swept up 80,000 people and enjoyed public support.
Yeah, people support it because they can walk down the streets. They're not in danger anymore in their own country. And you've got people in working class neighborhoods in New York that are saying the exact same thing. Now that ICE is here going on these raids, getting rid of some of these dangerous criminals, they say their neighborhoods feel more safe than they used to. Which makes it pretty hard to understand why people could be out there advocating for this whole operation to stop. I mean, these are some really bad people. They're harming the innocent. It's terrible.
That mega prison, the size of 7 football stadiums, with the capacity to hold 40,000 prisoners. Movements are tightly controlled. No mattresses are offered.
Wait, no mattresses?
Prisoners spend all but 30 minutes per day in packed cells.
That's crazy.
The state
apparently this place is just designed to scare the living daylights out of people who might want to be criminals, and apparently it's been very successful in El Salvador. All of these people, most of them anyways, were out there committing crimes. Now they're not. It's one of the safest countries in South America. It says right here they get 30 minutes a day for outside exercise. It doesn't look like they've got the ability to conceal weapons or to do stuff in prison that you might be able to get away with in an American prison. Does it look crowded? Yes, but it doesn't look dirty. Everyone's wearing white, and white gets dirty easily, so they're keeping it clean. It's not like a rat-infested dungeon-y type place, but now the big question is, Trump says he wants to send people here. That might not be possible, but he's going to find out if he can do it. And apparently this would be some of the worst criminals we've got in America. They would go here instead of staying where they are right now.
It's no different than a prison system, except it would be a lot less expensive.
That's true.
And it would be a great deterrent. Send them to other countries. No, we'll have to find that out later. I'm just saying, if we had the legal right to do it, I would do it in a heartbeat.
I don't think that they have the legal right to do it. I don't know if this is actually going to happen. Sounds like there's some doubt there, but it looks like 2025 is stacking up to be the absolute worst year to be a criminal in America. I mean, now if you do something and you're here in the country illegally, not only could you be rapidly deported from the country and sent to Guantanamo Bay where nobody wants to go, this prison's out there waiting for you if you're especially dangerous. And even U.S. criminals who might be thinking, well, none of this ICE stuff applies to me because I'm here legally. If you do something really bad in this country, you can end up in one of those places too. This is going to be a deterrent for everybody. This might actually be a very good thing for public safety in America. The director of this prison in El Salvador describes it as a place for inmates who are psychopaths, difficult to rehabilitate. This here is an image of two people attending court remotely. They've got the Zoom stuff over here. That's the courtroom. That was something we did in this country during 2020. How could we say this is inhumane? Many courtrooms went remote. People had to work remote because there were lockdowns everywhere. It's the same thing. The idea that any of this is inhumane, it's all been done in the past. Guantanamo Bay, that's not a new facility. George Bush, Barack Obama, Joe Biden, Donald Trump. Every president has had access to this facility, and its purpose is not necessarily a detention camp for the worst of the worst. It's actually got a very useful purpose, which doesn't get any press at all whatsoever.
Going back to the 90s, there were tens of thousands of Haitians and Cuban migrants who were housed there because it was a transit point. You can get thousands of individuals in tents, secured in places at Guantanamo Bay. There's also the eventuality that we could have hardened criminals.
Just like in New York, it's the same thing. We've got these big tents, we've got these humanitarian facilities, and you know what? I bet you these federal government facilities, they're going to be better and more generous than whatever we had going on here in New York, which people complained about, which had bad food. The ICE border czar, Tom Homan, he's come out and said that these facilities are going to be state-of-the-art. They're going to be brand new, they're going to be great, and they're just a staging facility. It takes time for people who need to be sent somewhere to have that coordination happen. You can't just put people on a plane and have them randomly show up. The countries that are receiving folks need to know who it is. And if there's a delay and people need a place to stay and to sleep and to be cared for, the U.S. is going to provide that. If you're very dangerous, you could be at Guantanamo for a long time. If you're not, this place is going to be like a layover on a flight somewhere. You'll be flown here and then flown somewhere else once all the ducks are in a row. But what about the gang members?
There's also the eventuality that we could have hardened criminals, hardened gang members with violent criminal pasts in transit. If that is the case, we're preparing options for the actual detention facilities. The detention facilities that are basically supermax prisons that are at Guantanamo Bay to temporarily be used to house them. We don't want to put our personnel, any Americans at risk in transit.
So it might just be temporary. Even gang members, these Tren de Aragua members, even they might not be there forever. I think it's going to depend on who you are and what you've done. It's probably going to be the kind of thing that happens on a case-by-case basis. They're going to look at this guy that tried to buy grenades here in New York. He was a ringleader and was one of the people in the Colorado incident. Here he is, the Tren de Aragua ringleader. Here's an image of him during the Colorado apartment raid. He was one of these individuals, and then they caught him right here in a New York City apartment. That's absolutely crazy. And this was in one of 4 different raids up in the Bronx. I mean, what an absolute disaster this is. If we've got people who are out here who are really dangerous, we don't want them coming back. But as you can imagine, not everybody is thrilled with this. We've got this whole crowd of advocates that get their power from scaring people and intimidating them and making them think that all of this is some horrible injustice done against people who have done absolutely nothing wrong. And this right here is part of what people are upset about, this fast-track deportations. Now, what this is, it's an expedited removal program. ICE officials can try to cancel parole for people who've arrived in the country within the last 2 years, and that parole status is granted to folks who are here seeking asylum. They're here, they're paroled into the country while they wait for their court date, but parole is discretionary. And apparently federal agents have been instructed that if they encounter somebody, that they're supposed to use their judgment as to whether or not that person should retain their parole status. That means if they're in New York and they find a bunch of criminals and these guys have weapons, even if they have no prior record, if they're here on parole, an ICE agent could say, hey, we think these folks are very dangerous. We don't think they should be in the country. We think that they should be deported while their asylum case plays out. What do you think about this? Do you think that these prisons in other countries are a good idea for people who don't have a right to be in this country? And what do you think about the controversial idea of housing some very dangerous U.S. criminals in these places to save the country money? Is that fair? Are their rights going to be violated? Are they not going to get due process? Will they not be able to get visitation because they're in another country? These are big questions, and I think it would be a major deterrent to committing crime in this country. I think 2025 is going to be a bad year to be a criminal here. Let me know. Thank you so much for watching. I'll see you in the next video. Thank you to Straight Arrow News for sponsoring this video.
A gas station employee is attacked on the job, and tonight a reward is being offered to catch the suspect.
Police say the man tried shoplifting some items. That's when an employee jumps over the counter to stop the...
So gas stations have always been a target for petty crooks, especially in soft on-crime places like New York, where robbery and assault usually result in no consequences, misdemeanor fines, if our defunded police even manage to arrest someone, leaving gas stations and their patrons who may be driving expensive vehicles sitting ducks for hit-and-run criminal gangs, one of which has gotten so good at robbing these places they were able to hit 7 gas stations in a row.
Pay close attention to the man getting out of the back of this white BMW with Pennsylvania tags. Now watch as the suspect slowly drops to the ground and crawls on all fours to slowly open the driver's side door. Within seconds, he jumps inside right as the driver notices what's happening.
A man in a mask approached a 25-year-old delivery man pumping gas and demanded he give him his moped. He refused. Some witnesses helped the victims until emergency crews arrived.
This is compelling, and we can't stand here with our arms crossed and pretend that nothing is going on.
United Bodegas of America is offering a $2,000 reward for information leading to an arrest.
The 2 men came into the store just after midnight Saturday. One walked up to the counter as a way to distract him. The other went straight to the back refrigerators and started loading up his bag with energy drinks.
You've never seen anything like
No, never seen.
And your reaction was?
Big surprise. I never seen that. I hope it never happened with me.
We got Texas 49553825.
So a group of New York thieves left the state and went on a gas station robbery spree in neighboring New Jersey. But what nobody's talking about is that since New York won't lock up its thieves when they steal, we're just helping them get really good at it. And when they run out of targets here, they're now leaving to commit crime elsewhere, revealing that our soft on crime laws make New York a plague not only on itself, but upon the entire East Coast, with shoplifting gangs traveling as far away as D.C. in some cases to commit professional-level retail theft at unsuspecting malls and businesses, because stores here get robbed so often that they're now taking precautions that make things trickier for thieves, like locking up everything from North Face jackets and designer underwear to ice cream and consumables, which can be stolen from one convenience store and then resold to another, forcing our criminals to get more creative when they get up and clock in for another day of criminal activity. And that brings us to the real reason why thieves are now targeting gas stations. Not only are these places lightly guarded with very few staff, they're also one of the last places you'd expect to find police, especially since in New York we've sent all of our police underground to stop a never-ending tide of lawlessness in our subway system, where every day it seems like another person's commute to work gets rerouted to the ER after a career criminal does what they do best. And as you're about to see, career criminals are now targeting gas stations, and they're not just after whatever's in the cash register or the ATM. So here we are at a very busy gas station, which is by a whole bunch of other gas stations, which is by a multi-lane highway which runs through Brooklyn. And as out-of-control crime in our city continues unabated, these places are becoming a new target for thieves, who can rob the stores, go for the cash drawer, steal the products off the shelves, or worse, steal from the very people that come here to fill up their cars with gas.
A gas station attendant begins filling up another car. The driver has his back turned. Now watch as the suspect slowly drops to the ground and crawls on all fours to slowly open the driver's side door. Within seconds, he jumps inside right as the driver notices.
So here you have a robbery at a New Jersey gas station, which coincidentally just so happens to be the same state where a group of New York men went on a gas station robbery spree, which just goes to show you that in an area of the country populated by criminals, you can never be too careful. And that goes for both the customers and employees of these places. And in this report, we've got a customer who had a BMW and left it running just long enough for a crafty thief to jump inside and take off. Apparently, it only took 30 seconds. And the crazy part is the whole thing was caught on security camera in front of the vehicle owner and the gas station attendant. Because even though these places get targeted all the time for what's inside of them, the vehicles parked out front and the attendants themselves and any cash they're carrying or credit cards left behind for customers, those Those are just bonus items for these criminals. And these criminals in our 7 gas station robbery spree, they were after the attendants and the access they had to the booth. But opportunistic criminals looking for a quick grab of a vehicle, money, or something else like a product from a store shelf, they're not the only bad guys hitting up these places. In fact, some of the criminals staking these places out are part of a totally different crime wave altogether.
For several hours Tuesday, police team warded off this Shell gas station at Sunset Park after an attempt to steal this moped. According to the NYPD.
So a man in a mask was prowling around these gas stations, and he approached a delivery rider for his moped and demanded the keys, and then things took a turn for the worse. Now at first, you might think this is another vehicle theft for profit, like that stolen BMW, which was worth tens of thousands of dollars. But that is likely not the case, because the value of a moped is not any more than a few $100, especially if it's old and used. Brand new, you can buy these things for as low as around $1,200, depending on the model, which makes this theft a lot closer to that of a high-end bicycle. And what could that moped be used for? Well, in New York, we've seen an 8,000% rise in moped crime over the last 2 years, and oftentimes the criminals are riding around on mopeds that they stole from someone else. And over the last year, there were a number of stories about how a Venezuelan gang was using mopeds to steal phones, purses, all over town. And apparently this gang took advantage of the plethora of food delivery drivers out there in the city to blend in with them while riding around on these things with weapons. And if you're a criminal and you want a new moped, well, if you hang around the gas station long enough, one of these things will show up. And then, since you didn't pay for it after you commit crime with it, you can just dump it and run off. That's what these guys are doing. It's terrible. But sadly, we've got so few police in this city that even shoplifters are now starting to target these places for what's inside the stores, even though none of these places are what you'd consider to be a luxury retailer.
What started as blatant shoplifting ended with a brutal assault, and it's all caught on this surveillance video. Police say these 2 men walked into this mobile mart on East Gun Hill Road with a mission to steal whatever they could fit in their bags.
So here we got a couple of crooks. These guys are shoplifters, and they enter one of these gas station convenience stores. And the store in the news here just so happens to be a mobile. 2 guys go in. One of them distracts the man at the register while the other guy just heads for the fridge with all the expensive beverages in there. And ask yourself, what do you think he's going to do with these things? You think he's going to drink all those energy drinks? No, of course not. He's going to sell them or do something else with them to make money. And this type of theft is incredibly common in New York. Thieves that steal from one store, ice cream in particular is extremely popular. They'll take it from one convenience store or a grocery store, and they'll go down the street to where there's another one, and they'll resell it. And this just goes to show you the crazy level our society has sunk to, when everything at a gas station, the stuff on the store shelves, the credit cards and money held by the gas station attendants, and the vehicles being driven into these places to get filled up are all at risk. But that's what's apparently made gas stations so appealing for these 2 New York men who robbed 7 of them, all in neighboring New Jersey. Apparently they also wore masks and had weapons. That's very frightening. These guys were true professionals. Look at this place. It's right next to the highway. Convenience is the name of the game in one of these places, but because we live in an environment that's full of criminals, we can't have convenience anymore. It's a real shame. But convenience is also the reason that robberies at places like gas stations are about to get a whole lot worse, all because of the surprising moves being made by businesses in a related industry that also experiences an incredible level of crime. The topics we're covering today reveal that we live in a world with a lot going on, and it doesn't help that information's coming at us 24/7 from both reputable and not so reputable sources. And as somebody who spends hours researching the news to make these videos, I can tell you firsthand that many times the media, they're just giving you their preferred version of the story. Which is why you need to know about Straight Arrow News, the sponsor of today's video, who provides fact-based, nonpartisan reporting on every topic that matters, while helping you walk through the minefield of bias reporting that is today's media landscape. Straight Arrow News lets you see the facts and come to your own conclusions, while also giving you the opportunity to discover other perspectives. First up, they've got the media landscape, which tells you what networks are covering a given story and which side of the political spectrum they're on. Plus, Straight Arrow News divides opinion-based articles articles on the political affiliation of prominent, sensible voices on both the right and the left. There's even a media mistool which highlights articles that mainstream media may have been too busy spinning their audiences to cover. But the best part is Straight Arrow News is completely free to use. Check out the link in the description of this video or right here on the screen to see what a difference journalistic integrity actually makes. Welcome back to Trustworthy Journalism.
There you go. Like I said.
So when a lot of us think of retail theft, stores like Rite Aid and CVS come to mind. And these places are magnets for the same opportunistic criminals targeting gas stations. And that's why they're so heavily secured. But these stores, they're doing something sneaky, which could end up reducing theft inside these stores at the expense of every other store and business in the entire area.
I think it's sad that they have to do it and kind of annoying to wait for them. You're there waiting all day, pressing a button, it just makes it, I just leave.
That's why CVS is piloting a new feature in their app to cut down on the time it takes for you to get help by you helping yourself. The app now allows you to open glass cabinets with your phone.
So CVS, they know that everybody's annoyed by these product lockers that you see behind me, and they're going to come up with a new way. They're already testing it out. Not every store has it, but you'll be able to use your phone to unlock one of these with your CVS app. And although these product lockers don't stop people with tools from stealing from places like this, they do stop most criminals looking for a quick grab. But as we all know, they also stop customers from shopping at these places because they're inconvenient. And if that changes, the in-store shopping experience at a place like this will once again be convenient. And the products people come in here to buy won't all be stolen. And what this means is that in a store like this, you're going to see even more locked shelves. This shelf right here isn't locked up, but if every customer in the store is expected to open a locked shelf on their own before they buy something, giving the store a record of who every single person is, you're going to see even more product plexiglass, making it even harder for criminals to target places like this, forcing them to go to other places like gas stations or laundromats or the little neighborhood convenience stores that can't compete with tech-centric security like CVS can. And you better believe that if CVS does something like this and it's successful, Walgreens and Rite Aid are going to follow suit.
You just open the barcode, place it against the smart lock, and just like that, it's open. Or at least should open. We went to 2 locations, and at both stores, we couldn't unlock the cabinet.
So it looks like product unlockers are not ready for prime time yet, which is why they're not at every single CVS just yet. But once they get crime at these places figured out, you're gonna see criminals disappear completely and go to every other store that possibly gives them the opportunity to take something that's not theirs, because these places won't. And criminals who want to steal things and resell them for a living on the internet are gonna have to think outside the box to get what feeds their lifestyles, which at first is going to spell absolute doom for independent businesses or small shops that can't afford or don't have room for extra security or security guards. All because we live in a place that would rather lock up its products instead of its criminals.
CVS says they plan to expand the pilot program to 10 more locations on the West Coast, and if it is successful and the app is functional, it could go nationwide.
And this app-based unlocking system, it's going to cost jobs. Right now, if you want something from one of these, a store employee has to help you get it. But once you become the store employee and get it for yourself, that job's not going to be necessary anymore. And while this may end up cutting costs from these stores, which are suffering massive losses to theft every single year, this does reveal who the actual victims of retail theft are. They're not just these big businesses. They're also the people who work at them and won't have a job anymore if this keeps up. Plus, these stores, if you open a cabinet and take out a product, even if you don't buy it, they're now going to have data on what you might have been shopping for, and they're going to use that to target you with coupons and promotions, possibly making more money in the future, which they can then use to lock down their stores even more, forcing any remaining crime out the door and across the street to whatever doesn't have fancy glass lockers, or worse, into the very lives of regular people like me and you as we go about our day trying to shop or go to work or whatever. Criminals are just going to target us directly.
You'll see 3 individuals hop out of their vehicle and actually do that robbery. So take a look here. So a 43-year-old man was approached by 3 people in front of this golf gas station on Webster Avenue. You see one individual of that.
You know, it's already happening. Criminals, they're already giving up on places that are hard to get to, and they're just going for regular people. Think about it. You've got your phone, got your wallet, get your car keys, you got your ID, got your house keys. It's frightening to think that any of us at any time could be at risk in a high crime environment like New York. And as crime gets worse and worse in our stores, and they take measures to push criminals further and further out of them onto the streets, everyday regular people are going to really feel the effects of decriminalization, and that's too bad, especially when thousands of crimes are committed by just a small handful of individuals. And by not punishing crime, all we do in New York is harden those who wish to live as criminals. What do you think about that? Are gas stations being targeted because these are low-hanging fruit compared to the product prisons that are our department stores and our drugstores? Should New York put criminals in jail so they don't learn how to do this as a full-time job? Let me know. Thank you so much for watching. See you in the next video.
We went to bodegas in Washington Heights, then came over here to the Bronx. Less money coming in, employees not showing up are some of the things that we heard. But for others, President Trump's immigration crackdown means bringing law and order.
So with President Trump's immigration crackdowns underway, certain areas of town are a lot quieter than they used to be, with local store owners revealing a notable decrease in the amount of customers they're seeing, while saying some of their employees are scared they could be spotted by ICE and deported if they come to work. However, New York is not the only city in America where immigration activity is creating ghost towns, and it certainly might not be the last.
Promises made, promises kept, with President Trump taking immediate action on his top campaign focus, fighting illegal immigration. And as ICE closes in on migrants, once vibrant neighborhoods are now turning into ghost towns.
Susan Pichardo, who manages a Bronx bodega, says fewer undocumented workers are showing up for the shifts and significantly less foot traffic. She calls it the 2025 pandemic, but this time an immigration pandemic.
There's a lot of criminals. Now streets is more safe. You can see, you can walk now.
Yeah, they be afraid. They be calling me and asking, Frank, are they gonna come to the store?
A lot of fear, says this man from Ecuador. It's the kind of fear humanitarians are pushing back on, especially those who wish to protect the sanctuary sentiment.
But the reality is 65% of Americans strongly support deporting immigrants convicted of violent crimes.
Some bodega owners are looking to hire employees, in this case documented employees, because they need to keep moving the economy.
So immigration crackdowns are causing mainstream political panic, with some suggesting they'll lead to a smoothie shortage. But what nobody in the open borders crowd wants you to remember is that 4 years ago, before the largest migration event in U.S. history, we had a reasonably well-functioning country, which was a lot safer. Because it wasn't a hiding place for gang members and dangerous individuals, the very people Homeland Security is now after, with mass raids taking place in sanctuary cities all across the country. But these raids are turning certain New York neighborhoods into ghost towns, with business owners and residents saying the streets feel much quieter. But that brings up some uncomfortable questions and possibilities, like where did people living in the country without the right to work earn all of the money they were spending at these businesses? Were they earning money in a manner connected to the criminal underground by committing crimes, shoplifting, reselling stolen goods, or worse? And those businesses, by complaining to the news that immigration raids have scared away their employees, they've just admitted to illegally hiring and employing people who can't legally work and may be in the country without permission. Which brings us to the real reason why certain parts of New York are turning into ghost towns, by allowing over 400,000 people to live in this city without permission to be in the U.S. An entire economic system has been created, which is illegal and exploits everyone who's part of it. In fact, I spoke to one restaurant worker who said their boss was hiring newly arrived asylum seekers off the books for far below minimum wage so they could save money. On top of that, if you walk down the streets of our working class neighborhoods, you'll see unlicensed street vendors all over the place, some of whom sell products that still have the price tags on them from the stores they were stolen from, which get handed to them in suitcases by a group of men, making you wonder if some of the people spreading out items on blankets are there by choice or not. But as you're about to see, even though immigration raids are putting an end to an illegal system of exploitation, predatory businesses and immigration advocates are very upset about it for some reason.
No contact request.
So here we have your local bodegas, convenience stores, coffee shops, and restaurants. And in some parts of New York, businesses like these now complain that they've got staffing problems and customer problems at the exact same time. And they say it's because of a prevailing sense of fear in immigrant communities over recent Homeland Security activity. But if what these businesses say is true, and both the customers and employees at some of these places aren't supposed to be here, who exactly is benefiting from a system that is in violation of federal immigration law?
We went to bodegas in Washington Heights, then came over here to the Bronx. Less money coming in, employees not showing up are some of the things that we heard. But for Johan Mencias, ICE raids are already making a positive impact in our neighborhoods.
I know there's a lot of good people too, and I feel bad for them, but it's got to be done. We got to clean up. I got 2 daughters. I want my daughter.
Wow, so as it turns out, the residents of this neighborhood do not benefit from businesses who break the law and hire people who aren't supposed to be in the country. And they're saying their neighborhoods now feel a lot safer because of these recent immigration crackdowns. But even though residents seem to be happy now, local businesses that were hiring these folks are not. But the crazy thing about that is by hiring people who don't have a right to work and paying them less than fair wages, those workers are being exploited, and so is the local neighborhood, which now has less jobs available for its residents. And how do we know that these businesses hiring people with no legal right to be in the country aren't holding that status over them or using it to coerce them to come into work in the first place, possibly as leverage to get them to work in unsafe, unsanitary conditions or do things they wouldn't otherwise? But there's another problem, because in New York you've got over 400,000 people who don't have a legal right to remain in America. Yet because this is a sanctuary city, they're allowed to do that, but they've got to get by somehow. They've got to work, they've got to buy food, clothing, provide for themselves. And they can only do this if groups are willing to help them break the law, and some of those groups are gangs. And one of these gangs, this Tren de Aragua from Venezuela, they've had a bunch of high-profile members taken down recently. But this is a gang that made its way to New York during the asylum crisis, where it's been growing its criminal reach by exploiting people who may have entered the country but can't live or work here in a legal manner, and now find themselves needing the help of criminals to get things like fake IDs or fake working papers, which they could be using to trick legitimate businesses into hiring them, revealing that even if companies don't knowingly hire people who aren't supposed to be here, they could still be forced to shut down if they do, which apparently might happen to some small businesses in certain parts of New York.
There's a lot of criminals. Now the streets is more safe. You can see, you can walk.
Suslin Pichardo, who manages a Bronx bodega, says fewer undocumented workers are showing up for their shifts and significantly less foot traffic. She calls it the 2025 pandemic, but this time an immigration pandemic.
So the manager of this one bodega in the Bronx says that this crackdown has turned New York City into what it was in 2020 when the streets were completely empty and desolate. That's quite a statement. But it also reveals that most of the business at her store was due to illegal activity, both on the part of the employees and the customers. And it also means that her store might not be able to stay open if that illegal activity disappears. Now look, I'm a business owner myself, and a store shutting down is never something anybody should be excited about. But if you've got a business and all of the people working there aren't supposed to be in the country and neither are the customers, who exactly is benefiting from that business other than the owners? And how are all of these customers who don't have legal work authorization able to afford the things in the store? They had to have been getting their money from somewhere, and these places are tiny. They can't employ 400,000 people, which means some of the business these stores were getting is related to criminal activity in other parts of the city. And there's no way around that. If somebody does not have legal work permission, the only way to get a job is to do it in an illegal way. And in some cases, that involves more than just working off the books. It involves shoplifting, which is a big problem in New York because retail theft has been decriminalized, and there are markets all over town where people are just reselling stuff on the sides of the street. On top of that, you've got restaurants full of health code violations renting themselves out to people to just use. And apparently you've got people making food and selling it all over town, totally under the radar of the health department. And the restaurant in question here did not have a satisfactory inspection grade like this place does. In fact, soon after this article came out, it ended up getting shut down, which means people eating that food could have gotten sick. And if people are buying food prepared in an unsafe, unlicensed restaurant, that just hurts legitimate businesses like this while making the streets of these neighborhoods much less safe.
We are victims of those criminals.
Fernando Mateo says President Trump is making bodegas safer by doing what the criminal justice system has failed to do.
Now, if you've committed a crime, I recommend, other than enter the country illegally,
that you look for another place to work. Because if they come looking for you...
So this guy right here, he's the president of the United Bodega Workers of America, and every time something happens in New York that's controversial involving a bodega, he's there to stick up for these people every time they get robbed, every time they get raided, every time criminals enter their stores and assault workers. And he says the stores he represents are victims of crime committed by people who aren't supposed to be here. And that's the problem that sanctuary cities have. They're okay with criminal activity as long as it's federal, but they don't seem to understand that by allowing one type of crime, they expose themselves to other types as well. And residents of the Bronx and Washington Heights can attest to this. They're out there saying that their streets were dangerous, all because illegal activity allowed and empowered a criminal element to dig in its heels and take over. And empowering criminals hurts the law-abiding in ways that are less obvious but are very real for the people affected by them. And if jobs are being given away to people so businesses can break the law and save money, that's something we need to talk about, because it means that these businesses are taking job opportunities away from people who have to obtain them in a by-the-books manner.
Some bodega owners are looking to hire employees, in this case documented employees, because they need to keep moving the economy. In the Bronx, I'm Eliezer Marte.
So look at that. These businesses, now that their employees won't come to work, they've decided that they're going to obey the law and hire people who are on the books, which is going to be good news for people who need their first job and can't get it. And while the immigration activist crowd is out there protesting these raids as being cruel and unnecessary, these very same activists never protested businesses who exploited their workers at the expense of the law-abiding who they wouldn't hire. However, the open borders crowd is very upset about this, and they've got no intention of staying quiet about it, even though it benefits the very people trying to make it in America, immigrants, who they claim they're advocating for. So as a sanctuary city, New York is in a very strange place. Yes, these ICE raids are getting dangerous individuals, criminals, gang members off our streets. But you've got an entire group of people here who are very proud of New York's sanctuary city status, probably because they don't understand how much harm it's doing. But nonetheless, these are people who are very upset that any of this activity here is taking place, and they want it to stop.
Deportations undermine city families, they undermine city communities, and they undermine public safety. And so what our laws say is that the city is going to divorce itself from what it sees as misguided federal immigration enforcement efforts.
So this professor on the news describing this viewpoint of sanctuary city protections, maybe he holds it himself, maybe he doesn't, but the fact of the matter is, it's the working class neighborhoods that are experiencing most of the crime related to all of what we're talking about today. And none of the gang activity plaguing the Bronx or Washington Heights is present in places like Cobble Hill or the West Village. And these raids and crackdowns are something that people who live in these neighborhoods are very happy about. And while activists are out there talking about how terrible these raids are, none of the people who live in these neighborhoods are listening to them. And some of the people taken down in these raids are extremely dangerous. They've been caught trying to buy military-grade assault weapons. And this gang activity is certainly not a mystery to New York's leaders. They know that a lot of gang-related activity is taking place in shelters like the Randall's Island facility that is in the process of being shut down. You'll find wanted posters outside, and the city knows there are gang members living in these places, taking them over, co-opting them. But because this is a sanctuary city with a right to shelter, the city has plans right now to open a new 2,200 person shelter in the Bronx, while all of this immigration related activity is taking place in that very same neighborhood.
Any of these immigrants that we speak about tonight have been properly screened.
Tough questions from Mayor Eric Adams' staff here at this contentious Bronx Community Board 1 meeting. I'm living this. I'm seeing this. Things got worse when the mayor's chief of staff revealed the decision to open a 2,200 bed.
So I can answer the first guy's question. It's a no. Nobody gets screened at all. The city's not doing background checks before it moves people into its shelters. That's how you've got gang members living down the hall in some cases from families with little kids. And since we're a sanctuary city with a right to shelter, that automatically means that nobody can be denied that right regardless of past or current criminal activity. That's how these dangerous gangs were able to make their way into these shelters in the first place. Nobody checked to see if they were thugs. And after this place opens, because this is a sanctuary city, the police will not be allowed inside it to keep it safe and make sure there aren't gang members operating openly with weapons. But by advocating for a halt to any immigration crackdowns in New York, these advocates fail to realize that they're advocating against protecting people who do have a valid reason to be here. Some of the asylum seekers in these shelters do have valid claims, but by allowing gang members and criminals to live next to them, everyone's in danger. And now things are so bad, criminal activity is spilling out of these shelters into our neighborhoods, with gang members committing crime all over town and exploiting people. On top of that, New York does not have unlimited shelter space, which means that some of these facilities are housing gang members, while people who could be legitimate asylum seekers are out sleeping in tents on the street somewhere.
A lot of fear, said this man from Ecuador. It's the kind of fear humanitarians are pushing back on, especially those who wish to protect the sanctuary sentiment.
We've been dealing with hysteria of mass deportation, of people feeling that any local law enforcement...
So this guy from Ecuador who partially showed his face on the news, is he here legally? Because if he is, he's got nothing to worry about. But if he thinks he's not here legally, he probably isn't, and he could be at risk for getting deported. But even though we've got advocates that are scaring people with this thought of mass deportations, when Trump took office, ICE only had around 6,000 agents who could even act in a deportation capacity. The resources simply are not there to deport millions of people from America. And even though ICE is now allowed to enter sensitive areas like schools, hospitals, churches, that's not what's happening. Federal agents are not camped up outside of an elementary school. Instead, the reason ghost towns are popping up in this city is because of targeted removals of people who are dangerous and also have orders of removal from this country and are here profiting at the expense of the law-abiding. What do you think about that? Are these raids in New York City having a positive effect on neighborhoods that were previously taken over by criminals? Are people in the country unlawfully forced to subject themselves to the criminal underworld in some fashion to get by? And does that empower and embolden people who put all of us in danger? Let me know. Thanks for watching. I'll see you in the next video.
Legislative LIP 127, LIP 127, will come into very quickly.
40% of the new homes built were considered entry level. By 2023, just 9% fit the criteria.
Give it another 20 years and literally no young person will be able to afford.
Yeah, we don't have to wait 20 years for that to happen because here in New York City, it's already happening. And while the prices for entry-level homes here start at around $200,000 for most people, living in these places becomes impossible after a year or two because spending that amount of money will only get you a one-room, one-person studio in most of the city, making New York a place that's quickly running out of room for most of its residents. And the worst part about this is nobody in charge seems to care if New York's middle class disappears permanently.
Manhattan real estate sales stalled for 2 years as buyers and sellers just remained too far apart on price. Now the sellers are caving. The average apartment price in Manhattan will now cost you only $2 million.
Yeah, a starter home used to be a smaller condo, a smaller space, and someone would upgrade. Maybe after 5 years as they get married or have a family and want to move. But now we're actually seeing that most people are buying their first home as a single family residence.
Rents have been steadily rising in New York City in recent years, but incomes have not kept pace. Median rents in New York City rose 18%.
A new survey reveals 85% of New Yorkers say the cost of food is rising faster than their income. Nearly half of the people surveyed say it's harder to afford groceries and find themselves cutting back on healthy stuff. Meats, poultry, fish, eggs are up nearly 25%.
Just thinking about all of the headwinds that a 30-year-old may have, like student loan debt and car loans and credit card debt, and then they have rising rent. And so it's hard to save for a down payment.
36.
So if you thought homes in America were overpriced, here it's newsworthy when something hits the market for under $1 million. And what nobody's talking about is this unaffordability crisis. It's only going to get worse in New York because it's not just the home prices here that are forcing average people to leave the city. Literally everything in this city that has a dollar sign on it costs more here than it does anywhere else. Want milk? That'll cost you almost $10 a gallon. Deodorant? Get ready to fork over $20 to not smell like the rest of the city. Speaking of smells, if you're brave enough to take the subway to work in the morning and put your life on the line, that'll cost you almost $3. All to work for a paycheck that in most cases will not cover your rent. Something 1 out of every 3 New Yorkers spend half their income on every single month, leaving folks with very few opportunities to save anything, let alone buy a place and build wealth. Something the middle class in America has traditionally done through home ownership. You start working, buy a home, and it builds equity, increases in value, and serves as your primary residence. At least that's how things are supposed to work. But here, that home you bought, it's a one-room apartment for one person only, and it could technically be a primary residence, but if you get married and your life expands in any way, you'll be forced to move out of that place faster than you can say eviction. Which is essentially what's happening to New York City's working class. They're being evicted from this city by a series of economic factors that none of our wealthy, progressive elites think are actually a big deal. High apartment prices? Who cares about that when you've got a job sitting at a desk somewhere earning hundreds of thousands in income, which you can use to buy the overpriced eggs at our supermarkets without batting an eye. And if you have no desire to ever build a family or expand your life, living in a one-room apartment isn't a big deal either, and you won't need that $800,000 two-bedroom we just saw a news article about. And as you're about to see, anybody who wants to own something that's bigger than a tiny shoebox apartment here, they're gonna need a way to get filthy rich.
Airport 30, clear George. Airport, clear George. Okay, when you get here, we can walk and see. 10-4.
Look at this place. It's like a labyrinth. And if you sleep in that bedroom and you're hungry, look at that. You can make yourself a snack right here. You got the stove and the fridge all in this one spot. That's pretty good. But renting this for $3,500 a month is way cheaper than buying it for over $800,000, which is the price of that other two-bedroom. But this is what you'd consider to be a starter home or a starter apartment.
Okay,
It's the
you can
right
walk them
size
out.
for somebody or a couple, maybe who are starting out professionally and don't have a whole lot of stuff. And traditionally, somebody starting out in the workforce would be able to scrape together a small down payment after a few years and get something like this. But if that's no longer possible and people are paying rent their entire professional lives, that really screws up what have been the traditional ways the working class has built wealth and taken care of themselves after they retire. And certainly this dynamic of unaffordable starter homes and homes in general isn't unique to just New York, it's happening everywhere.
The starter homes are disappearing from the United States. In the early 1980s, as many as 40% of the new homes built were considered entry-level. By 2023, just 9% fit the criteria.
Given another 20 years, literally no young person will be able to afford to purchase a home, period.
Yeah, so in New York City, you don't really have starter homes that someone starting out would be able to afford. In fact, anything that's getting purchased around here is probably getting purchased by somebody who is already of means. And the reason that this is such a disaster is because if you're able to own what becomes your primary residence and then sell it after a while, well, it means you'll be able to recoup what is the largest expense most people have, housing. Man, this is definitely a tight sink. This might be a starter home for somebody who just became old enough to start washing their hands by themselves. Man, look at this. My arms are stuck. But you know something? Every apartment in this city is like this to an extent, and you can either rent something like this or you can way overpay to say that you own something like this. But the problem of a lack of starter homes in this country, it causes a couple of problems. The first problem, obviously, is the whole dynamic of how people build wealth through home ownership instead of paying rent. But the second problem it causes is that eventually it'll push up rental prices beyond what most people can afford. And that's where we find ourselves in this city. We've now run out of affordable homes across the rental market and the sales market. And some people say things may be past the point of no return. And if you look across the street here, you can see the obvious problem here. We aren't building new buildings. All of these tiny little buildings here, they have to be replaced by the exact same thing if they ever fall down. And even though you could triple the amount of people living in each plot here if you just allow taller buildings, New York zoning laws do not allow that. And that's why most of the real estate that you find in this city looks and feels like where we are right now. However, the lack of new construction isn't the only reason why housing prices haven't gone down to what most people can afford. Sadly, there's a much bigger monster out there that's holding many people back financially, stopping them from owning homes, and it's probably not going to change anytime soon.
The premium paid to buy a home has increased sharply relative to renting over the past decade. The increases in home prices have also outpaced increases in wages, and the median age of the typical first-time home buyer has climbed to 38. That's up from age 29. in 1981.
So people used to buy what would be considered starter homes in their 20s, but now people are buying those same homes in their 40s, essentially. Now, one recent report has the average sale price of a home in Manhattan costing $2 million, which is just an insane amount of money. Well, let's say you're able to find one for $1 million. Here, I found one. It's got terrible pictures, which are shrunken down for some reason. But look at that, $999,000. And what do you have for a monthly payment? Well, you've got a mortgage payment, which is going to be around $7,000 a month, and then maintenance fees, which include taxes, of around $1,900 a month. $9,000 a month to experience home ownership. You could rent a home and take the other $5,000 plus a month that you're saving and invest that money somewhere else and get a return on that. Home ownership almost doesn't make sense for many people in New York right now, but because of the rental prices, neither does renting, unfortunately. Now, yes, you could drastically increase the number of starter homes here if you would build more of them. However, we don't just have restrictive zoning rules. We've got another problem. Look out this window here. Look at all these buildings packed up next to each other. There isn't any vacant land or any space to build new stuff. The only way to build here is up, and we're not allowing that for some reason. I guess we still want to be able to see the sky, which of course won't be possible if you fill up all the empty space we've got here with a bunch of skyscrapers. And if you were to do that, blocking the view of everybody that owns a home right now would devalue the price of their homes, revealing that people who already own something now are totally against the idea of newcomers to the homeownership game like me or you, which has a lot to do with why there's so much opposition to new home construction or taller buildings in general. However, New York City is so much further down the doom spiral of unaffordable home prices that it should be serving as a canary in the coal mine, so to speak, for other cities that don't want to build homes either. Only it isn't able to serve in that manner for itself for some reason.
Now new data backs it up. Rents have been steadily rising in New York City in recent years, but incomes have not kept pace. The Fiscal Policy Institute just released a report that found that median rents in New York City rose 18% between 2019 and 2023. During that same period, incomes only grew by just over 11%.
So the only way that incomes can rise slower than rents are rising is if you have a shortage of places to rent, which is where we are right now. We're actually in the worst housing crisis New York City has seen in the last 50 years. It's crazy. 1.4% of apartments are even available to be rented. And right now the average upfront costs to rent something are $13,000, an amount of money that would bankrupt most people. And what that creates is a situation where you have people who are stuck in an apartment where they might be paying too much to move, or where they might be missing out on certain aspects of life, but moving from that apartment would cost so much money that they end up staying there. And God forbid you lose your security deposit when you move. Oh man, that's an extra month of rent on top of that $13,000, and then the movers. I mean, you could be paying $20,000, revealing that everyone who rents here is a prisoner to some extent. Now, some of you might be thinking, well, if renting's a bad move, and if housing demand is so high, why don't I just buy every place I live in? For example, if all I can afford is a studio apartment for a couple $100,000, if I've got the money for it, I'll buy it. Well, you could technically go and do that, but the problem is a one-room apartment might not be a place that you can live in for a very long time. And statistically, if your housing needs change within 5 years and you sell within that period, you'll lose money. And this rule is known as the 5-year rule. But here's why it doesn't always apply, especially in overpriced markets like New York. This is a one-room, one-bathroom apartment. It's a studio, and it costs almost $500,000. And if you look down here, the last recorded closing was back in 2016 for around the same price, which is what it's selling for today. Whoever bought this thing 9 years ago is gonna lose money on it. And even if they sell it for the exact same price, they still get a broker's commission. They have all the costs of owning it, the carrying costs. And if the home you buy here doesn't go up in value, that could blow up all of your plans for financial freedom and wealth building for sure. But losing money on your primary residence, if that's the worst thing that happens to you in New York, consider yourself lucky, because now prices are so high that even buying the things that are supposed to go in the apartment and keep you alive while you live here is becoming impossible for most people. This is crazy. $2.49 for the basic Walgreens water brand. That is crazy. But it's not just Walgreens. Every store here that sells anything has prices that are much higher than most people expect. And in fact, they're so high that many people are having problems feeding themselves. And food insecurity is a real deal here when people are also trying to pay their overpriced rents.
85% of New Yorkers say the cost of food is rising faster than their income. Nearly half of the people surveyed say it's harder to afford groceries and find themselves cutting back on healthy stuff.
You know something? This sounds just like the housing market. 85% of New Yorkers report that the costs to buy food are rising way faster than they can afford, with things like cereals and baking products being 26% more expensive than they were in 18. Milk and eggs, those are up 25%. Fruits and vegetables, those are up 17%. And astronomical grocery prices are just another way the middle class here is being squeezed and forced out of this city. Basic apartments, those cost too much. Basic foods at the grocery store, those also cost too much. Now, food prices are rising due to factors that are related to the production of the very foods we're consuming, yes, but that's not the only reason prices are high in a city like New York. You've got other issues like theft, which causes a lot of stuff to get stolen. And if people are stealing their groceries instead of paying for them, that's just gonna jack up prices. And 93% of grocers said they were shoplifted from in 2023. That's absurd. But that's not the only problem you've got in New York. You've got the high rent, you've got the high costs of labor. All of that jacks up the price that a given thing of rose oil moisturizing hand cream has to sell for. But out of control rents aren't the only problem a store like this is going to have. They've got out of control utility costs as well. Any business that uses water for any reason now has to pay more for it because of new taxes that the city charged itself and then passed along to landlords and companies like this grocery store. But it's one thing to have high rent along with a high cost for obtaining the products you want to sell in your store. At least you can account for what those are. They don't typically change on a week-by-week basis, but shoplifting, that is unpredictable. A store could be fine for a while and then it could get hit big time and massive amounts of products could get removed from the shelves. How on earth does a business fight that? Sure, they can fight it by adding the security guard that Trader Joe's has, but that costs money, and if a whole bunch of products get stolen, the only way to get that back is to raise the prices of everything that's still left on the shelves. And businesses here have it so bad already. We just talked about the theft. That's an astronomical problem. And the rents for stores like this, those are going up even higher because what theft does is it shuts down other profitable businesses in other parts of town. And the landlord that owns the place behind me right here probably has other storefronts elsewhere that are empty. And he's looking at these guys and the apartments that are upstairs, these guys right here. And what's crazy about that is most people don't realize that if their rent goes up, it's because a store that your landlord owns may have just closed and he's dividing up what he's losing between everybody who pays him rent for something else. Now, obviously, this is a massive disaster, but what is New York City to do? Should we start building taller buildings? Do we block out the sky so that people can now afford to have a roof over their heads? And what do you think about this whole idea of starter homes? Should those even be a thing in New York, or should those be built in areas of town that are inherently less expensive to build and create properties in to begin with? And lastly, what do you think about this dynamic between those who own a home and already have one and their inherent opposition to new housing construction? After all, new houses devalue the value of current houses. Let me know. Thank you so much. I will see you in the next video.
Mayor Eric Adams says he's looking to end the revolving door. This is mentally ill homeless people land in a hospital only to be back on the subways screaming at passengers just a couple of weeks later. And we pressed the mayor about if surging officers...
So, as armed police and National Guard troops flood the subway to stop violence, the city is undermining their work by allowing crime above ground, along with behavior eerily similar to what the mayor and the governor say they want to rein in down here. However, by redeploying police and neglecting other areas of town where this is happening, New York's underground crime wave has no hope of ever disappearing, and it's only going to get worse.
It is a fact that some of the violent crime in the New York City transit system is coming at the hands of severely unstable people. So yes, Mayor Adams says the increased patrols underground are important, but making the system safer will take more than that.
It's like hell on earth.
As soon as you come up from the subway at 149th Street and Melrose Avenue in the Bronx, you know something is very wrong. In just a one-block span, we witness money changing hands, all in broad daylight.
It's just happening when you talk to them and give them help. There's always gun violence. It's always fighting.
Your number 2655-7649. 2655-7649.
Now being assigned to every subway train rolling through the city in the overnight hours.
Although we have brought down crime, people are feeling unsafe.
This salon manager says staff and customers don't feel safe coming to her 3rd Avenue business. She showed us videos outside her shop. Shop owners say they constantly have to call 311 and police to clear encampments and paraphernalia, like you can see here at my feet.
Male hitting a woman. The person is going to be a Hispanic male in a black shirt, blue jeans, 20 years of age, Hispanic female.
So in another I told you so moment, white police crime in one part of town is now spilling out into the rest of the city. And what nobody in charge of securing our subways wants to admit is that the lawless environment we allow up on our streets has a lot to do with all of the problems we're seeing down here. And this is terrifying to our leaders because their efforts to stop crime in the subway, which includes SWAT team-style police patrols at times, aren't working. Something that is not the fault of the NYPD, who find themselves short-staffed, overworked, and restricted from taking down the criminals, starting fires, and assaulting others in our subway system, because after those criminals get arrested, a progressive justice system feels bad for them and releases them. Sure, the police can and do make arrests, but oftentimes those arrests are fruitless because the criminals, they just get released right back out onto the streets where they can commit the same crimes over and over again. It's a revolving door of justice. On top of that, the city's efforts to expand the use of involuntary removal and commitment are facing an uphill battle as well. Not just because of the sheer numbers of individuals living in our subway who are unable to care for themselves and may be a danger to themselves or others, but also because even when someone who's in dire need of intervention is removed, that person might need long-term treatment and care to get clean, yet they often get prematurely discharged from the hospital and then come right back here within just a few days, some with a sense of resentment towards a system that tried to help them but was legally prevented from doing so. Which brings us to the real reason why we've got this crime wave in our subways. We're neglecting crime up here on our streets while trying to police it down here, and while we're doing that, the tools we're using are wholly ineffective. And sadly, as more law enforcement resources are dumped into our transit system, the problems New York City's experiencing will only get worse, because every cop not on the street is one less cop around to deal with the lawlessness and destructive behavior being cultivated above ground, which then makes its way below ground, where it finally appears on the evening news, usually after something terrible has happened. And as you're about to see, this is happening in spite of the NYPD throwing everything it has at the problem. So here we are at the 14th Street Union Square subway station, a station that perfectly encapsulates the losing battle law enforcement is fighting against disorder in the subway. This place has its own police station, yet right around the corner from the police station, you have people who are obviously in need of help who live here on a full-time basis. And several stations within walking distance of this one look the exact same way, but the problem is our leaders are worried about issues down here which don't start down here. No, instead, a lot of what you're seeing down here in the subway started up on the streets.
It's like hell on earth. As soon as you come up from the subway at 149th Street and Melrose Avenue in the Bronx, you know something is very wrong. In just a one-block span, we witness money changing hands, all in broad daylight. It's what people here call an...
So let's ask ourselves an obvious question. If there's a subway station at 149th Street, and right when you walk up the stairs and get onto the streets, residents describe the area as being hell on earth, what do you think the ramifications of allowing that to go on forever are going to be throughout the entire city and the subway itself? Are we really so naive in New York that we think allowing rampant problems above ground isn't going to cause the same exact thing to happen below ground, especially when it's freezing out? And why is it when you walk through some of our subway terminals, you see the exact same things the news is describing on the ground? It's the exact same situation, just happening indoors where it's warm instead of outdoors where it's cold. However, this gives the city an opportunity to recognize just how bad its crime problems really are. And believe it or not, now it actually be a great time for the city to concentrate its resources on mental health outreach and really make a difference, because a lot of the folks that need help are down here right now. But not only is that not happening, residents who live in the Bronx up on 149th, they're losing their neighborhood just because it's not as important as Union Square is, where all the police are stationed. But you know something, this is a subway station near New York University and a lot of pricey real estate. Perhaps the police are all down here to keep progressive yuppies believing there aren't actually problems in New York. However, as we're seeing, New York's problems are so bad, even in this very station, they are visible despite the presence of law enforcement. But sadly, the problems going on above ground are way worse than anything you'll see down here.
All at work are scared. This salon manager says staff and customers don't feel safe coming to her 3rd Avenue business.
It's very dangerous, especially in the night.
Shop owners say they constantly have to call 311 and police to clear encampments. And
yeah, that's New York, safest big city in America, baby. You know what's disgusting about this is, according to criminal sympathizers, all of the crime that people who have a problem with crime are talking about, it's all imaginary. Yet, you've got residents recording real videos on their phones, suffering real financial problems at their businesses because of it. Yet all around us in the New York City subway, there's evidence of this problem. It's just that everyone's ignoring it. At least everyone who could do something about it. And that's not fair to anyone. It's not fair to the people who need treatment, and it's certainly not fair to the residents of this city. On top of that, nobody seems to want to admit that there is a problem in this city with people engaging in addictive behaviors which incapacitate and imperil them to a degree where they need long-term help, yet we're only able to offer short-term solutions in many cases. And when you allow that to go on long enough, it should be no surprise that riders in a place like this feel extremely unsafe, especially when it's glaringly obvious that we don't have enough police to keep everyone down here safe throughout the entire system at once.
they're calling for ongoing enforcement, including a task force dedicated to cleaning up what's known as the Hub, an area near 3rd Avenue and East 149th Street.
We're calling upon the state to grant the mayor the authority he needs to relocate those with severe mental illness and severe chemical addiction.
So the mayor's made it pretty clear he wants the authority to help people, but if the state's not going to give it to him, things are just going to continue the way that they have been for quite some time. And there's no way the city's ever going to fix crime on the streets or down here. In this area of the Bronx called the Hub is apparently a real mess and has been for a very long time. There are constant problems. The city's constantly dealing with it. And apparently the latest intervention that this neighborhood received was back in November, just a couple of months ago. But that was before temperatures became very, very cold and everyone started making their way below ground. And here's how that intervention worked. 35 people were arrested, a whole bunch of stuff was thrown out, the city wiped its hands and moved on. Yet the problems just came right back, totally negating all of the work that the city did and all of the money they spent because they backed off too early, which is what happens here. And this is how New York City solves all of its problems. It does the bare minimum to say that it was taken care of. And after the news cameras are invited to film the short-term results of a police raid or a sanitation cleanup, everybody moves on. And the cleanup efforts in this part of town and also down here on the subway to some extent are useless. They're never going to go far enough to get long-lasting change, just short-term change. And in a few months, we're going to be right back down here dealing with all of the same issues because the issues are going to come back.
The governor's office responded in a statement saying, in part, "We're not taking public safety advice from a politician who supported defunding $1 billion from the NYPD. They also say the governor is committed to bail reform and fixing involuntary commitment. Community members say